Hello and welcome to the Unisport Nationals for League of Legends. My name is Skimmy and I am of course joined by the one and only Jubes, looking fresh as ever, mate. How are you feeling about this one? A different occasion, not quite the OPL. We don't have Nick, so with me hosting, things might be a little bit different.
I was going to say a little bit better, but yeah, it feels good to be here. It's bright and early. Well, I was up bright and early. It's not so much bright and early now, yeah. But how are you feeling today?
It's quite early, eh? I mean, when we're used to the call times for the OPL, when it's much later in the afternoon, you know, you get a bit of a sleep in, you get to feel like, you know, your typical gamer. But now we're kind of living on those normal hours, aren't we? We're not really like a uni student, because as a uni student, I'd be getting up super late as well. So I don't know really where I'm going with this yarn, but you know, James, we've both had our experiences in the university life. We've both played games and maybe done more gaming than studying. And I suppose in a roundabout way, that's what these players are looking to try and, you know, justify, maybe not to their student loan, but to their parents, that they are finding success in their studies in some way.
I think there's a world where you can do both, you know. As a pro player, I was competing in the OPL, which is like the Premier League, and I was still going to university. I'd use I had a real rigid training structure, right? Go to my lecture, leave lecture, do what I needed to do. Then instead of like commuting home in peak hour traffic, I would just play at uni on my laptop and get home in optimal time without traffic. So it was a real set structure, set training schedule that I had when I was at university to make sure it was real optimal.
Did you ever do the same thing as me, where you'd be told by your parents, get out the house, you know, you're just playing games, or you're just messing around, you're not doing anything, go to like the school library, go study. You'd go there, you might do it for like say 10 minutes, and then you'd just be straight back into the games. You know, the Wi-Fi would be working, you know, those Riot servers wouldn't be blocked, and you'd be like, well, you know, I can't be told off when I'm over here. You know, you'd just be that mischievous young man.
I think uni was a little bit too far away from me to make that like an optimal transaction. So I just tried to do my uni work ASAP, just ASAP. And then my mum wouldn't hound me like, have you done your uni work? I haven't seen you doing any uni work yet. Yeah, Ma, trust me, the uni work is Summoner's Rift.
It is, and that's what we're going to be finding out today. Let's actually crack on with that schedule to see what those matches actually look like today. We've got 5 games on offer, starting off with QUT, that is Queensland University of Technology, taking on the reigning champions, that is the University of Auckland. So it's going to be an all-out affair between the ditches. Australia taking on New Zealand. What do you make of this one here, Jubes?
I have seen quite a few players from both QUT and University of Auckland in solo queue. Some of the players, you know, on both sides are in high elo, and so, you know, their mechanical skills there. I've never seen these teams play in like, you know, a structured 5v5 format. So I think that's where we're going to see the difference. I think individual skill, there's not going to be a real big outlier. I think it's going to come down to, you know, how they play the map and how they play as a team.
I think it's quite interesting, right? Because we do have some, you know, interesting tidbits, be it that we've got the likes of Emelg playing for University of Auckland, right? So this is a guy that played, you know, in the OPL for Mammoth, and you know, this is a guy that sort of broke into the scene in a situation where you thought, oh, you know, Mammoth, can they get that dub? Then they came in with Arctic, they just slapped it up in the bot lane, took a break to obviously be eligible for this. So do you think, you know, having that OPL experience at this level is enough to be that X factor?
Fun fact, I actually signed the ML last year on my OCS team. And I think when you play in the OPL or OCS or those competitions, they help with nerves, right? Like this becomes like, you know, the same tournament where you've got that experience, where you've been able to calm those nerves. You feel what it feels like to play in a high pressured situation. As we head into Champion Select. So, it's definitely beneficial, but I think both teams have that sort of experience. I know Tekka, as an example, is much of the same. He's been a veteran in the scene too.
Yeah, I think it's always one of those big things to talk about. I suppose more prevalent if you're playing in a studio, but obviously with the current world climate, going to feel a little bit more comfortable, perhaps gaming from their bedrooms. And let's kick it off with that draft, as you say. And let's see how things rock and roll. Obviously, this is patch 10.9, so we are playing on the live server. There's no tournament realm here today. And we're already going to see a big choke from the side of Auckland to deny the likes of Soraka and Yuumi. Yuumi, for me, still so damn impressive, still so annoying. We've seen, obviously, what it can do in the right hands.
Yeah, Yuumi is definitely the lane bully, right? Like, if you don't have hard engage, she's just going to out-sustain you, and you'll just get nothing done in that lane, right? Like, the lane, eventually it's a war of attrition. Eventually you're going to get forced out of lane, and they're going to take tower plates. So it's definitely a very good ban. I've actually played with that QUT Akira a couple times in recent days, so he has been practicing that Yuumi.
Oh, if it's a pocket pick, then that's one that they're going to deny away. Jarvan is the final ban coming out here from Auckland as they open up their account on blue side with a Trundle. Obviously, we saw so much Trundle, and we saw that into a matchup, most notably against the Olaf, which we traditionally view as a strong win for the Trundle, obviously with a subjugate, but wasn't always the case, as the OPL showed us.
So Trundle first pick's interesting to me because Trundle does have a rough time into like champions like Graves, champions like Karthus, you know, things that can free farm and actually duel him in the 1v1. So first pick, yeah, that is a little bit risky, but you know, I think they've got away okay with it. The Gragas is a fine matchup for Trundle and vice versa. There's a lot of avoidance and Gragas, the onus is on Gragas to get stuff done early, right? Like Gragas has a body slam, is more of a ganking jungler. Trundle is more happy to hit level 6.
Yeah, they will be Predator most notable. Utilized to make sure that he's nimble, early boots, and early
well,
roaming.
the big man's got to get mobile somehow, right?
Oh, he does, where he's got to get around that map and have those HSPs on lockdown, as we were talking about. But Varus is going to be the second pick there as well. Obviously, another champion that's really kind of like wheedled his way into that ADC meta. We had it so dominated by the likes of Misfortune and Aphelios for such a long time, but now with him in the mix, Blight obviously can be a strong contender. It does have those two builds, obviously dabble around with the poke build or the the lethal tempo, but Chain of Corruption tends to be the main factor towards his strength, and locking members in place for strong team fight.
That's why. That's actually why I think Varus is like OP, because you don't lock yourself into a specific playstyle as soon as you pick the champion, right? You pick any other AD in the world or in that we have available, and it's like, okay, we know we're getting, you know, X, Y, and Z. We know we're getting on hit. With Varus, it's like you have to think about your bot lane matchup, but more importantly, you have to think about your mid lane matchup. You know, your AD, your jungle matchup. You got to think about so many matchups when you come up against Varus, because you don't want to have a composition that can't hard engage, because that literally just says to him, play poke, right? And if you let Varus get out of lane with, you know, whatever CS lead, he's just going to be a menace to deal with.
Yeah, we've seen so many times he obviously goes to the likes of a lethality build and just pokes you from afar, and you're just unable to contest the likes of objectives. You're just getting frustrated from time to time. But also seen the other option with the attack speed build, and if you can get enough uptime on that one, he can shred through tanks, which is exactly what QUT are showing so far by locking in the likes of a Renekton and a Nautilus. So there's going to be engaging tools there. There's going to be plenty of diving potential as well, but the Mordekaiser may help to stem that bleeding.
Yeah, I mean, I like what QUT did here with the Nautilus into bans, right? They can actually like target ban some you know, some bot lane counters for Nautilus and make the Varus have a rough time in lane. In saying that, yeah, the Mordekaiser is nice, but they already had the Renekton picked, and I think it's like, you know, it's much of a muchness really. Like the matchup's not really particularly bad for anyone, but I could see with a bit of pressure in the top lane, I could see Renekton taking over this matchup.
Yeah, Renekton being one of those nice little additions, especially with the Blade of the Rune King buff, making him quite strong in that dueling potential, and just making sure that he stays a little bit more valid for a little bit longer of this game. Obviously, those bans came through thick and fast with the likes of Silas, Syndra, Yasuo, and Aurelia taken away, so bruisers, AP mages, just flat out burst and annoyance.
Yeah, Syndra's kind of that mid lane champion you never really want to play against as a jungler, right? It makes your mid jungle like 2v2 so strong, especially at level 6. You just can never be caught clearing a pink ward, never be caught getting vision down. And I like to call it, yeah, Syndra is that mid lane mage assassin that really has control over both sides of the map. And so to get that one away from Tekka. Actually, fun fact, I just noticed Tekka's playing mid lane by the looks of it. Tekka is historically a top laner, so maybe his Syndra is something that he's been working on.
Perhaps, or maybe he's been inspired by the likes of Tally from Legacy, who was playing any role as well. Who knows? Who knows? There could be some conspiracy going on right there. What I do like is this Tom Kench, obviously based on the first 3 picks coming out here from Queensland, that they're now going to have that ability to keep him a little bit more protected. Whether or not this means that he will be opting to go for a poke build just to sort of stay a little bit more protected from the backline, hard to say at this stage. But Jinx will be their ADC of choice. And Jinx is one I also quite like. You know, I like the ability that, you know, if you can, micro around well, you can get that on-demand movement speed and just be a threat from afar.
Yeah, Jinx is nice. Jinx, I fall in love with the idea of Jinx if Jinx can get items, right? The problem, like, you know, the problem she runs into is that she has 0 mobility, and in this game in particular, she has close to no peel, right? And what I mean by peel is, you look at Varus has a Tahm Kench, okay? Varus can just like get eaten up by Tahm whenever he's in any bit of danger from the Nautilus, the Renekton, the Trundle, whereas Jinx is kind of left to her own devices, and she's going to have to turn into Death to play out some team fights.
It's going to be interesting actually to see when you mention that protection, whether or not it's going to really be necessary, because obviously with the Cassiopeia now being locked in as well, they just have so many threats to just walk at you and say, if you turn face for 1 second, we've got a lot of CC to follow things up with, and we will have that damage, right? So maybe there is a world in which there is no protection, no peel required, because they just flat out kill you. They've gone for the Corki now as the final pick here from the side of Auckland, so they've got the scaling options. They can have plenty of damage as well, just whether or not they can actually reach those breakpoints.
Cassio has also been known as a champion that is somewhat of like a mid lane peeler, if you will. Like, sure, Cassio is going to get dived on, and she doesn't like that very much. But when she throws down the miasma, and the ultimate from Cass, which just like freezes anyone that's looking or running at them, she does actually offer her bot lane or ADC or whatever the carry is a little bit of peel. So I actually don't mind the Cassio pick there, specifically because it's into Corki as well.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting actually to see, because we've seen Cassiopeia played a fair few times in recent times, whether or not it can actually have that impact, if it's going to be a roaming threat to really match the likes of a Corki that wants to obviously go into those side lanes, hit those break points of a level 11, 16 and so forth. But I think when we come to the likes of objective contesting, what have we got? We've got the likes of Chain of Corruption, we've got the Devour, Death Realm. We've got a lot of different options here, package included, so there's a lot of denial that can come out the way of Auckland to make sure that they can maybe contest, steal, or start up that objective to go head on first into. I guess the same could, however, be said here for Queensland with all that flat out diving and just initiate potential. Did you see a world in which there was a draft that you preferred, perhaps?
I think both drafts are actually okay in the sense that, like, that's the champs. I think some champs that were picked were comfort champs for the players, right?
Sure.
And when you're in a scenario that you're not used to and one that I guess could make you a little bit nervous, coming into your first game, comfort's always best. Jinx isn't something that we see all the time, right? But like, if that's his comfort and he knows he's going to perform very well on it, then I'm all for him picking that. So it's hard for me to say, once this team hard won draft, this team hard won draft. If I had to, say which draft I preferred the most, as as a player, I think I would prefer the University of Auckland's draft, just
Sure.
because they have the Varus, you can go either poke or on hit, supplemented with the Tarm. They have Corki scaling in the mid lane, which doesn't, it's fine. It doesn't really have a bad matchup. They have Gragas jungle, which I'm a really big connoisseur of. I actually love Gragas jungle, so. I think it offers engage, disengage, peel. I think it's a very underutilized pick. And then in the top lane, I believe they had the Mordekaiser.
They did, correct. Yep.
Yeah, and Maud's Maud, right? Like, if Maud actually decides that he's going to have a rough laning phase and goes down a couple of kills, he can still do something in a team fight by ulting a high priority target. So yeah, for me, University of Auckland's team composition makes a lot of sense. I like the little synergies that they have in it. They can play 4-1, they can play 1-3-1. They have disengage for the QUTs, engage. So I think it really is just going to come down to execution.
Beautiful. Well, I was going to echo those same sort of points in the sense that I do quite like the Tahm Kench protection there to maybe be that golden guardian, that protector, that ability to make sure that Varus can, flex his might and sort of dabble between those two different builds that we might see come out of them. What is interesting, though, is this is the reigning champion, obviously, so whether or not they have retained that strength that came out of them in 2019, or if this is a team of new, if there are some new, fresh faces looking to show. Obviously, we've talked about Emelg being, perhaps that X factor on here coming from the OPL, but no, here we are. This is Nationals group stage. Only 10 teams remain, 2 from every different region. We had, North, South, East, West, and the wild card being New Zealand and the Polynesian Islands. So you've got a fair few options to obviously support here. Maybe some friends and family that have been at these universities, perhaps yourself, and maybe we're too much of a boomer to have obviously missed this opportunity. Times are changing. Some of these places, this is what I think is super, super cool, right? Some of these places now have scholarships available for their students that want to study in towards this. Some of them have, facilities for them to actually play, practice, and embrace. And some of them, just flat out say, look, this is the future.
Yeah, I've seen some of the university facilities, and they're actually insane. Like, I would comfortably and happily put my OPL team in there, and let them use that as a training facility, right? Like, some of them are at a very high level, and there's nothing that you can't do there. And then, you know what? What better to supplement that with an education, right? I'm a connoisseur of, again, I think I've used the word connoisseur twice now. I need to stop. But I'm a connoisseur of, yeah, like, they're two things that I value dearly is League of Legends and esports, and being able to, get an education and do things and pursue a career, whether that's in esports or not in esports. So, super, super excited for today's games. There's even players like that have played in the OPL even in amateur that are playing in these tournaments. So we're going to get a good mix of, I guess, experience, which I'm excited about.
How much of a proving ground or like a trial can this be seen as if you were to, perhaps want to dabble into actually making a career out of League of Legends? I mean, we talk about there being OCS as a sort of like entry point into things. We talk about, Spawn having his in-houses as well if you want to sort of prove your might, if you're in like upper diamond, bracket. So do you really think that this is a window of which you can say, hey, yeah, I am studying towards whatever degree that might be, but if there is a bit of potential, there are people out there that may be watching and maybe an ability for me to actually move into this full time?
Yeah, so I think this tournament, the Unisport Nationals is a proving ground to get picked up for OCS, right? I think that if OCS teams are smart, they'll be watching these tournaments and they'll see some of the players, and at the very least, the ones that perform, they'll get some trials, right? I know there's some teams, some university teams in the OCS, so they may even be able to snag a few players themselves that they're impressed with. So I think it's something that all teams should be, keeping an eye on and seeing if there's any talent that prevails.
I mean, if they've made it to university, they must already be relatively smart to make it over that initial hurdle, right? You've got to be relatively on point with your grades and your mental to make it there. No crazy solo queue shenanigans there where you flex it in Grandmaster and maybe gatekeep a few people. No names in particular there, but let's crack it on with this game very, very shortly. University of Auckland taking on Queensland's Tigers. Going to be game one. Obviously, we've got 5 of them in today, best of ones, and it's going to be a situation where we have the games from today, games in tomorrow. Same then takes place again next week, and that's going to carry on for a fair few weeks until we whittle it down to semis and grand finals. So, fair bit of action to keep you satisfied here, I suppose, in the Oceanic region for League of Legends. If you've got those withdrawals from the OPO, you're still waiting for OCS to come back online. You've got something to keep you going in the meantime. And I suppose, once again, that is the real beauty, right, of this global pandemic, right, that we can still play games, you can still watch games, and even if we're at home and, you're doing push-ups, people are still being entertained.
I actually did some push-ups before the broadcast started because I thought like it's something that actually wakes me up, right? That's my thing.
Yes.
If I have to if I never used to do it. I started this challenge thing where I was like, okay, I'm just gonna do push-ups every day. I'm gonna start doing 5. I'm gonna start doing 10. I'm gonna start doing 15. See whatever I can do. And so now, whenever I need to do something that requires me to be alert, requires me to be attentive, awake, whatever it is, I just pump out some quick push-ups. I just go. I don't count. I just go like real fast and real hard.
Until you're just out of breath, is that the go? Just pump it
Yeah, I think it's
ready.
out of breath and feel the blood flowing through my head because sometimes the blood stops and you gotta
you just collapse on the floor. You're like, well, I guess that's enough. I mean, I'm ready for that option. Just give me 5 minutes now, which kind of, I suppose, defeats the purpose of the whole entire exercise. I like it though. Do you combine that with a coffee and you're just ready to kick ass?
Oh, coffee is like I have my coffees incrementally scheduled throughout the day. So today I had the coffee at 9 a.m. I think I'm gonna be due for a coffee at around 2 p.m. Maybe a little bit earlier, maybe even 1 p.m.
How do you track this? Do you have like a little cute app on your phone that just like goes beep 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 beep, and then you're like, oh, it's coffee time?
No, I don't have an app, but I have an intrinsic clock, and then the alarm goes off real quick if my caffeine levels start depleting.
You can just feel it. You're at that point.
Yeah, I can feel it. I'm at that point where I can
caffeine
feel
addiction?
it. But I can't actually I can't actually stop now. So I think I need to stop because I need to reset my coffee clock, if that makes sense. There we go. We're into game.
There we go. Saved by the bell. Saved by the coffee.
Yep.
Saved by the game. Let's crack on into the very first one of the day as we start things here with the Unisport Nationals for League of Legends. Going to be an affair from both sides of the rift. Australia taking on New Zealand.
The Battle of the Titans.
Let's see. Obviously, we're well into the start of this game, so we're not going to see the shenanigans of any level 1 setup. So we're going to see double buffs already there present on Trundle. It did look like a potential invade there to maybe contest Gragas doing his blue, but nothing out of the ordinary. He's already started there with the Predator. He's got the boots online as well, so he's already gone back for that base. So he's going to be a ganking menace looking to hunt out some threats.
Yeah, so sometimes what Gragas jungles do, and I think this is what Elliptic did on the Gragas because we didn't actually get to see it at the start, but you full clear your red side jungle or full clear one side of your jungle base, get the early predators, and once you, as we see Trundle invade, I like this from the Trundle a lot, invading jungle camps. So Gragas is not necessarily known as the fastest early game jungler, right? And so when Gragas gets to a certain point where he gets his jungle item, where he gets AP items, he actually becomes quite a self-sufficient, fast-paced jungler. But until then, he's something that you can invade quite heavily, as we're seeing from what Trundle's doing to him right now. But the point I was going to mention, Simi, is that Gragas does a one-side clear, 3 camps, resets into Predator. Once you get that Predator, there's a 99% chance he's going to burn a summoner in one lane, okay? So that Predator cooldown is at least a summoner spell. So I want to see, if you're going to early base for that Predator, I want to see an early gank coming out of Elliptic.
He's gone for a top side clear, so we're now expecting, you'd imagine him to look at potentially going for that top lane gank as well. That's where Trundle will be as well. Whether or not that is going to be the play regardless. But what's interesting to me is we're going to have a Cassiopeia in the top lane, right? So looking to try and keep Yin Yang at bay on that Mordekaiser, make sure that he can't get any free damage off, can't get an easy grasp to come in. Obviously, that can be one of the weaknesses there of a melee champion. But Renekton up against Corki, he's going to, I suppose, try and bully the fact that he is a bruiser and want to make sure that Corki has no scaling options.
Yeah, so Corki runs TP into Renekton, which means that the stun from the flash stun from Renekton definitely hits, and there's no way that he can get out of it. So I think if you supplement that with a gank, there's definitely kill potential. But I actually see this as being a relatively free Corki lane. Like, Corki's not going to win the lane, right? He's not going to go up, 15, 20, 30 CS and get a solo kill. But when you look at these scaling mid lane mages, if you will, or whatever you want to call them, if they can get a free lane where they can just farm and stack up that cull, then they're extremely happy. But this also in this top lane matchup, as you mentioned, right? It's Cassio. This is a free farm Cassio matchup too. So we pretty much have, the polar opposites in top lane. It's free. It's a free matchup for the Cassio. Cassio is going to farm, going to get a CS lead, going to stack that tier, and much of the same for Corki, really. And I guess it comes down to which late game carries the better player, as we see the dragon go down.
That we do. A lot of the early aggression found here by Queensland is now rewarded with a dragon. Trundle being very active, obviously keeping the Gragas at bay, as you highlighted, which is great to see. The understanding of that matchup.
And that's what I like to see. That's what I look out for. That's what I look out for, right? Is most players, when they get into a setting like this, they play very safe and they're very scared and they don't want to make any mistakes, okay?
Yeah.
But the thing that you want to see is you want to see people abusing their matchups and playing the matchups out how they're meant to be played. So it's very big props to Trundle so far, Drakari, and the QUT lineup, because they facilitated him being able to engage and put pressure on this Gragas.
Yeah, so I'm always interested, right? Because, like, as you highlight, you talk about that sort of those nerves that can go into a tournament. Obviously, we are not single limb. You're not just going to play this game and you're out. You do have that chance in a group stage, but you're looking to try and net as many points as possible. But to sort of see that level of confidence to start things off with here, and not to be afraid of what you're going up against. Especially, I know there have definitely been teams in the past that, as soon as they realize that they're on stream, can choke pretty hard. But it's looking pretty good here so far with these drafts favoring, or even those matchups favoring one or the other.
And it's actually, this game so far, right, it's dead even, okay? We actually have Lethality Varus. That's something that we were, curious about.
The poke build, yeah.
Yeah, the poke build. I, for one, love playing it, and I think it's going to do some serious work into this lane. Usually, the Varus needs, a first base, needs the serrated Deakin, which has picked up the Corrupting Potion to get his lead in lane. So now I'll be seriously looking to see if they can actually punish this bot lane of Jinx and Nautilus.
Has gone for the Arcane Comet as well, so obviously that's going to accentuate that poke even more. Obviously, one of the things to really bear in mind though is it does feel a little bit lackluster if that arrow does miss. You feel like your auto attacks are just little puddles on the floor.
Let me just say something. If you miss Q and you're not landing poke, and honestly, to a certain point, if you don't win lane on Lethality Varus, then
you're in trouble.
You're better off just playing maybe a tank bot lane, maybe Maokai or something, because that's probably the damage you're going to be doing with your auto attacks.
It really feels that way, and we're going to see how Kedu does in this matchup. He's looking good so far. He's up by roughly 12 CS, so a wave ahead, doing pretty well for himself. I suppose a lot of that is allowed by the fact that he froze it for such a long time, based on Trundle's presence on this map, which is now going to be compounded with a second objective. They've got the Rift Herald in their pocket, so Gragas hasn't gone from that early gank. He's hit level 6 to see when and where he decides to use that explosive cask.
If you... The one thing I just wanted to mention, which I found really interesting, right? QUT secured that Rift Herald, but what they did was they actually flipped their bot lane to the Rift Herald. They got the free Rift Herald, and now they're putting their bot lane back bot lane. normally what happens is you flip the map, right? You put Cassiopeia bot lane,
Yep.
you put your Jinx and your Nautilus in top lane, and you fight the Herald or you take the free Herald. But in doing so, they actually had a wave frozen on them bot lane. Varus then got to push the wave out, crash it into the tower, got a reset, got his lethality item, and now he's going to come back and catch the wave that Jinx bounced back to him. So I'm not sure if I particularly like that macro play from QUT. I think we're going to have to see the value of it when we see that Rift Herald be dropped.
That we will. And you speak of the highlight that Varus has online. Now it's going to be the Umbral Glaive, the first of many lethality components. Obviously, the thing with Umbral Glaive that makes it so damn strong is the vision denial that it can create, right? You know, you just get to walk over a ward, one-shot those. You know, you two-shot those control wards as well. Just gives you a lot of presence to then obviously try and turn around, you know, the map in your favor. And that's what we need to see because, as you say, Gragas has been power farming. We're now going to see in action there when the pink arrow goes on top of his head, or the pink eye, and can deny that one for free. But I need to see, you know, with the Rift Herald, where it actually gets dropped. Typically, we look at it going through mid lane to try and expose it, open it up, make it a little bit easier for them to farm. But it could really go anywhere at this stage.
And so now we see, as you mentioned, the Umbral Glaive pickup, and now we see what's happening to Jinx's HP bar in lane, right?
Yeah.
Jinx. The important thing to remember here is Jinx has no sustain. Jinx went for the BF sword and doesn't have any refillable potions, as we see the gank skimmy.
Well, both junglers are here. They're going to open up with the depth charge, and they're going to chuck out the Chain of Corruption to follow things up with here. That's going to be a rotation with a teleport to make sure that Nautilus is in trouble. He misses one, but he now lands the Death Realms in a 1v1 chamber. He's looking for the execution. He should find it with a final auto attack. He's actually going to flash into the tower. Yin Yan's mad. Burns double summoners, but he does get a kill for himself.
I actually really like this play from the University of Auckland, right? You know, Yin Yang decided he's going to teleport bot. He's doing fine in that lane. The counter gank comes through. Probably a little bit too forced from QUT. But the thing that I love about this is Corki TP'd top when the wave was crashing. When Cassio got that wave into top lane, Corki TP'd. And so they were just like mega efficient in not losing any minions in that play. So what you see now is Mordekaiser goes to mid lane, catches the wave. So not only do they get first blood and they get priority on this dragon, they get to save those minions too. But
this is
past
interesting,
the curse.
Juves. This is it indeed. Yeah, they go for the objective. And they're going to go straight in towards the dragon. They say, that's cool, you can catch those waves, but we'll catch your hands. We're going to go for a clap here and a clap there. Double kill now onto Trundle. He was already a terror in this jungle matchup. Now he's going to get a second drag for the team, and they turn things around.
And so while I was saying the University of Auckland have made a really, really good play, they decided to just, you know, reach that little bit too far. You know, sometimes you just got to be happy with that little, you know, the little gain, and not go for the. Wait, what is it? What's the saying? Sometimes you go, you know, put your hand in the cookie jar. What's that cookie jar saying, Skimmy?
Oh, is that when you just get told off? I'm trying to think of the actual the one myself, mate. Yeah.
I probably messed that up, but anyways.
I get what you're trying to get
at. The moral of the story is they just went for too much. And now this Rift Herald play just takes the tower, and Tom Kent is stuck between a pillar and a hard place.
He really is. He definitely wishes he was watching Frozen on Netflix right now, but that's not going to be possible. He's going to be dead for a little bit of time, but we'll come back. 0-2, not looking the happiest of chappies right now, and that's just obviously to compound and make things that much harder for this Varus. That power spike you highlight, well, can't really be a threat if you're not really that far ahead in the lane. Has gone for TP as well, so they've got plenty of macro pressure, this composition. 3 teleports to play around with compared to the 2. Eden there with that cleanse should have a fair bit of peel if need be in these later fights, and hang on a minute. Kedu is on the hunt. Explosive Cast actually comes out as a defensive measure. This time we'll see it used. But the Gragas has been very dormant on this map, and the action continues actually in the top lane. Petrifying Gaze lands. Yin Yang can do nothing but stare. He will fall on down. Free farming for the Cassiopeia, that much easier.
And we can't even get time to breathe really and analyze what's happening in this game, because it's just constant, you know, decent play after respawn, after fight, after skirmish. There's no reset, there's no respite. And as I'm about to start analysing what's happening in this game, but there's a Tahm Kench ulti going behind Cassiopeia.
Absolutely is. Abyssal Voyage comes in, has got members coming in from the left, the right. He actually flashes away. The arrow lands, and Cassio's just laughing straight back to the bank.
Look, that's a flash, but I don't know if that's more of a flash or more of a body slam miss. Like, I think the body slam missed as well, just to top that off, just to, you know, put that little bit of icing on the cake. But you know, QUT so far are looking extremely decisive, right? Their teleport plays are netting them 3 kills and objective. The Rift Herald drop got them a tower and a kill. So it feels like, you know, whatever they're doing, it's the Trundle that's dictating the pace of the game and dictating what objective they take next. And he seems to be having a really good game so far. He knows what lane he wants to play around. He knows what objective he wants, and the team are really just following his orders and following what he's doing on the map.
Yeah, he seems like a general in command, and he knows exactly what he wants to do. A leader possessed by what he's able to achieve so far, 3-0-1, and with this far of a lead, not only in kills, but also in camp clears too. The guy's definitely been giving us Gragas a hard run for his money, and that's really meant that he's been almost a little bit terrified to even look at making a gank in eventuality. Now it's going to be the 4th objective picked up in succession here by QUT. And you have to start wondering, you know, when do, you know, Auckland turn things around? What are they looking at as a contested objective? You know, are we looking to wait for a Baron summon? Are we looking for some more key item breakpoints? I mean, we talk about the lethality build being a rather cheap one to bring online compared to what Jinx is going to want to do with the BF swords and so forth. Are we looking at maybe 2 item power spike on Varus before they want to force a 5v5?
I think the item power spikes that you want aren't necessarily on Varus. It's on the Corki, right? Corki's got the Manamune. When Corki hits that Trinity Force and starts stacking that Manamune, then your team fight becomes really prominent. I think Varus at this point in the game and going forwards at any point, Varus is just going to want to set up shop in a lane, and any poke he's going to do on Jinx, on Cassiopeia, on Renekton even is going to be relevant poke, right? The thing that University of Auckland need to do is they need to stop this game from devolving into chaos, because the last 5 minutes or 3 minutes has been just chaotic. What they need is they need to set up a structure where they have vision on both sides of this bot lane, which is Keru and Amalgon, Varus and Tarn, and they need to just let them sit in lane and land poke. The moment you start forcing skirmishes in river, forcing skirmishes in jungle, your poke Varus pick is non-existent, because it doesn't function well in skirmishes where it's all in. It just wants to be poking on vision safely and disengage the engage.
You want to set up shop, you want to be protected, and you want to have that vision denial, which we're going to see continue to be a big threat here in the mid lane especially. It's going to be Corki now with that blue buff as well, so it's going to be able to stack up that Manamune to convert it into the Muramana that much easier now, but obviously still going to be very wary of this Trundle. Doesn't make free farming the easiest objective. Scuttle goes across quite easily to them as well. And yeah, I think that's really the highlight to take away from this one, right? It's like slow down the game, slow down the tempo, bring it to a halt, realize that, you are behind in a few key areas, but it's not the end of the world. You have those scaling options, you have that ability to poke from afar. Objectives can be contested, especially with those 2 picks that can deal out that damage.
Well, we talk about this on the OPL, right? Scaling's a concept I think that sometimes gets a little bit misunderstood, in the sense that you see champions' names, you see the Jinx, you see the Cassio, you see Trundle, and you automatically think, oh, they just scaled like into oblivion, you can't win when it gets to a certain point, right? But you need to, when you talk about scaling, you actually need to take into account composition as well, yeah? You need to look at the Corki, look at the Varus, and look what University of Auckland's team composition does versus QUT's. And then when you look at that, scaling isn't so blatantly obvious anymore, right? Because if Varus, all he's doing is poking off cooldown, and he's getting members, to half health, or doing some form of relevant damage, then it doesn't matter if you have a 3 item, 4 item Jinx, because the Jinx just can't team fight from half health. It's going to get one shot by a Gragas barrel. So it's important to look at team comps when you talk about scaling, the scaling conversation, which is why I think this game's still so up in the air.
That it is, but we're going to have a very early Dragon Soul that's looking like it, Juice. 23 minutes into this one, we're looking at the map just being run blue. QUT just definitely dominating so far, showing that Australia is the greater nation.
Well...
It hurts me to say it, mate, but here we are.
Well, the game's not over yet, right? Okay, we can see an outplay here from Image in the bot lane as the Thunderlord goes down. Oh,
this is good though. It actually flashes. Yeah, explosive cast goes out, does not connect. The flash forward, the chain of corruption lands. Now we're going to see some signs of life here from Auckland. That's a very important shutdown for Gragas. Now can they hunt for more? He flashes, he slaps the ground. 1 barrel will do it. Double kill for the Gingerbread Man.
I feel like this series, every time we say something about one thing, the other one just goes ahead and blows the game open, right? That's 2 huge shutdowns for the Gragas. Gragas is, believe it or not, I think Gragas plays a very big part in this composition, damage-wise. So, the Jinx, if this Gragas is fed like he is now, he's going to go back and pick up a really big AP item, then, the Jinx is going to be half health from 1 barrel. So that is huge for the side of UOA. And, they're using this kill to push down mid lane and get that mid priority.
This is what we're going to see. Runic Echoes is now online there, so plenty of extra burst damage from afar to add to that combo. Stopwatch in possession too. Make yourself a little bit more protected if you are to make those Hail Mary dive attempts in, but that's actually brought the gold a lot closer than it was before. There was a fair disparity beforehand with QUT just running the map rampant. Now it's going to bring it within touching distance. A 1k gold lead still in their favor. But I think that really is the case of casting, isn't it, right? You know, you talk about one team, you talk about a situation, something will happen. So very hard to really, you know, imagine if you just were a passive caster, you said nothing, maybe nothing would happen in the game, who knows?
That's true. Well, now I'm actually a little bit scared, right? This Corki has Trinity Force, Manamune. This Cassiopeia has Seraph's Embrace, Leandri's, and the Blasting Wand. So we see the two players who need to make like their next play, they have to impact, right? So Cassio has to make a positive impact for his team. Nightfaller's got to pop off on that Cassio, and Emidron's got to pop off on this Corki. So I think the next objective that we'll see a fight over is going to be that Soul. And the dangerous thing for University of Auckland is that the Soul is going to be, you know, very early, and I think if you lose that Infernal Soul, it turns into a mini Ludens proc. It's going to be a dangerous game.
It really is. I mean, we talk about those, you know, those dangerous moments. There's so many big break points that have just happened as a result. Zonius was just bought in one shot here by Elliptic based on all that shutdown gold he had acquired. So the guy's an absolute monster. Straight away back into this game. Those two major items that the Corki needs are there, and we have now two Lefella items completed here by the Varus as well. So there are options on either side of the pond for them to look to try and contest it. Baron is up and available. Blue team still with that presence of Mice, so with all that early aggression by taking down structures, will have a lot of walls, a lot of ability to be aggressive and just camp out in the jungle, not show their face, and really force Auckland's hand to come face checking.
Yeah, but I think, you know, the 20-minute Baron, while it's a realistic possibility with the Cassiopeia especially being so far ahead, I think we're going to see a bit of a stalemate until the Dragon spawns, especially now that Corki has package. I would like to have seen that Corki maybe sit on that package for the Dragon fight, because I think it's such a big Dragon fight for the context of the game. But yeah, I doubt we'll see much happening. Something interesting to note though for this Dragon fight is that Kedu is level 12, Eden is level 10. It's never fun playing Jinx from behind, so I definitely think Jinx is going to have some, you know, missing damage numbers in the next team fight.
Yeah, should have had a fair bit of attention to try and get that matchup winning, and a lot of that, I suppose, really stemmed from the fact that they rotated up their team to the Rift Herald, then put them back in the bot lane, and just allowed Kedu to find so much pressure, just not losing, not really getting punished as hard, forced a fair few ganks to come out in response, but has not been a difference maker to even up that difference. You're seeing, obviously, what happens when that poke can land a couple of those shots, especially with Blight combined. You're looking at two-shotting, three-shotting some carries from afar.
Yeah, so you know, the Dragon spawning in, I can't see the time exactly, but I'm going to say roughly, give or take, 45 seconds. A minute, yep. Both teams are resetting and TPing back onto the map. So this is the important thing about TP, is it gives you that tempo advantage, where, you know, Varus got to reset, he's back on the map, he's pushing mid-wave already, and they have that vision control down. And it's TP is just a tempo cheat. You can base at a poor time, you can base at poor timings, get on the map and have control of the game, as we see right now.
Yeah, Varus is usually back to lane, and we're going to see teleports available for every other member that has it in their possession. So 4 TPs up and ready to use. Cassiopeia going to use that pressure now, push out top lane. It's going to be Auckland, the one in the driving seat, to realize, hey, we cannot afford to give this away for free. We need to start things off. Trundler's there. He has not got the flash, and Jinx has just stolen it. I do not understand how that can even be a possibility. She's stolen it. She's done the job. QUT, loving life right now.
So University of Auckland did everything right there. They had the vision, they had the pink wards down, there was no way for the QUT to get in to contest that Dragon. The only thing they had to do was pull the Dragon out, pull it out far enough so that no skill shot could hit, and then that's a free Dragon. But what you saw is they got very lazy, and the Jinx, what's it called, the Zap, is it?
Yeah, the Zap from afar.
The Zap just, you know, stole the Dragon.
Well, things you hate to see, I suppose. Double junglers, always going to be an option to consider here, but that's going to obviously allow them to go straight through to Baron. They took their attention away from for a second, maybe scared by the poke, the aggression that UOA could show, but they look very demotivated. They look lost as a result of losing that Dragon. Now they've been, what, there's a Dragon Soul, a Baron buff, and just a massive gold lead starting to accrue once again.
So now at this point in the game, your lethality Varus doesn't mean anything, right? You're pushing into Baron minions, you're pushing into Infernal Soul. Now the Jinx rockets actually become what Varus used to be, right? A Jinx Rocket, one auto attack with the Infernal Soul proccing becomes a Lethality Virus full charged Q. So this game's looking quite grim. I would say there's still the win condition of Corki. Corki still can get those 3 items and get those Sork Boots and start pumping out massive damage. But they definitely need that. University of Auckland need to weather this storm and make it to the Elder Drake fight, in my opinion.
Now we're going to wait and see. Level 16 is the major breakpoint, obviously, there for the Corki that looks to be building towards the Zeal. So potentially going for the rapid fire cannon as opposed to getting those Sork Boots anytime soon. I have to wait and see how that build progresses. But we'll still retain those 2 teleports.
Yeah, I think the Infinity Edge is actually a better build for Imagine on the Corki, right? Like, when you get Manamune and you get the Infinity Edge with the Manamune fully stacked up, you get something like a bonus 80 AD. Like, it converts to like a bonus 80 AD, which is like really insane. So I think the Infinity Edge is the play here, but maybe he's just sitting on double daggers because he wants the attack speed, you know, quick power spike.
Quick power spike will actually be the Sork Boots instead, so just baiting me out there once again. Can't say anything on this broadcast here, Juice, without just getting questioned. You got to be a neutral, and we're going to see how QUT set up for this one. Right now, they got 3 lanes pushing in a fair bit of harmony. You'd have to say they're all in that third quadrant of the map, all looking pretty decisive, really forcing out University of Auckland's hand to say, where do we respond? We're running around like lost puppies.
Yeah, so a team, the problem that University of Auckland have here, right, is they have that poke, they have the siege, and they have that disengage. But the thing that they don't have is engage. And when you're versing a Baron buff that can 1-3-1, so they're playing they have 3 lanes of pressure, they have no engage, it's very hard for them. And as I say that,
we're going to see how this one starts off. Chain of Corruption goes out very early on. Eden is low, and he's actually been exhausted from afar right now. Kedu just going to get flashed on. Kedu is gone. Doesn't matter, Eden burning both summoners, actually hangs onto the cleanse. The fact that a guy just hangs onto the cleanse is I don't need to worry about this exhaust. I'm still going to kill you. This shows you the mental state that they are in this game right now. They are going to win trades all across the map, but Yin Yang will get one back for the boys. Inevitable will be lost in the meantime in mid lane though, and Queensland do find victory.
Yeah, there's not much to say there really besides that seemed like a little bit of it seemed like a force from Keru that was, we're being choked out of the game, we need to make something happen, so let's make something happen down mid. It was disengaged perfectly by QUT, they were able to collapse from their side lanes and get to the team fight, and we just saw the strength in numbers, we saw what the Infernal Soul does, and we saw the scaling that's coming through from QUT now, and I think that this, this Jinx, this Cassia are really hitting some scary power spikes.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, when you've got those 2 major components, obviously the BF sword items now trumping really anything that a lethality build can bring to the table, not even getting a chance for him to live long enough to actually be that one in the driving seat to force that poke. He's getting jumped on. Can't actually get that poke online, then you feel like a bit of a dud pick. But we're going to have to see how things turn around here. Obviously, is always that ability to turn things around. With the likes of an Elder Drake, that is always a possibility. Elliptic will have a big chip on his shoulder to try and rectify that one, to try and open this team back up in his favour. The Gold League continues to build once again in Queensland's favour, up by 5k based off that successful skirmish.
The thing about Elder Drake, and the thing that's scary about Elder Drake, is you could be winning all game like QUT are, right? And if you mess up your setup once on the Elder Drake and you manage to get, like, the University of Auckland managed to get into River or managed to get, in range of that dragon and steal it, the game just coin flips. It just flips on its head, and all of a sudden the team with the Elder Drake is winning. It doesn't even matter of the gold deficit. If you have Elder Drake, you are winning. So I think that's what University of Auckland will be waiting to do as we see the Chain of Corruptions land.
Yeah, very defensively at that stage. As you can see, a flank attempt was being threatened here by Trundle. And Mel was actually on the hunt as well. They're actually looking to collapse despite everything thrown their way. They are still showing signs of life. A minute now is when that Elder Drake is up. So they're doing a good job so far, Queensland, of obviously setting things up, getting the vision down, looking to bully members away, make sure that they can't get the vision down to respect it. But they've got to be careful because Auckland are hunting. Despite everything thrown their way, despite how the tempo of this game has looked in their favor, they are still not afraid to make that one pick their numbers advantage.
It's not some bad poke coming through as we see Tarmkench ult onto the Cassiopeia.
That's huge.
And that might be really bad timing for this Elder Drake.
That could be very... ooh, out goes the ultimate. They tried to get the collapse onto the jungle there, but now they're going to come out with the depth charge. They're going to look to try and deny Emelk any opportunity to stay around in this fight. Going to be a 4v4 still, you'd imagine. Would favour Auckland, or does it? How reliant are they on this Devour? How reliant are they on this protection? No explosive cask, and he's gone. Zonia's will look good for a second, but he's going to fall on down. And Queensland have just found those picks. They've turned around the hammer. and now they are bashing it straight on through. They just continue. They don't even want to go back to this objective, dudes. They just want to keep fighting. I'm going to get a second rotation off the chain of corruptions. That's how long this team fight has been going on for. The Death Realm, the 1v1. Mordekaiser struggling to try and take out that support. Eventually comes out there. Corki finishes it off. But now we are here on the Elder Dragon. This is the big one. Jungle versus no jungle. The fight will continue, however, and it's everywhere. They are not looking to show any signs of reprieve. Nightfaller comes in with a TP and just goes straight back to the graveyard again. Imogen is gone. Eden is absolutely huge. That is the power spike of a Jinx with items. 5-0-2. Finally now, Jubes, we can breathe. And finally now, we can get an Elder Dragon online.
Well, there was so much to break down there, and I think there's still going to be a little bit more to break down as we see time get. Does it look... Varus is going to TP maybe and just look for the steal? I think that's Elder gone. Okay.
Tried to come in, he TP'd in there. Not going to land it with the arrow right now, and Elliptic jumps in there trying to do anything with the explosive charge. Eden just lives a little longer and gets that kill in the end. Shut down all importantly for Keto, but he falls on down to the jungle. Emil got a 1v2 situation, cannot do anything, especially when Elder Drake zaps you and execute range. 14 kills to 8, mid inhibitor down, every lane pushing in their favor, and Baron buff to achieve now as well. Queensland hotly tipped to take out the victory here.
But I think that was far too close for my liking, right? Like, the game was actually just coin flipped on people just getting caught, getting picked. They actually, you know, University of Auckland lost the 4v5 once Cassio was dead, and then people respawned. Chains of corruption on the Varus managed to respawn, and it was just real messy. Luckily for QUT, they secured the Elder Drake, and now they're going to secure the Baron. One Nexus Tower is down. I imagine it's going to be a straight down mid push. If not, but the safe play would be to go to play to the side lane. So we'll see how QUT want to finish this one off. But yeah, we saw the strength of the Corki coming through, didn't we? We saw the outplays, the flash coming through, a little bit faker-like if you ask me. But maybe there's some hope yet for University of Auckland.
What are we looking at as a particular sort of win condition to turn things around here? Are we looking at mainly just positioning to try and get on the likes of Eden, who now has a GA as well?
I think the way that University of Auckland win this game is probably they need to stall out the Elder Drake. Okay, first things first. You need to stall out the Elder Drake. You need to not lose on this first push. I think Elder Drake's going to be about halfway done. And with the Corki and the Varus, they can definitely slow the push in the minion wave. As we see, Cassio's already half health. The Nautilus engages though.
It's great poke, but it doesn't really matter if they can just force and engage like this. Chain of Corruption going to find a little bit of value. Can Kedu live for a little bit longer right now? He flashes away on 10 health. He goes golden, but that's going to buy so much time for his team to come across and execute him with the Elder Dragon. They had not meant to die on that first engage, but they do fall on down. It's a full 5-man ace. Queensland go for the core. They go for the next. They go for the end. And they take a decisive victory here in our opening match of the Unisport Nationals.
And that's GG and well played, right? The QUT came through with a game plan. They were very proactive on their TPs. They were very synergized in getting into team fights. Like, there was no hesitation, right? We saw Cassio TP down for the Dragon fight, really blew open the game. We saw the Rift Herald usage be quite good to break the pot tower. And then after that, it was pretty much the Trundle show, right? Wherever he went, there was a skirmish that ensued. And it looked like QUT... there was no disparity in my opinion, in skill, in who could click their buttons better, but there was an evident better team, right? QUT was the better team. They were the better 5-man. They had some set plays in which they did. We saw the Rift Herald flip, and we just saw them, move around the map a lot better, make picks, and utilize their numbers advantage.
It felt like a bit of a big jungle difference, right? They obviously start things off with there to get all those objectives, just to invade, to bully out, to understand your matchup, to basically dictate how the tempo of that game went. We want to go fast, we want to go hard, we don't want to get you any option to scale into that late game, to be that threat, as you highlighted there with the Varus and the Corki. And it got to a stage where they sacrificed so much. They're going to be really kicking themselves over that final Dragon set there. That obviously gave away that Infernal Soul. That could have been a potential flip that would have bought them enough time. We had to obviously wait and see what they can bring it to the next game. We're going to jump to a quick break, and when we return, it's the second game of the Unisport Nationals.
When the difference
between winning and losing
is measured in milliseconds.
Everything counts.
The Alienware Legendary Battle Station.
Welcome back to the Unisport Nationals, and well, it's day one, and that was a pretty convincing performance there. Shows that once again Australia are better at a few things than New Zealand at others. You know, Jubes, we saw Auckland, they had an opportunity, a fair few chances really to bring things around in their favour, but at the end of the day, Queensland Tech were just dominant from the get-go.
Well, the game was quite stable and quite good for the University of Auckland for about 30 seconds until they decided to get to the Dragon after they got the first kill and first blood with teleport into bot lane. So, you know, it wasn't a blowout by any means. Like, University of Auckland definitely played, you know, well at certain points in that game, and there's a lot to take away from them. But I think QUT were just far too dominant. Like I said, they were far too good as a five-man roster. They knew what they wanted to do. They had set plays. They had set game plans, and you know they utilized their champion picks very well. They played to their strengths. Yeah, well played to them. I think we'll see them go quite far in this tournament.
Yeah, based on the synergies that we saw there, you know, some creative laning matchups, you know, obviously putting Cassiopeia atop there to have a good time against Mordecai's and just get so many kills, so much farm, and just really force their hand to say, you've got to find value with these teleports if you're going to use them. Free teleports too. It was always an interesting situation. But then Jinx came online eventually after being denied so hard behind 2 levels, and then had, what, 5 kills? Not even using Cleanse to burn off CC or Exhaust. Like, that really shows you how much of a Chad that guy was.
Well, when you're that far ahead, right, you don't even need Cleanse. You don't need Summoner spells. At a certain point in the game, when you're so far ahead, Summoner spells don't exist anymore, right? You just straight face tank. When your Jinx can straight face tank some abilities, then maybe it's time to go next game real quick.
I mean, zapping the dragon just like that, and basically the Trundle was just, he was watching, right? He's like front row seat, just like, okay, what's going on? What's going on? Oh, I can't flash, I can't steal, and then zap comes out, and you think it wasn't even the big rocket, it was just a zap.
Well, I thought, you know, University of Auckland were in a pretty good spot in that game still until that, you know, Dragon Soul, and you know, the zap was too strong.
The zap was too strong, but let's kick it off with game number 2 of the day to see how things pan on out for these two different teams. Going to be an all-out Australian fair. It's going to be the University of Queensland taking on RMIT University. And some interesting takeaways from this one is that Pabu is actually coaching RMIT.
Sorry, who's Pabu?
Don't know, actually. Some guy who tweets a lot, I think.
Yeah, okay. I think I've heard of him. Anyway, I actually know about 99% of the players in this game. So it's actually going to be an interesting game to see these guys. See the solo queue compatriots just play in a competitive 5v5 setting.
Is there any standout plays that we, the viewers, or anybody else should be interested in really following?
Well, I was going to give a shout out to Landon and his Malphite, but it seems to be banned straight away from Team UQ. So, you know, Scott plays a lot of Lee Sin. Amatul is a bit of a Zoe player in the mid lane. Holo Chan in the mid lane's a top laner that plays a lot of Camille. Yeah, you know, there's definitely some champions being banned the way that I'm not going to call them one tricks, but they prefer that champion.
They're going to get hurt. They're going to get shown at the door. Maybe get exposed on TV, as it would be. Graves give me the option to open up with here, though, so we're not going to see a Trundle.
I love this Graves pick, first pick. Honestly, I think Graves is really sleeper agent OP right now. The phase rush on Graves, combined with red buff start into invade, is such a strong, like, level 2, and I think it can really abuse most jungle matchups, specifically the Sejuani that's been locked in. I think Graves is going to have a really easy time early game into this Sejuani, and I want to see the pressure put onto the Sej.
Is there a particular build that you actually focus, or you prefer, I should say, between, like, you know, fleet footwork and phase rush on Graves?
I will 99.9999% of the time go phase rush on Graves, and then I think your item build, because you can go lethality, you can go Black Cleaver, you can go Death Dance, you can go like Storm Razor. Your build is dependent on game state, your team composition, and the enemy team composition.
Because I've seen so many people like decide, oh, you know, this one's actually better for sustain, this one's better for this one. I'm always so curious about, like, you know, people's interpretation of the meta, and, like, you know, the different brackets, the different levels of tournament, and so on, right? So that was my curiosity. I'm always so interested, obviously, being a, you know, you being a jungle player yourself, as to, you know, what your 2 cents are in the situation. But let's kick on with the rest of the draft. Aphelios and Sejuani were locked in. So we've got a nice tanky boy to provide that protection, and the Zoe that you highlighted as well. So comfort picks have been found with some meta champions to bolster it.
So, you know, Aphelios is our Season 10 champion, and need we say we don't need to talk about what Aphelios does when he's created in Season 10. You know, Sejuani is not really a popular or prominent pick, but it definitely has a role in some team compositions. Zoe's Amatul Zoe Amatul, whatever you want to say, is one of his best champions, and Zoe I think is a bit of a sleep agent as well. There's not that much priority Zoe's actually a champion that it's very niche, in which not every mid laner is very good at Zoe, but the ones that are can always pick Zoe, because Zoe's, I think in my opinion, Zoe's still good. It's just that you need to be at a certain level of Zoe gameplay, if that makes sense.
How many times have you seen that happen, right? Like, I've seen it happen in other games where, somebody is incredibly proficient at something, and whether or not it's meta or whether or not it's being played, they always have that extra, 2 cents to add into the mix and say, look, I can play this so well, and it's so frustrating to deal with that despite it maybe being C tier, I'm just going to body you on it.
Well, I wouldn't even say Zoe's C tier. I think Zoe's actually, like I said, very decent into some control mages, but like, the Zoe player that's good versus the the Zoe player that's not that experienced is like an extra needlessly large rod, right?
Yeah.
Like it just does that extra 60% or 60 ability power. It's got extra 80 ability power, whatever you want to call it. That Zoe.
Quantifying skill. It's no longer a player. It's just a bunch of numbers. That's always an interesting one. Ornn. Okay, well, Ornn's been locked in. Ornn is just still so annoying, right? I heard like Ellis talk about it the other day and how he described it. It's like a rap god moment. He's like, it's assassin, jungler, farmer, tank, king. He listed like 20 different things off in one row, and I thought, yes, it's not wrong. It just does it all.
Well, when Ornn gets ahead in lane, it really becomes like a split pusher. I swear, I play a lot of Ornn myself, and if you ever get leads on Ornn, you literally become a Fiora in a side lane. Like, the top laner that you have the lead against can't actually play the game. Obviously, there's some matchups where it doesn't matter. Ornn just can't actually get pushed into it. But if if Ornn gets a lead in this Aatrox matchup, Ornn gets priority in this lane. It can roam to mid lane and be a menace for the mid laner. But in isolation, obviously the Aatrox wins this matchup, right? If the Aatrox doesn't fall behind and the Aatrox gets ahead himself, it's obviously very Aatrox favored.
That's what we're going to keep our eyes on, but it's going to be actually interesting, because if this is what we're going to lock in place with, there's actually going to be an Aatrox in the bottom lane, and Kali will be the one to take them on one-on-one. Of course it wouldn't.
No, that's
I was going to say, that would actually blow my mind. I was going to say, Ziggs is what we'd be more familiar with. Ziggs Veigar, going to be so much annoyance there, plenty of AP damage. The Morgana, with the Black Shield, could be a big deciding factor here for how fed the farmer of the Philios gets.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I'm not sure what RMIT's team composition is going to do this game. I don't necessarily know, like, how they, for lack of a better word, like, win that game. In a sense of the Team UQ's composition has some very easy R button, or like very easy to execute team fight. This is how we'll start. It's the Ornn ult, it's the Sedge ult, and we'll just team fight front to back. But yeah, with the other team, it's RMIT. It's what does that team do?
They start to get wide, right? Because they got those 2 heavy engages, as you highlighted, and then the Zoe on top of that, right? So like, if they try and force a fight, there's a trouble bubble, there's the paddle stars from afar. You think, okay, this makes sense in a world, right? And then to obviously back everything up on top of that, you got an Aphelios also being an annoyance. So I almost wonder if it's like a case of a well-rounded composition, maybe with a bit of flavor of comforts, just versus flat-out comforts there with what we can obviously see on the screen there, which is dive in your face. We want to try and burst you one shot. If the cage goes down, you have to die.
Yeah, I think the RMIT's team comp, they need a lead early, right? They're playing, hard shoving bot lane with like Ziggs and Veigar, and they got a little bit of a kill threat if the cage lands and they get enough poke down. They have Graves, who's just going to be like perma prior, perma invading. So, it'd be interesting to see what Graves does with this pushing bot lane. I think it's something that he basically has hard pushing bot lane and hard pushing top lane. And so if RMIT can get a lead in laning phase and grow the lead that they get in lane out of lane, then it's definitely going to be a hard game for UQ. But if UQ can come out of lane even and have access to their R buttons, which are their ultimates, the Ornhorn, the Sejuani, Glacial Prison, and the Morgana ultimate, then it's going to be a very hard game for them.
I mean, is there a lane in which Graves wants to prioritize in? I mean, you talk about the hard shoving, top and bot, but, mid lane, obviously not going to be the easiest CC to follow up there with Akali, but is that maybe a lane to try and obviously get ahead? Because we know what Akali's can do when they get a few items online.
So Graves is actually one of those champions where you don't necessarily want to get, well, you don't need to get a lane ahead, right? When you look at Sejuani's like, okay, I'm going to get this lane ahead. I'm going to get bot lane ahead, mid lane ahead. Graves wants to get himself ahead, okay?
Right.
So Graves' lanes want to play towards Graves. And the objective of this game for them should be that Graves gets a lead while also diminishing what Sejuani gets. So it's like a two-way street. Graves gets stronger, Sej gets weaker. And then you see this massive jungle gap, right? That happens, and Graves becomes like some unkillable demon king that just runs all over the map and one-shots people. So I think Graves is going to be using the priority that he has in bot lane and top lane to get himself the lead, right? Not a lane.
That's what I'm looking forward to, then, is really seeing how Graves can navigate this map once again, if he can utilize those those points that you highlight. But then on the flip side of that, you talk about this bot lane being a hard shoving wave. I mentioned that the Black Shield could be a big deciding factor here. That surely opens up opportunities then for them to get punished, obviously with that Sejuani having a very easy lane to look towards, because you'd imagine it is going to leave on to his own devices.
Well, the thing about Black Shield and Morgana in this lane is that it's a magic damage shield, and there's a lot of magic damage in bot lane. If Morgana Black Shield's too early or Black Shield's for the wrong reason, then one Ziggs Q, one Ziggs Satchel will potentially breaks that Black Shield depending on how many points she's skilled into the Black Shield. So
Yep.
the Veigar cage, there's still potential for that to land, especially if the Veigar goes, because I've seen support Veigars go glacial, like they go the glacial route, right? Where they buy, I call it the hose, the hose that spits out the slows, the glacial
GLP,
slow,
yeah.
GLP. So I call it the hose, they get hosed down. So if they get hosed down in lane, Black Shield lands, and then a couple of Ziggs bombs lands, there's still potential for them to get locked up. I don't think the Morgana is a get out of free jail card for them.
Be interested to see then how they actually decide to play around it, if that skill check actually does come online. But for me, obviously, based on what you highlighted there with the Zoe, be it his most comfortable champion, the, what did you say, 60 AP, 80 AP extra buff, just because he's a player that knows how to play it really well. I'm really excited to see how that can actually be used to unlock. And whenever I verse the Zoe, I'm always so damn frustrated, man. Like I find myself getting like one shot off the screen, and I'm like, that's so cool. Well, I'm interested to see what he can do.
Well, this is where we see the one true skill check, right? We see this is the skill check of Zoe Akali. This is the skill check matchup. All the other matchups, they're not really skill checks in the sense that Aatrox should play this matchup a certain way. The bot lane should play out a certain way. But Akali's that champion that just always has kill threat, always has the potential to outplay you, always has the potential to do nasty things to you, right? Like I hate Akali. I hate versing Akali. So Zoe, the pressure is going to be on Zoe early. Zoe's going to be like using those paddle stars to chunk Akali out, make Akali irrelevant. But as soon as level 6 hits, there's going to be so much kill threat on this on this Zoe. So for me, level 6 is the key number in this game. And if Akali can manage to get the kill onto Zoe or get a lead, then this game could blow open through mid lane.
Well, level 6 may be the magic number. That's going to be one that we're obviously going to have to keep our eyes firmly fixed on to really see how they can use those leads and to see how they can play around the fact that their vision, right? Obviously, with these two shoving lanes, how they can utilize that to keep themselves protected. Otherwise, jungle could be that massive, massive impact to find free lanes, to blow open the objectives that we saw being contested, and to see the likes of how RMIT in particular look to try and control the dragons, the Rift Heralds, and whether or not Queensland look to forfeit a few of those to say we just need a few items, we need to have a few power spikes online before we look to contest, or if they can get themselves strong enough by that level 6 mark that they can say we can ignore the fact that you guys have this strength in numbers and the CS lead that you're no doubt going to be looking at. But let's have a look. We're going to kick it off into game number 2 of the day. RMIT taking on University of Queensland. This time we will be drafting and jumping in to level 1 action.
I'm not sure if you've been around long enough yet, Skims, but when the game starts and when games load in, I really judge players by their skin choices.
Well, I've actually had a few moments with Rusty when we're looking at skins. Like I see like a Shamrock Malphite, and I'm like, that does not look appealing. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you're not looking good in lane, well, how are you gonna stun on your opponent?
Well, I'm a firm believer of if you look good, feel good, you play good. Okay.
100%. 100%.
But on the opposite hand, I know Carbon, who he actually deliberately picks the ugliest looking skin. There's some players who really pick the ugliest looking skin because for them, the beauty is in the imperfections.
This is like one of those wholesome tweets of philosophy of like, you're beautiful inside and out, or it's just literally a case of like, if you die to something like that, then you're just going to be annoyed?
Well, I was like,
What is the mental state?
Look, I don't know the psychology because I've never looked at a skin when I've died and said, "Oh damn, I'm so angry I'm dead." Right? I'm just angry I'm dead, and generally when I'm dead, I've lost my team in the game. So there's bigger things to be thinking about than, "Oh no, I've just lost to this skin."
What I mean,
like,
imagine like you die to somebody with like 7 million mastery points. They have like the ugliest skin in the game. You're just like, God damn, like you're just straight tilted.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got all chat muted, you've got emotes muted, but that is one thing that you can't mute, and that's just hit you in the head hard.
Yeah, nah, definitely agree. This mid lane matchup already is playing out how we said it would, right? Like, there's always going to get pushed. There's always, for me, is going to be harassing the Akali. Akali's given the prio. Zoe hits 2 first, so it's definitely Graves has to keep an eye on something. Graves has to keep an eye on when invading. There's always going to be able to collapse first.
Well, both junglers actually started top side, so they're going to have a bit of a buff mismatch. Means they're going to be pathing towards the bottom side to potentially look at helping out that bot lane, which is actually working out pretty well so far here for UQ.
Yeah.
Able to keep them far away, but I mean, obviously, as we highlighted, right, you need a few levels on these poking mages from afar. Once they got that combo down pat, then it could be a very different story.
You took the words right out of my mouth. I was gonna say it's easy to look at someone getting a push level 1 and being like, well, you guys said that they'll be pushing, but you need levels in your abilities to push the wave. Ziggs needs some mana as well, but so it's obviously going to start off in the favor of the people who benefit from auto attacking, but this lane will slowly transition into the Vega Ziggs push, perma push, if you will.
Just have to wait and see how they look to try and play around here with the jungle, with Graves in the area. Could be the one to respond first if wanted, if need be. There's no vision right now so far from UQ, so that would be a blind invade or a blind gank attempt if it were to happen. We're going to see some signs of life here from Akali. Lochan gonna bust him up a few times underneath his tower.
I'm not sure how I feel about Graves giving Sejuani like free access to his jungle, in the sense that he's just let Sedge full clear camps. He hasn't got a full clear off, don't get me wrong, but he's pretty much just let Sedge jungle for free. Sedge is getting a free base, running into his bot side. Maybe he'll even get access to his bot side camps. I don't know what Graves is going to do, but I definitely don't think you should be trying to let Sedge scale evenly with you. If you let Sedge get uninterrupted farm in a jungle and get to the items and levels that she needs, then Sedge is the best champion in the game. The problem with Sedge, and the reason why people don't play Sejuani, is because it can get bullied out very early and to a point in which it makes the champion irrelevant.
Makes sense, and that's going to be one to obviously bear in mind, right? If you can get those resources shown your way without really getting bullied out in the early game, then it's a completely different matchup here.
And so this Ornn Aatrox matchup is what happens, right? You see Ornn get like prio early, gets a little bit of poke down onto the Aatrox.
Look at it.
But this matchup changes quite quickly, right? Like when Aatrox gets first base, or not even first base, he's still got 2 charges left of his refillable potion. He actually, interestingly enough, started the Doran Shield. Wait, something we missed. He started Doran Shield and then and he got a free base off. So he hard shoved and then got a free base off and got longsword. So Landon's playing this lane quite well, actually.
Yeah, he's not going to feel too far behind in this situation. Obviously up by 10 CS right now, so you can see and you can look at that trading pattern in isolation and think, wow, that's actually pretty brutal. And we know obviously what Ornn can do with the brutal procs going online 1, 2, and 3, and your health bar just disappearing in an instance. But Landon's going to be the one to hit level 6 first and be the one to be able to freely rotate and assist Graves if need be. I'm going to get a second base off already, so looking to be quite strong here. We can start to see what's going to happen now in this bottom lane as well. A base has actually happened. Level 4 is online. A few resources, a bit of AP, a bit of mana. This lane is going to be a little bit stronger now to bully. As you can see, UQ actually go for a reset of their own.
The thing you'll find here too is that, like I said in the last game, is Ziggs has TP, and so when Farmer and Revenge, the Defilios and Morgana come back into lane, you can use your health bar and your mana as a resource for trading, right? Like, you got to use it. You have to use it in this lane. So Frost and Dottie can start taking some, like, not less than favorable trades, as long as they're still trading some, like, relatively even. Then they use that TP to cheat tempo to get back into lane, and all of a sudden, Farmer and Revenge are half HP under their tower. So the Hex Drinker comes through, though, interestingly enough. The Hex Drinker comes through from from Aphelios, which is going to negate a lot of damage from this bot lane. Maybe even all of their kill threat. I think Hextrinker is really OP earlier in this game.
Yeah, it's actually going to act as a huge HP buffer to allow their trading patterns to be a little bit more favorable in their end. That's going to be a good start here for RMIT. They're going to be utilize the fact that they had tempo and pressure and the ability to control this bottom half of the map. They're going to be the ones that pick up the very first dragon and the repeat on the Scuttles.
Yeah, Aatrox is already getting this massive CS lead in lane, right? Like, at a certain point, it's okay to admit that you're playing on and you soft lose lane, right? But if this CS lead keeps growing, you're no longer soft losing. At about like 15 or so CS, you're down a kill. So, you know, if that 15 CS lead turns into 30 or whatever it is, then you're all of a sudden down 2 kills. And then, you know, you're down 2 kills. I think that's a little bit no bueno for your laning phase.
Need a little bit of candy to cheer up his spirits in this one, which is actually going to be what happens in the bottom lane. First blood is picked up here. Nice before level 6 as well.
Yeah. This is something you don't want to see when you're playing a lane like Ziggs and Veigar. It's niche as it is, and it's something that requires, as we see the all-in in the top lane, Skimmy.
Oh, that's a beautiful flash to negate the Ornhorn coming on out, and now Landon's going to look to try and find a much more beneficial trading pattern of his own. World Ender goes out, was finding a fair bit of sustain, and hang on a minute.
Yeah, so
this is a rotation.
So this 8-minute flip is usually when Rift Herald spawns, right? So this says to me is that this is a tempo play for Rift Herald. Graves, as you see, walking onto the Rift Herald, starts it already. Farmer and Revenge are a little bit late to the play, but they got the bot wave in, which was really important. Now Aatrox is going to go back to a wave that's bouncing towards Ornn, and this is still contestable for the side of UQ, Team UQ.
How do Queensland look to set things up right now? It's going to be the jump in right there from Sejuani. The cage is going to go down, but it doesn't matter unless he actually touches those walls to contest it right now. Actually gets blocked in place there by the smoke grenade, and Holochain comes on through with the execution. Goes to sleep afterwards, but night, sweet dreams. Second objective picked up here for RMIT.
That was definitely a full fun contest from Sejuani. There was no universe in which he was going to get that. So that's what tempo does for you, right? Tempo is a key word in League of Legends. Frost and Dottie reset early. Sure, they died, but they reset early. They flipped the top lane before 8 minutes. They were able to get push in top lane. They were able to get river control, and that netted them the Rift Herald, and it makes the enemy jungler or enemy team make poor decisions like the Sejuani made there, and the Sejuani got punished, and they got the Rift Herald. Not a big fan of that Rift Herald usage, by the way. Not a big fan of that.
No, doesn't really find much at all. Out goes the Inferno Bomb as well to follow things up with Stun Cage as well. But just full disengage attempt. And we've talked about this at great lengths, right, from the OPL when you've seen situations where the Rift Herald goes down. There's an argument to be made. Look, you're just looking for very quick plates, but you want the execution damage. You want that tower to fall on down. You want that bonus gold right there and then.
It's something. The Rift Herald is something you don't need to panic on. Like, it's not going anywhere, right? You're not losing it anytime soon. And the turret plates aren't going away. So sometimes I think holding on to Rift Herald is the optimal play, because you don't know what's going to happen in 2 or 3 minutes, right? You could kill the mid laner, get the wave to hit tower, and then you could start taking a few turret plates, then drop it. I think preemptively dropping a Rift Herald is almost always bad, because you're never going to get the tower, especially when it's being defended.
It was like the ace up your sleeves, right? Which is always going to be a threat in the mind of the opposition of like, well, what happens if we make this play? And it's always that constant looming thought of, if we mess up here, we not only lose a death or a kill or an objective, but we lose, you know, structures as well, right? So to give that away, RMIT feeling quite confident here. What is that actually amounting to in a gold situation? Up by roughly 500 gold. It's not the biggest window so far. I suppose a lot of that can be caught by the fact that Frost was top lane, can just freely rotate via teleport back to the bottom side of the map and just keep pressure on his objectives.
I'm really keen to see this mid lane matchup now. Zoe just got passed off blue by Sejuani, and a lot of Zoe's problems in this Akali matchup stems from the fact that she goes and Akali doesn't. Akali has lifesteal in the build. Akali takes fleet footwork, so Akali in essence out-sustains the poke damage from Zoe, because Zoe will end up going Now that Zoe has blue buff, I want to see this skill check matchup. I want to see what happens. If Zoe can land the bubble and land the Q, then it's lane over for Akali, and vice versa. If Akali gets a few pokes down, hits the shurikens or hits the E, as I say that, there's a gank come through from Sejuani.
Yeah, that's where they're turning their attention right now. The bubble will not land, but the junglers are always in the area. They're keeping their eyes in place because they realize that is where the skill check is happening. That's where they need to put those eggs into that basket. Dragon going to be up in just under 15 seconds now. And with teleport being available for both the solo laners in the top side of the map, be interested to see how their threat can actually be utilized with exhaust being available on Ornn. Down by 25 CS now, Juves.
Yeah, I mean, it's still not enough to make me concerned because it's an Ornn.
Glacial Prison, though. Goodbye. One jungle to another. Objective up and down. This time Sejuani finds the better end of the trades. And they may be able to leash this one out and get one on the board for themselves.
And this is a two-part play. I want to talk about two things here quickly. The thing that I'm impressed with is Scott walked to mid lane. As we see, the Ziggs will come through, never mind. Scott walked to mid lane, helped Zoe push the mid lane so they could get river control, which led to that pick from Sejuani, right? So sometimes it's optimal for jungler to walk into lane, push the wave with their mid laner to then get river control, which net gains them a dragon and a pick. Now, the other thing I wanted to say quickly is this is what happens when you play Graves and you don't abuse your jungle matchup early. Whether it was nerves or not necessarily sure how the matchup should play out, Sejuani got to a free level 7, free level 8, a free Cinderhulk, and if Sejuani can do that, it's always going to be more useful than the Graves.
And this is when you say, well, you look at these compositions in isolation, you say, look, they've got the engage potential here in the University of Queensland, and, you know, maybe there's comfort, maybe there's aggression, maybe there's damage that comes out here from RMIT. Well, if they've been unable to find it in those early stages of the game, you'd always want to be taking out Sejuani of the Graves. Yeah,
if Sejuani can get to this point, right? And I think there's some compositional changes that could maybe make the Graves shine a little bit more, but for the most part, you know, Sejuani's cruising in this game. Sejuani's loving life at this point.
Living her best life as it stands right now, and I had to, obviously, I suppose, keep an eye on what build she decides to optimize into. If we're going to see, you know, an early rush onto maybe a stone plate for some just protection, tankiness, and all around look. You know, maybe Ornn isn't the biggest threat, but I can be. Obviously, you just want to go for straight up, you know, bruiser ability. Obviously, versing a ton of AP mages in this game, so maybe an abyssal or an adaptive helm.
So when I look at Stoneplay, we'll talk a little bit about itemization. Stoneplay is really optimal when you're the sole tank. If you just need to become like that tanky frontline for your team and you need it fast, then Stoneplay is, I think, the optimal build for Sejuani, or specific junglers that builds in the Hulk. But the fact that there's an Ornn in the game, I think Sejuani is allowed to go for something like a Warmog's, allowed to go for something like not a Warmog, sorry, I think Spirit Visage or like Adaptive Helm, whatever magic resist item he wants. I think magic resist is the optimal build path for him right now.
Can find a fair bit more value as a result. Has this lane really changed much in the mid lane? It doesn't look like it at this stage. No. Still, it's going to be a Kali in the driving seat. And yeah, obviously, yeah, they did show face in that mid lane, which allowed them to get a dragon, but it hasn't actually helped much more than just that alone. Yeah,
I mean, most of this game has been contesting neutral objectives and flipping map from the bot lane. So, like Zoe in essence has not necessarily been bailed out of the lane, but because of the game state, there's less threat in the 1v1 because the map state is ever so changing, right? Like, you know, it's constantly shifting bot lanes, it's constantly shifting top laners, and there's just like, it's pretty much just push wave and go, push wave and move, as we see Akali on the all-in.
Ping pong attempts go on, Akali's just done the dirty on the ball. Double ultimates go across the wall, and just gets that for free, 007 style.
And oh. There's another
it just carries on, Jubes. It just absolutely carries on. This is what we're going to have to get used to here in the University Championships. It's just fighting, aggression, and team fight chaos.
I like when I like when matchups play out the way that I say they will, because then it looks like I know what I'm talking about.
Hey, isn't it always good when an analyst is actually like, yeah, I know what I'm talking about. Oh, teleport comes out though, and Dark Binding will not connect. However, this is UQ looking to try and force a fight. They want to try and force this objective. Yes, they did lose the Zoe. Zoe's on her way back, doesn't have flash, but can always look to try and pick up somebody and use their one instead. It's going to be UQ that start things off with. Moonlight Vigil goes out. The Graviton Cannon is going to be the optimization. It'll lock them in place. Heal goes out from Vega, who survives. Inferno Bomb hits nothing but the ground. The knock-up damage with a delayed flash as well. He's going to live.
The Ziggs is having a field day on the side there. The Ziggs is actually having a field day. Firing range, and he's just throwing bombs.
He's chucking out bombs. He's having fun. He's in training mode.
But he's actually gone in the process. So, this was a 4v5? Well, okay, Zoe just got there. I think it's okay to lose Rift Herald here, Skimmy. It's okay to lose Rift Herald, guys.
But look what they're achieving right now. You know, they got a free push in bot and mid. They could look to just continue pushing this. If they can get a win here as well, this would be huge right now. But Amador just executes down onto Dottie. No Vega. Now it's a 4v5. Akali is zoned on out. They're trying to chase through onto a Rava Ziggs. This goes from bad to worse. They forced an objective. They had the win conditions in other lanes. And UQ have been given a window back into this one.
I think this was a product of RMIT not knowing what their win condition was, right? They literally got the on teleport for free. The turret plates are gone, so the Rift Herald loses a little bit more value than it's normally worth. Aatrox was getting free push in the bot lane, gets a 40 to 50 CS lead. The game was just in an optimal state for RMIT to leave that Rift Herald, and for some reason they felt the need to contest it. And they gave away a few kills and the Rift Herald. So I look at it like, you know when like a laner's getting ganked and and there's no way they're not gonna die, but they stay anyway for the CS. It's like they then lose the CS, they then also give away the kill, as opposed to just leaving the tower.
Let's see what it means, because we've got objectives back to back on your doorstep. They're looking for it again. They've got their eyes turned on towards Scott, who's burning that flash to make sure the chains that Aatrox lands will not connect here today. Akali looking for a free base. We'll have teleport to join back into this one. Now will UQ set things up? Will they be the ones to start off this dragon? It looks to be that is the case.
I think it's a rough time for RMIT to fight this dragon, if I'm being honest. I think these fights here just suit the Zoe so much, suit the Ornn, and it's just something they need to sack.
Well, you speak of those two, and then he wants to start things off with a massive Ornn onto 3. Member zones him away. Akali finds a moment and dashes him with conviction, but Zoe responds in a double kill. Double kills for both the teams. Double kills for everybody is what it seems.
I officially know nothing about League of Legends. That's what I learned today, because I felt like this was just going to be a team fight win for Team UQ. There was nothing that that RMIT could do to get into the river. It was just going to be Zoe field day with Ornn ult starting the fight. But one thing we didn't see is HoloChan on the Akali actually picked someone up off in the side lane, picked the Sejuani off in the side lane. And so once that happens, you lose one of your tanks, you lose one of your engaged tools, and it becomes like a skirmish, a chaotic skirmish, in which we're talking that RMIT's team comp thrives. And, you know, off that team fight win, they get the dragon, and they may even get mid tower.
A good tempo swing, and yeah, once again, one of those situations of the old caster curse, but now they were looking at attention there towards Akali, not going to fight it right now, but Rift Herald is still in the pocket here of Sejuani. Now they're going to try and do a good job here of closing out the vision gap in mid lane and looking to take down this structure, open things up. Sejuani just walks straight into the face and says, look, we are forcing this. There is nothing you can do about it. Going to come on down, and how do RMT set up once again with the aggression that they've presented here?
All the Rift Heralds this game have been a little bit stinky.
A little bit stinky. Oh, charge, binding, damage, follow-up, execution! The farmer does the job! He's a lumberjack too, because he's chopping on down. But every single time that happens, HoloChan is always finding a flank attempt, always finding somebody waiting on the wings, always executing their health bar as well. It's a one-for-one trade. Redemption comes down. It's going to be an aggressive one.
Yeah, this tower looks like it's going down. They're sieging the siege comp.
Well, UQ find an opportunity, and they needed that desperately, opening up this map, finding their very first turret of the game. But just to close out that goal difference right now, there's not a major one, but you're definitely seeing item spikes be present and utilized, like this 5-0 Akali with the Gunblade.
I was about to say that. This Akali's 5-0. I'm actually a little bit concerned for UQ right now. Like, who do they send to the side lane to answer Akali? Because I think whoever goes really gets solo killed. The problem that they have right now is Ornn has built only armor items, right? Sunfire Cape, Ninja Tarbis, Bramble Vest. Akali's 5-0.
But that's my question, right? Where is your typical, Sunfire into Abyssal, right? Yes, there's a world where you say, I need the Bramble because I need to try and contest the likes of an Aatrox, but I think it's gone far beyond. Like, you just concede laning phase, right? And you say, I need to live so that I can actually try and do something and bully out the Akali, because as it continues, Zoe, Morgana, it doesn't matter.
Well, what's optimal is that you go the Bramble Vest first item in lane. The Bramble Vest versus Aatrox first item in lane is very optimal for Ornn.
Yeah.
And so, like, I don't think it was as a decision that he was like, oh, I'm going to build this to beat him in the side lane. I think he already had the item, and then he fell even further behind, and now we're looking at it like, well, you should have had MR for Akali. But I think it's unfair, for like an unfair statement for him at the very least. I think he did the right thing. It's just that he's somehow caught an allergic reaction to minions.
That's one way to put it, I suppose, and you're going to see what that actually means. 40 CS advantage right now for this man on your screen. Landon having a great time so far on this Aatrox, up by a level in his own matchup, and is making it work in his favor. The same could be said now in mid as well, and you highlighted that mid-wave skill check, which is definitely being found here by HoloChan on the Akali. 5-0, how do they continue this aggression? What do they decide to set up for next? That is the question. We are seeing what appears to be the likes of an Osa ARAM. Everybody's showing face in the mid lane.
There's always not behind, right? Like, it's important to... There's always actually not doing too bad. I mean, he is behind in the context of Akali, but the Zoe is still very relevant in this game.
I mean, with the items that are online right now, absolutely. And, you know, you've always got to imagine that Zoe can definitely chunk half your health bar, if not more, in the latter stages of this game. The next skirmish we're looking at going to always be a threat. So if the tanks can scale up into a situation in which you can utilize them to lock members in place, well, yeah, you've got the damage to follow up. That is one thing for sure.
And this is, I think, what we'll see for most of the game until the neutral objective spawns that's worth fighting over. We'll see Akali hit that side lane and just perma-push while Ziggs stays mid and also perma-pushes, right? Ziggs is obviously going to go soon, but he has that, you know, that magic cheat tempo teleport. And so I think we'll see Ziggs maybe not even TP back, because I think Akali's going to reset. I think it's just a global reset timer for the whole of RMIT, as we see both of them basing now. But I think, you know, this is how the game's going to play out. It's going to be Akali in the side lane. It's going to be Ziggs in the mid lane just perma-pushing. And the onus is going to be on Team UQ to start a team fight. They need to find the window in where it's optimal for them to roam, to get together 5 and start something that wins them the game. Because if the game plays out in side lanes, RMIT's got this all day.
And if it happens in the mid lane as well, they've also got the lockdown protection with that bot lane that they have. So we always talk about it with the Ornn upgrades. Those are going to start to come online now. As you can see, the very first one goes towards that Sunfire Cape. Members of UQ are setting themselves up in this river to try and zone out the aggression that can, say, transpire from mid-wave. But it's not going to matter because Situani walks into 3 members on the ramp. Out comes the Ornn ult. Where's it going to be redirected? Onto Graves. It looks good. Glacial Prison completely whiffs as well. 2 major tank initiations destroyed. Now 3 members locked in place. Moonlight Vigil from afar. And Metal finds 1. Doing the damage, doing the job, and getting Zoe online. HoloChan responds, however, finding 1 in quick succession. And HoloChan is just lighting this map up like fireworks right now. Finding them all underneath the tower. Zoned away. Half health himself. The damage has been done. Everybody is low. UQ are forced to disengage here.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm very impressed with HoloChan Akali. Very, very impressed. He played that team fight, you know, close to perfect. He landed his Akali R2 on multiple members of the team. And, you know, this Akali is really doing work. The one thing I'll say is this team fight was very close. With Zoe landing the one-shot onto Vega over the wall, this team fight was very close considering Team UQ whiffed multiple of their ultimates, right? Ornn ulted way too early, hit only the Graves, and there was no follow-up, as well as the Sejuani, I think, even missing ultimate.
Missed the Glacial Prison,
They missed so many abilities and had no follow-up on any of their ultimates, and they still nearly cleaned up that team fight. So, I guess what I'm trying to say is, there's promising signs for Team UQ, but at the moment, HoloChan is smurfing in the team fights, and you hate to see it, Morgana. You hate to see it.
Got the wrong key binding there on the wall trinket and has burnt Azonius to look good. Yes, you look gold. It's not the trophy time just yet, though. You've still got a way to go in these national group stages, and I think the Penguin says it all there.
Yeah, you gotta have a little bit of fun with it, don't you? Once you do that, you gotta cop it on the chin and have a little bit of fun.
You have to. You have to just say, look, well, that happened, Mum. Turn off the TV. You don't want to see that one.
Yep, Mum, don't get the camera.
Don't get the camera. You know, keep that one in the glove box.
Yep.
This is not something I want to stick up.
Oh,
the Glacial Prison. He tried to snipe it. He didn't find it.
I mean,
but that's what you're talking about, right? The Zoe. No matter how far this game gets out of hand, the Zoe can always just do things like that.
Well, it's important to remember it is, as I say that, potentially a team fight in the mid lane. So, like I said, right? Team UQ wants to force fights on the mid wave because that's where they have the numbers disadvantage. And Akali wants to get this top lane into the tier 2 turret so she can start, you know, chipping away at it. So it's a game of 2 different compositions. One team wants to play side lane really quite heavily, and Akali wants to, you know, do some work in the side Side lane. One thing, Skimmy, that you'll notice is you see Hollow Chan with the level 15 and Amatul, his counter lane, are level 13. Yeah. So when you have someone that's just perma pushing side lane all day, as we see the flank coming from the Akali.
Let's see how much damage happens here right now and towards Farmer. Just deleted. Double kill under the tower. Who cares about a stopwatch? You don't need it. He walks out. He goes drowsy. Paddle Star, though, does come in clutch in the end. Amatul will turn us around in their favor. He will find that revenge eventually. And he has no slouch to the damage department as well. 6 and 2 with a blue buff as well. Mid laners are putting in work.
Yeah, so Hollow Chan just picked up the Void Staff as well. There's the Sedgeot lands.
It lands this time, and now the Ornn ultimate to follow things up with, but it doesn't follow up. It looks good on the map, but it goes in the wrong direction. They do get the kill, however, and they trade things out evenly.
So, one really big thing happened there. The Zoe got the 1k bounty from the Akali. There was a 1k bounty that Zoe just picked up, and so if you thought Zoe was scary, wait till she purchases an item. I think she may go for the Void Staff. Yep, she got the Void Staff off the base. So I think she had a cheeky 1800 on her base there, or 1400.
Dripping in finesse, really. Probably had the music on play as well. Spotify was the theme tune for that purchase.
If any ability from Zoe, any Paddle Star lands on Ziggs or Veigar, they are getting one shot. Absolutely one shot. They're disappearing from Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, no magic resist, no chance really to survive in this one. Triple Merc trades in the top half of their draft, but outside of that, you're terrified. But that's what happened.
That's how the bounty system works now, right? You praise Hollow Chan the whole game because he's actually had a pretty solid performance. He's been carrying his team in a lot of these team fights, and
bounty swings it around.
Yeah, the bounty just makes it so all of a sudden Amatul is a power point for his team, and you can't flame Hollow Chan for giving away that bounty. It was a little bit aggressive, but he's gone from having a blinder to giving up a 1k and giving UQ another win condition.
He's essentially handed him a little bit of a donation. He's put a little bit of money in there, like when you go buy something from a shop and $2 to charity. I think that's what Hollow Chan's done here right now. He's giving a little bit of money away. He's still definitely in the driving seat, 40 CS up, still has a second repeat back-to-back bounty here in his head. So the guy is most wanted, and level 16 as well now, really making it hard for Ornn to even look at trying contesting that.
Yeah, I mean Ornn isn't going anywhere near that side lane, right? I'm pretty sure a couple Akali Qs, a couple Akali Shurikens will, as we see a flank, the teleport comes in.
Very aggressive here from Graves right now. Inferno Bomb actually only hits one. Guardian proc does go off. Now it's going to be a flash forward stun here by Aatrox, who gets put into the drowsy zone of death. But it doesn't matter. AoE collapse in the mid lane. Shutdowns galore. They come out thick and fast again. Amatul will find it on the repeat shutdown, but Landon is going to make things happen. He's the one that led the charge, and he delivers the goods here in the mid lane for RMIT. But the fight is still continuing. Amatul is rotating through those cooldowns, waiting for them to come back up and down. And May just look to try and turn this situation around. Now that the Abyssal Mask is online, Ornn can stay around a little bit longer and was a major factor in keeping tanky and just providing Zoe with a window to face tank with.
That's what a balanced ability looks like. So the team fight for me is it's relatively even, right? It's a 2-for-2 at the end. There's two people alive from both teams at the end of it. HP advantage is definitely with RMIT, Aatrox and Ziggs were the last two to be alive. And Zoe just all of a sudden picks up 2 flashes, picks up a gunblade, and turns that skirmish on its head. And Ziggs steals the soul.
We've seen it happen again. It does not matter. AD carries for blue side win dragons.
Yep. Don't do dragon. If you're on red side today, don't start dragons. Don't start dragons on red side.
You got on this whole rant about how Zoe is so damn annoying, so strong, so beautiful, and then you go, hang on a minute, I've got an Inferno Bomb, we've now got triple Mountain Drakes and and a Mountain Soul. That's really cool. But now we negate so much of what you're trying to throw our way.
So, look, Mountain Soul in this game for RMIT is it's not as beneficial as it would have been for UQ. And what I mean by that is Mountain Soul is very good for teams that have statistic building champions, right? So Akali is building like pure damage, Ziggs is building pure damage, Veigar's building pure damage, so they're not getting much benefit of this Mountain Soul. Aatrox is getting a lot of value from this. Sure, the Graves Maw is getting value from this, but if you look at Imagine if Sejuani and Ornn had this Mountain Soul, right? Like, they would be
absolutely.
just Giga Chads, no one's killing them. So, this game, while it's like, oh no, they've lost Soul, it's still, you know, very winnable for Team UQ.
So what have we got? We've got like 18% buffing of what, like 30 MR?
Yeah, which is like what? Not much.
Not much at all. Does not feel like a good time.
But still relevant, right? Still relevant.
Oh, still relevant. And the padding shield that's obviously going to provide as well is going to be something to always keep an eye on. Now, Vega had actually gone back because he got chunked out completely. Aatrox is pushing bot wave, but a fight's going to take place here. A teleport needs to come out right now to try and turn this situation around. Drazia and Graves zoned away. Amatul finding the solo kill on towards the Akali. A big factor of RMIT's success so far in this game. Soul, gold, everything in their favor. But a fight that does not go their way. Now they come in for a delayed engage. Graves on the right-hand flank. They're going to face check themselves into a bush. But it's not even going to be a face check because they've got a ward down as well. They've taken them off the Baron. They've disengaged for the meantime. They can still hold mid-wave. What ultimates do UQ have to throw their way right now? Both tanks are down and out for at least another minute. So they may have just stemmed the bleeding to allow 20 seconds on this respawn.
Yeah, I think they're able to stop this Baron. Zeke still has the Mega Inferno Bomb. So at the very least, we're going to see a smite fight between Zeke and Sejuani. Right? I know it's obviously not a smite, it's a Mega Inferno Bomb. But, you know, you can't, and he's used it. Never mind.
And it goes. Baron was down to half, and it's already been used, as you say. Graves going on the flank right now, looking to try and dash in from that pit. Needs his team to sit up in the rest of the in the Baron pit in the river to give him some vision to play around with right now. But Ornn just bodies him up against the wall.
Ooh,
Slam dunk style. Aatrox does get it done right now. Graves has got it. He's stolen the Baron. RMIT win. Objectives. It doesn't matter. They steal dragons. They steal Barons. They steal it all.
Look
Now
how
need to live.
Ornnies.
They need to live to utilize this buff, but Akali's rocked that up, and Akali might look to do the 1v3 dream. Aatrox falls on down.
Sorry, I meant to say, look how tanky the Aatrox is. The Mountain Drake stats for him is insane. By the way, the Aatrox actually died to the Death Dance passive. If anyone was wondering, it wasn't Ignite. Death Dance ticked down, so Death Dance has like a little after effect burn. And yeah, that's what he ticked down from. But this game is now in a decent spot for RMIT. I know they got wiped, 4 people died, and there's a lot of gold onto this Zoe, and the Zoe's got the death cap upgrade now. But Akali has the Baron and can hit the side lane with the Baron buff, and I think that's what's important.
13-2 on the Zoe, as you say, and with the Rabadon cap upgrade, it definitely looks good, but you still got to wonder, you know, with this protection that the Akali has, how many people do they need to send to this lane to try and respond to her, first of all, then with the Mountain Soul, and then with the Baron buff too. So, insanely impressive.
I don't think, if Akali goes back here and picks up the death cap, I don't think Zoe can be the one to stop Akali in the side lane, to be honest. I think it's going to have to be like a team effort, a culmination of members. But the saving grace that they have, like Akali can't just AFK top lane because Elder Drake's hub. So we're going to see a big team fight in 1 minute and 40 seconds for the Elder Drake, unless someone just, you know, happens to die here.
Teleports are all available
Zoe
from
is coming to the play.
RMIT. This is looking really good if they wanted to actually split the map right now, but they are grouping up as it seems. They're going to actually go quite aggressive and dive on in. Amatul, you've got no team in protection. You're on your own. Each way you turn, you're in trouble. The teleport's going to come on out, but that's just going to bait team members in place. He flashes over the wall. He's trying to buy as much time. Actually jukes out the Aatrox Q first time. He's going to bramble off and actually bait his Sejuani as well. He says, thanks for that, bro. No, I'm dead as well. Stun, double kill. Vega doing the damage. AP damage is what we are looking at. Mages are the kings of this realm. And Holochan finds an execution onto the Ornn as well. Now they can freely rotate back to this dragon if they wanted to, but it's only up in a minute, so they can actually now turn their attention towards pushing all these lanes. Juves, wrong place, wrong time.
Yeah, this might sound like a silly comment from to the viewers at home, but those kills, those deaths, aren't that relevant, right? What I mean by that is, like, you know, they're probably going to take an inhib tower. You know, they may even get inhibitor, but when Elder Drake's up, the inhib that if you had to lose one, as I say that, Morgana may die.
Hang on a minute. They need to live right now. Does he have the Zhonya's? He does. Outgo to chains. They disengage. Doesn't have any effect. Execution! It's beautiful. A big stun into the tower is a last-ditch effort, but Farmer is unable to pick it up. That could have been a swing of the hammer, a potential turnaround point, but now they are finding pressure. Bot lane and mid lane. They could go for a reset, then they could turn their attention to an Elder.
Okay, what I was going to say before I was rudely cut off. Those deaths, aren't that relevant because they're still going to be able to contest Elder Drake, and Elder Drake is the win condition here, okay? But we see, okay, double teleport comes in from the blue team, so they're making it to that neutral objective real early, and they have river control.
They've got to go in blind right now, but just the dive attempts that this competition has, it doesn't actually matter if you got tanks, because we've just got assassins that have damage, that have items, that have power spikes in their back pockets. They jump in, and Akali gets a double kill straight like that. No jungle, no contest. Landon leading the charge as well. They are taking bodies, and they are fighting them one by one, almost like an arcade event. A huge black shield denies the satchel. One inhibitor's already got on down, but RMIT may now be threatening to try and end this game with the respawn time is at least 30 seconds and onwards.
That's actually crazy. Like the solo lanes from RMIT actually smurfed this game.
Well, they've turned this one around, bounty or not. It's going to be RMIT that closed this game out 37 minutes in, 10k gold up. The Zoe Crine emote says it all.
I love seeing those emotes, man. I wish I had those emotes when I was a player. But I think that's like two huge performances from Landon and HoloChan. Like, I didn't come into this game, you know, I told you that, you know, I knew HoloChan as a Camille player, as a kind of Camille, I guess, one trick, but he really impressed me on that Akali, and much with Landon. Like, I've only seen Landon play a lot of Malphite. It was obviously target banned by Team UQ, but he came up trumps with the Aatrox. The Aatrox was absolutely massive.
It was disgusting, right? At that stage of the game, just able to literally run into the abyss and say, we don't really care. And I think if you look back at some of those team fights, maybe there's a world in which they got punished. I'm talking about UQ in terms of, you know, unable to land some of those ultimates to lock members in place to get some kills that could have maybe given them some more opportunities to open up the map. But as it stood, right, you know, RMIT were in a world where they just had so many threats to deal with that, you know, who do you actually turn your attention onto? Every single time they went one way, there would always be a flank attempt from an Akali or an Aatrox from the back end. So, very hard decision making for them.
Well, it's also like we said, RMIT needed to get a little lead or a lead in laning phase, right? And they had that lead with the Akali. The Akali came out of lane with the solo kill, and I think that came up trumps and really important in like getting her accelerated enough that she could influence team fights. So shout out to them. Like, they played team fights extremely well. They skill checked their opponents.
Well, blue side seems to be the winning factor so far because they can steal objectives and they can get wins as well. We're going to jump to a quick break, and when we return, Game 3 of the Unisport Nationals.
When the difference
between winning and losing
is measured in milliseconds.
Everything counts.
The Alienware Legendary Battle Station.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Unisport Nationals winter game number 3 of day 1 here to open up things of the group stages. And so far, Jubes, it seems like blue side is OP. They get everything. They get objectives. They can steal it away with or without a jungler. And that about pretty much sums it up.
Yeah, well, I mean, just don't start objectives on red side because you probably end up losing the game after it gets stolen. That's the moral of the story today so far anyway.
Yeah, it's been pretty gross, and I suppose we've seen some comfort picks, we've seen some interesting compositions, we've seen some ideas that may be a little bit unconventional, maybe to your eye or mine from what I've seen in the OPL, but has there been anything in particular that's really appreciated, your mind? I mean, I know that the very first game, when the Gragas was getting bullied out there by the Trundle, you're like, this is how it should play out, this is what's happening, this is what's going. I like to see it.
I think last game didn't play out particularly how I expected, but you know, there was like a little cheeky Ziggs Vega that I didn't mind seeing, and I actually saw the reasoning for it in the team composition. It actually started to come to fruition. Maybe their funky drafts has something to do with the fact that Pabu is actually coaching them, because he is actually quite a what I would call like a funky player. He does things his own way, and he's got like a little twist, little different dynamic to how he would do things. It definitely looked like a very Pabu draft, if is basically what I'm trying to say.
It was about just have fun, just get in there. I mean, this is a guy that's played Darius in the top lane and just done whatever he wants. You know,
Pabu's played Corki top lane.
Trindamere.
Yeah.
I was waiting for him to play the likes of a Janna and just do some crazy things. But let's bring up the next game of the day. Obviously, we've had 2 so far. Game number 3, I believe it's University of Auckland taking on the University of Sydney, and this should be an interesting one because this is the battle of 2 OPL appreciators. You know, we've got Udisoft and Imelg. Now jumped into the rift.
And we also, like, both sides have quite some OCS players on top of that, and some players are quite high elo as well. So it's definitely a high skill level game. This is University of Auckland coming off a loss though in their first game, and this is the first time we've seen USYD. I have seen USYD actually scrim quite a bit. Udisoft has been streaming their scrims, so they've definitely been taking this tournament very, very seriously, and they're looking to pick up a dub. There's no playing around for them.
Yep, no playing around. It is once again going to be a case of New Zealand up against Australia. We just got to add that narrative into the mix of things. It just makes things that much more exciting. And we're going to see exactly where they decide to turn their attention in this banning phase. Graves has been denied already. Ubisoft can't have any fun on that one. And Bard denied as well. Bard's been one of those interesting ones, right? He's going to no doubt get more attention from Riot in terms of maybe trying to shoot him down, especially in the higher brackets of Elo. But he's one of those ones that can just do so damn much.
Well, Bard, MLG is historically a Bard 1 trick, right? If you check his OPGG for like 10 seasons, he's been playing Bard, so I think it's more of a target ban than it is Bard being super mega broken. But there's definitely like a place for him in certain team compositions anyway. He can be quite annoying to deal with.
I want to see how things decide to play out from here though. Azir is denied away, then the Wukong, actually a ban being missed as well, so maybe Auckland just feeling super confident about this one. I just don't care, mate. I just want to jump into this draft with...
Yeah, maybe in New Zealand, maybe you can speak to this, Kimmy. Maybe in New Zealand things done differently. Maybe League of Legends in New Zealand has 2 bans rather than 3.
I think it may do. I think we need to be handicapped a little bit just so we can make it a bit of an even playing field for you boys. I'm not too sure. I had to probably get a replay ref in on the mix to give me a bit of context on that one, but regardless, Jarvan the final ban. And now we get to see exactly how Auckland open up with their first pick.
There's so much available, right? There's so many OPs available. Aphelios is open, Ornn's open, MF's open. Like, I could just keep rambling, but you know, everything's open. A lot of these bans were more target bans than they were bans out of necessity, where, like, you know, patch 10.9 being super OP. So I think we'll see some, you know, S tier champions come through in this game, which I don't like. S tier champions aren't fun to watch when there's only one S tier champion in the game, because it's usually just stomping everything. But when there's S tier all round, it's actually a fun game.
Yeah, because you're just seeing chaos and carnage and just absolute, you know, season 10 shenanigans take place on the Rift.
Season 10 shenanigans.
You know, it's so funny, right? Because I can't remember who I was casting with. It might have been Rusty or something. And I was just like, I got in on the mix of, like, you know, 2020 champion, by the way, kind of thing, right? And it's like, oh, yeah, well, you know, that is how it is right now.
Well,
but I feel like you look at a lot of these other champions, right? That, say, for example, like, I look at Riven, and I think, like, Riven is so mobile, but then, like, she just gets run down by, like, a Ghost, Phase Rush, Nimbus Cloak.
Yeah, it's not Season 10. It's too far from Season 10.
What is that? So, like, you feel so slow on Riven, you think I'm meant to be mobile.
Yeah, I played a game with C9 King the other day in solo queue, and we were like getting stomped in the game, and I was just ready to call it quits. I was like, okay, we should just surrender. And Kings just said to me, he's playing Aphelios, he's like, I might be able to carry this, I might be able to season 10 them. And long story short,
I like how that is.
he literally said, I'm just gonna season 10 them. The last team fight, like, he just season 10 them.
I like
Literally,
it as a
just shotgun.
catchphrase, right? I'm just
Yeah.
going to season 10 them. There's always a way, there's always a chance. Let's
Yeah.
look what I can bring to this plate. Well, let's see what they've actually brought to the plate at this draft. Misfortune and Galio have been locked in place. Bullet time protection there from the Grand Fall. As he can jump in there with the heroic entrance. Zach and Set. Plenty of Derby boys.
This, depending on what USYD pick here, looks like a very hard game for Misfortune to play. So you can't ever stand there and channel ultimate when Ornn's like, you know, getting ready to use the Ornn Horn. And then, you know, for good measure, if the Ornn Horn misses or it's used at a time where MF can still channel her bullet time, Zach is then going to jump on her. And then if Zach misses the jump, Zach's then going to use his ultimate, which I forget the name of that ability, but
I just call it the bouncy castle.
Yeah,
because that's
bouncy
essentially
castle.
what it's doing.
Yeah, so MF is definitely going to have a rough time, because then if all else fails, Set's going to ulti Galio onto the MF.
I think if you look at this, right, they have so much insurance of like, you know, we whiff one thing, we've got a second thing. If that fails as well, hey, we've still got our regular kits to play around with on top of all that. So they've got protection, and we can see what USYD are doing now to try and stem the bleeding so they can't actually add to that even further. They've denied away 2 AD carries in Ezreal and Varus. Response now is, let's deny another jungler. Let's take away the Nocturne, and finally the Yuumi.
Well, but the interesting thing that I see here is there's a lot of ADC bans, and they've just taken the MF, which is like, I think, a very good decision. But they've left Aphelios open.
Yeah.
You know, Aphelios on 10.9 isn't the champion that we knew on 10.8 and 10.7 and things like that. But, you know, Aphelios is still a very decent champion. And I'm not sure, like, you know, about the Ezreal ban and things like that when there's still a very high prioritized ADC available.
I mean, so what are we looking at so far from USYD? A potential Maokai as the support, Olaf in the jungle. I don't know if we're going to have any chippy shenanigans with Ubisoft just like, you know, listening into the direwolf communications there if he's a copy passer of that one. But
Yes. So
where did we go? Yeah, Aurelia.
Well, it's Olaf jungle, I think, and then it could be Galio mid or Galio support or Maokai top or Maokai support.
It can go all over the place. Yeah, so many flexes right now. And I mean, you could say the same for Auckland with what they're showing. They've gone for the Aurelia, maybe a set support, maybe an Aurelia ADC. Who knows at this stage? There's options. We saw Order try and run it in the OPL where they try to dive onto an immobile carry, and Vayne will be that final pick. So aggression, and they don't care about Aphelios. They just want to Vayne it up. They just want to go full Smurf.
It could be... They could follow Vayne into the Galio lane. If Galio's in a lane and not support, they could put Vayne in a solo lane and put Ketu on Aurelia if he's comfortable. But again, I don't know if he's comfortable doing that. But I don't think that'll happen either. Now, the problem that you potentially have with the University of Auckland's team composition is there's not enough magic damage to come through.
Yeah.
And then it's just, you know, an all AD team composition. Sure, Vayne does percent HP true damage, so it's kind of irrelevant, but it is still quite scary if you do fall behind. It's going to make your Aurelia non-existent.
So to add to that, right, for further context, what are we looking at? We need some very decisive 15-minute window of gameplay to make sure that this can't get out-itemized with just scaling armor and all the rest of it.
Just don't make just don't fall behind in lane. Don't make Tabis into first armor item mega efficient, right? If you fall behind in lane, like if Aurelia somehow falls behind and doesn't hit the Blade of the Room King power spike, then it could be quite dangerous. But I think if Misfortune's allowed to get out of lane, allowed to get the Cutlass, allowed to get the Bork, she's going to do a lot of damage to some high HP carries.
So I mean, we talk about the protection factor that Misfortune will be looking at, obviously not having the easiest time of trying to land that bullet time. Now that you see the full composition in place, do you feel like there's enough threats there for her to be able to stand tall as a turret? I mean, you've got the Olaf jumping into the back line, Poppy that can deny with a W, Maokai, Gali. I mean, you've got these options that will look to try and say, keep away, we are going to zone. You can act as this like haloed ground of like, you know, angel dust. I don't know where I'm going with this one, but do you get what I'm saying? Like, is this bullet time going to be a lot more protected now?
I think there's a misconception around Misfortune that most of her damage stems from the bullet time, but I think she's like in her own right with the items that she builds and the crit that she gets from like her attack speed steroid on her W. I think that she's more than capable of killing killing University of Auckland's team through auto attacks, right? The bullet time's just an added benefit. But you know, if Misfortune does die, if Misfortune is out of position, then USYD's team really lacks damage. So it's going to be interesting to see. I think you know, Misfortune's going to have to play this game a little bit like Deft if they want to win this one. But yeah, like it's really what we're going to see is two of the same compositions, right? We're going to see a team composition from University of Auckland that wants to hit R buttons, wants the team fight, and we're going to see much of the same from USYD. The one thing I'll say is that the alternative we have from University of Auckland is Aurelia can hit the side lane. I don't think USYD have the option of having, you know, a Poppy win the split push, a Galio win the split push, an Olaf, an MF, anyone to win the side lane like Aurelia can. So they do have a little bit more depth to their draft, but both drafts are fairly similar in how they play out.
Do you think there's a major factor, you know, if we take this all out of isolation, right, for a second, just say who has the easier time of execution? Is there a draft that you prefer between the two?
In terms of ease of execution, I'm with USYD's draft. I think their draft is really simple. It's just hit your R buttons, get to team fights, and you know, and we'll see what happens,
let
right? Like, yeah,
we'll
see what happens.
Let it run down and do it for itself, basically. Yeah,
It's gonna be
you
like,
look at the Vayne, for example.
Yeah.
And I suppose you can make an argument that if they build a ton of armor, she just has Ginsu, she has Blade of the Rune King, she just shreds your health, and it doesn't really matter anyway. I mean, are we looking at there need to be decisive one-item power spikes to get them online to even have a contest? Otherwise, they're very weak. Not only to mention with, you know, they need to execute flawlessly.
Yeah, the Vayne, playing Vayne in team fights, you know, sure the Vayne sounds good into University of Sydney's team, but it is still hard to execute. Like, you have to play the team fight well. It's definitely a champion that takes one skill shot, one CC, and equals dead. And it's got very short range. Vayne's got very short range. So it is very hard to play. There's a lot of intricacies. Same with Aurelia, right? Aurelia needs to pick her windows to get into team fights, especially when she's playing something like playing into Poppy and into Galio. If Galio hits a nasty taunt, Aurelia becomes useless, right? Aurelia's just going to die to a bullet time.
Yeah.
So, like, I actually don't know if there's a draft winner. I think that it just comes down to, like, really execution. I think execution is key here. Yeah.
We're going to see what that actually means when it happens on the Rift, because for me, I'm always excited when I get to see a Vayne play because of the reasons that you mentioned, right? You've got to create space for her to operate within, to chase people down with the silver bolts. You've got to utilize her small range, so, you know, you can't just, like, face check in or walk straight into somebody because they're just going to run you down, especially the likes of that top half of USYD's draft. So there's a situation in which, you know, you'd imagine, you'd say it's necessary that she takes the cleanse, but then, you know, Blade of the Rune King has to come online. Same could be said for a lot of these champions. And I'm always really excited to see how a set can perform as a support, because from time to time, I've seen him absolutely pop off, and other times I've seen him just be wishing they had a few more resources and they were playing, say, jungle or top.
I think Set's pretty OP against melee supports. If Set can manage to get his, I don't know what he's called, but his rip back, where he just slams people back into each other, then I think Set is, like, real decent, because the base damage coming out of Set early lane phase means you can actually get quite a few 2v2 kills, and there's some pretty decent gank setup. As we head into game, and I will mention that the pool party Zac skin is not the best one, but hey.
That's going to be how we're going to jump into these every single time. What else have we got on the other side of the thing? Lollipop?
Yeah, Lollipop Poppy. I think
it's not Maokai, though. It's not Maokai, so that's a big thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's the actual Poppy skin called? That's a very good question.
I think it's called Candy. Isn't it Candy Poppy or something? Candy.
I was about to say Candy Crush, but then we're on a completely different game, aren't
we?
So
we're talking different realms.
Lollipoppy. I've googled it.
Yep.
We're doing it live. Lollipoppy is what we're dealing with right now. So going to kill them with kindness, sugar, candy, whatever you want to call it.
And so Olaf level 1 invade is like the most OP thing in the game. If Undertow lands on any member, you lose the level 1, by the way.
I was just going to say, we're looking at both teams setting up here for just 4 5-man rotations with the jungle looking. They all went opposite directions, both towards see each other's red buff, but unable to find anything. And what is interesting to know, though, is Auckland are still hanging around. We're going to have a level 1.
We are. But I don't know. Yeah, they don't win this. They don't win this at all. But yeah, they're.
Oh no, they spotted them now. They took a fair bit of time. Zach was the one to open things up with, and you can see Orn just getting destroyed, wishing he was not here. First blood to Poppy, as easy as he can be. Galio's going to get the rotation across. Now they're going to look for a second kill. They may not just find it, but this completely ruins his jungle path and just gives Olaf even more tempo.
So I don't know if they did their research or if they ran the numbers, but Zach Orn does not win level 1 versus an Olaf.
As you saw.
I'm pretty sure an Olaf can almost 1v2 Zach Orn level 1. Like just on its own. So
that's literally how much of an unbalance it was.
yeah, so maybe go back to the drawing board and we'll try to do a different level 1. I will say though, the sit up taunt is the best probably taunt in the game.
I agree. I think every time I've seen that, she's a bit of a rough one. I think it really spells disaster. I think it's actually better than the B emote. I'm going to be brave and just get it out there.
Yeah. So what I want to see from Ubisoft now, okay, so Ubisoft knows how far behind this as we see him just go for the gank into the mid lane and potentially get solo killed.
Udi flashes away. Oh, that's a clutch taunt!
Yeah!
Zoot is the king!
Oh, wow.
Imogen
I
saw everything before him. He saw what he wanted it.
I actually think Imogen misplayed that, by the way. Imogen misplayed that. So he was autoing and moving away from Olaf, right? It was very obvious Olaf was going to flash away. I think he just should have committed for the kill and hoped that his triumph kept him alive against Galio. I think that's a misplay from Imogen, but also a really well-timed taunt from Zoot Review.
Zoot Review coming in clutch and keeping this game definitely in their favor. What does it mean though? Still a 10 CS lead for the Aurelia. So Imogen, although being pretty tilted by not getting double buffs and just combining this lead even further, will still have a nice little time. But we've seen this happen a fair bit with the Galios from times past where they may not say dominate the lane, but always going to be a threat. Much like the same as, a Pantheon or a Twisted Fate. Global ultimates are definitely the king.
I would have liked to have seen a different jungle path from Ubisoft this game. Ubisoft knows Zach didn't get a jungle leech. Zach started quite low in the jungle.
This is a big pincer maneuver right now. Kedu is very low, burns double summon as Kedu's actually taking exhaust himself. That's the state of the game we're in. He doesn't even care about cleanse. He's basically just run full aggression and said, my best offense is a better defense.
A lot of ADCs nowadays are taking exhaust because it's a pretty, like, it got buffed and it's a pretty decent combat summoner. Like, if someone's diving on you, if there's an Olaf running at you, you get to exhaust them. Sure, you don't slow him down, but like you get to reduce, a bit of the damage, bit of the undertow. I think exhaust on ADCs is fine. He's genuinely not trolling, but the collapse was trolling.
Does this change up his build though? Do you reckon? I mean, like, am I overvaluing the necessity of a cleanse here, do you think?
I think if he's getting cleansed, he's probably dead.
Probably dead already.
Yeah.
So hence probably why he's actually gone for this justification.
Yeah, because he's going to... Okay, they're going to want to get on top of Vayne, right? Vayne doesn't need to... So some ADCs need to hit backline. I think that's why we see like bullet time, as we see the Galio taunt in and the repeat gank. Ooh, nice little Q away.
Very good blade surge away there. Imogen was in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, Vayne's one of those champions, as I was saying though, that benefits a lot from like just front to back and can like two-shot tanks. So, the exhaust is to just stop or to just reduce all threat on him. Whereas like, other traditional ADCs need to be able to like skirt around a team fight, potentially get some auto attacks on the back line. Whereas like Vayne in a pure front to back will always do more damage than like a Misfortune or in terms of auto attacks or a Lucian or something like that.
Well, it's going to be a good situation for the Misfortune regardless. Now has a BF sword on her first back and double buffs as well. I mean, this is the dream. If you're a Misfortune, you want as much power as possible. You can be so damn annoying with those Q knockbacks from afar when they bounce on like that. Look at it on your screen. Emil got a whole world of pain right now. Running the Omni Stone, so wants to flex around with those rune choices that he can definitely play around with. But in a situation like this where they want to be aggressive, going to keep them very defensively preoccupied.
Yeah, this lane is mega doomed. Well, MF had the double buffs. They got a big CS lead. They got a BF sword. The lane's pushing in. They're gonna get some Tara plate damage. I think it's gonna be a rough one for them. Especially
How do
because
I
it's the
actually
Vayne, right?
translate
Like Vayne doesn't have an easy avenue back into this lane. Vayne's
No.
not going to get an item that's going to be a massive power spike compared to MF. MF's already got the BF sword. Next base probably going to be the Warhammer, and then it's going to be an early finish on the Essence Reaver. And I don't see this lane getting any easier for the Vayne set.
And not be easier for the Ornn as well, clutching on his health bar. Actually just concedes and says, I'm dead. The ranged auto going out there from Poppy. Grass procs as well and has a great time here. USYD up by a K gold. 3 kills to nothing right now. Definitely the ones that have been making the better plays on the map.
You never want to see a wet noodle fight result in a solo kill. Like, these tank matchups should never result in someone getting solo killed. They should literally come out of lane even and both be just useful tanks for their team. I will say in Ornn's defense, he's potentially feeling the after effects of the level 1. But it's something that just shouldn't happen in this level of play. So it's going to be a rough time for him, and Poppy's going to be a menace.
Yeah, Balmy Cinder is what she's got right now. We're going to have to see what she returns to base with. A couple of long swords and some boots as well. So nimble and AoE effective. Ubisoft is commanding this jungle. Both aren't level 6 just yet, but it's going to bully Zac out. I'm not too sure if he has his passive up and available, but he wants to hang on to that.
Yeah, this is pretty much how this jungle matchup goes, right? You play Olaf into the Zac. You want to just be invading, permanently invading. There's nothing really that beats Olaf in the jungle 1v1, so it's like a race against the clock. Can Olaf do enough damage to the Zac so that Zac doesn't power spike on his Cinderhulk or, like, you know, his late game items, and he's able to influence team fights?
We turn our attention back to the bot lane as the camera pans down here, and it's still a rough situation. Kedu and Amelga being frozen at their tower for the best part of 5 minutes now. And you can see this means that they are unable to assist their team that are getting bullied elsewhere. Zerenis now himself has buffs again, bullying out from the very get-go in this game. And the combination between him and Ubisoft has just proven to be so damn effective, winning their lane, winning this matchup, winning this top half of the map. It belongs to Sydney. Yeah.
I mean, the game state itself belongs to Sydney, right? what can, there's not much that University of Auckland can do right now in this current game state besides find an avenue through this Zac. Can Zac influence a lane positively? As we say that though,
this is a good collapse right now.
Yeah.
He had to flash away, but that's a Blade Surge that is well held onto. Now the taunt comes out. What can Yin Yin add into the mix? Ornn ult is going to come out now. Zac has returned, doesn't have the bounce, doesn't have 6. The turnaround attempt for Poppy. She doesn't mess around. Now looking to try and make it a better situation for them. Grass procs again, keeps himself topped up. It's looking like a very good situation for USYD to turn around again. Out goes the Zac passive, no protection. The taunt will be there as an insurance policy if need be, but Poppy 5-0 before the 10-minute mark.
yeah, that's wild. That's actually wild. He's gonna base, get his Sunfire Cape. He's actually, is he going Tiamat? Oh no, Titanic. I don't know what he's building with those longswords, but I'm actually
He can
kind of
build
keen to
anything
see
he
it.
wants at this stage. He can literally show Ornn how it is to be, you know, tank, bruiser, assassin, mage, jungler, everything.
Yeah, shut down! Okay. Okay.
How does that happen?
We have a win. We have the Ornn is back into the game. He actually got about 1,000. He got a 1k gold shutdown there. So Ornn's gonna shove this wave out, and he's going to go base, and just and he's gonna pick up like nearly a Sunfire Cape from that. So it's
What is crazy to me is how we've just hyped up this Poppy, and he just returns back to lane and just gives over double buffs and all that gold.
but the Poppy. I'm just trying to make sense of this. The Poppy's gone Warhammer. I'm trying to think of the items that build out of a Warhammer that's decent for Poppy, and I can't think of any.
What is he trying to build here? Let's have a look.
I don't know. We're gonna have to wait till next base, but
You're not going for any lethality items, right? You're
No,
not,
well, that's what I'm saying,
Unless you're
like-
going like Yomu's, I mean...
No,
Death's
I don't-
Dance? Is there a world in which he goes that?
I'm gonna
Why,
have
though?
to. I'm gonna have to let this one play out. I don't think there's a way that I can, unless he misclicked that. I don't know if he meant to buy that. Like
if he misclicked.
Death
who
Dance.
knows?
Like, maybe it's
I
Death
imagine,
Dance.
I imagine it would be. I
Maybe
mean,
Death
that's the
Dance
only thing
is,
I can
maybe
see.
Death Dance because it's changed. It goes like Aegis of the Legion, so it's like more efficient, but to build. But maybe he's just like really fed, so he decided that he wants to build that. But the dragon's picked up. That's the second dragon for for USYD, University of Sydney, Olaf is notoriously is a notorious early game objective taker. So when you're playing Olaf, it's like all you want to do is secure dragons and rift heralds because you're eventually going to fall off. Like it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how far ahead you get on Olaf. You're just going to get mega outscaled. So
Yeah.
the one way that you can like somehow stop the scaling fall off is by securing these neutral objectives, especially with the way that new Dragon Souls play out.
Well, how do they want to try and turn things around here in this bottom lane? They're only going to show face, actually. It doesn't look like Udisov actually wants to use that Rift Herald just yet, unless he's going to decide to try and get a few more plates off beforehand. He's going to force out a rotation here from Nizak to show face as well, which now has 6, but has no passive. Bear that in mind. Rift Herald will be dropped.
So this is the
situation.
This is the optimal Rift Herald we were talking about almost.
This is a good actually teleport to come in right now. That could actually favor USYD quite considerably. Out go the brambles, out go the roots, out comes the damage. Bullet time, full channel from afar, no pressure on towards that Misfortune, and they clean up as easy as it comes. A triple kill and a tower as well.
Oh.
The Vayne has no chance to get back to this one, but Imogen and the flex. Oh, that says it all.
Oh man, Udisov. I don't know how he took tower aggro, if he threw an axe and then got hit or a minion died. Like, I'd have to watch that back, but
You know what that guy will be saying? Udisov will be like, and here we bring you, this top 5 play from NeoSurf, blah, 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 blah. That's what we need. We need one of those post-game Twitter posts.
Well, but the thing is, right, he could make a valid argument that that's a quicker base. Potentially, he just wanted the quicker base. He gave away gold, he gave away a little bit of gold, whatever, for the quicker base. Because if he had to walk back to the bush, then press base, it's seconds, right? So maybe that's the quick base that Udisov was looking for, and if that was, then he's just a high IQ player.
Definitely seen Udisov do a fair few crazy things in my life, so you know what? I'm gonna join that bandwagon and say you're probably not at the realm of possibilities there. What does it mean in terms of the game state, however? Double-bladed Rune King now being achieved on Imogen as well as Kedu, so they have definitely got some menace in their back pocket, but it's going to take a lot more than just 2 people showing up to this lane to try and take down this Poppy.
No, they're not.
As the Sunfire Cape. And she's just going to turn things around.
Yeah, the
I don't know why Ornn is here. Ornn has gone, I'm so sorry. What have I done? Emelgrok's up to the fight as well. He may be a second casualty in this one. Doesn't matter how many members you throw at this person. If the guy's going for death stance, he's the most alpha player in this game.
Yeah, I mean, they put the Vayne mid now. The bot lane's going to go mid. Like we said, the Aurelia is going to go into a side lane. He has the Bork now. So the important thing to note about this Aurelia is that Aurelia is going to win the side, okay? So they do this game for University of Auckland, while they're down a few thousand gold, it's not like that they don't have a lane to play around. The thing that they'll have to do is play through this Aurelia. Aurelia has Bork. It's going to win the side against Galio. It's just whether or not they can get numbers, they can get Zac, they can get Emelg to come to bot lane to force Galio off or get a kill onto him. But I think this is the only avenue that they have to play through at the moment.
Let's actually have a quick look as to how the gold is looking right now. You can see a big chunk is being achieved here by the AD carry. Not big of a lead as you would have imagined in the top lane. Now only a 400 gold discrepancy despite how much Poppy was able to achieve with that 6-1 scoreline. But you know, Misfortune getting double buffs, getting those 2 important kills with the assists as well, getting shown a lot of love with the plates of the tower going drop down as well. Can definitely command the respect of them picking up the second Rift Herald for themselves.
Yeah, this is the less important Rift Herald because turret plates don't exist in this game anymore, but what this Rift Herald does is like you hold onto it, and if there's a skirmish that breaks out or you get a couple of kills, it then turns into a power play, right? What would have been 1 tower then turns into 2 towers and things like that. So while this Rift Herald doesn't net you those turret plates, it's still going to get you a lot if you manage to win a skirmish.
What a change of events, as you highlight there, with Galio going to be losing their matchup against the Aurelia. They've actually flipped the maps. They've sent Poppy to deal with the Aurelia now in that bottom lane, so they want it to not be so favoured towards it. They don't want her to feel as if she can get herself back into the game with a second item spike online. Kedu is looking for a fair bit of damage, and Zac is in that Raptor camp and will find a double knockup. Can he collapse them and make them jump together? No, he can't. He's forced to flash away as the hero's entrance comes on in, and they just turn the fight on its head. Ornn is looking for the re-engage. He's trying to turn things around. Ornn goes nowhere, but it does force a disengage, and Kedu gets a kill amongst everything. Even in the bottom lane, Poppy fell down too. Now we're seeing a situation where Auckland are clawing back at getting control of this game here.
Yeah, so this is huge for Auckland, right? Because Emejun now gets the solo kill. He's level 12. I think he's the highest level in the game. He has the Blade of the Rune King built. And with the, the Blade of the Rune King buffs that they did last patch or this patch, it means that Aurelia is going to have an even better time into those tanks into the side lane. As we saw, the Poppy fell down. We didn't get to see how he fell down. I don't know if Poppy went for the 1v1 or just literally got tower dove. I wouldn't imagine that the Poppy got tower dove though, because You know, he's got six kills to his name. So this really opens the game up for University of Auckland. And while they're down 1,000 gold, 1k gold, the game state is in the favor of University of Auckland. If they take no casualties here, I think the game state is really optimal for them.
Well, it was a full disengage attempt now. As you can see, multiple members flanking back towards their own side of mid lane. Ubisoft was the one to force his flash out there to try and connect with a axe of some sort. Unable to find any exit kills, as you'd say, but they will find this mid turret, and that's the second one to their inventory. So breaking open this map right now, making it a little bit easier for them to see, for them to acquire vision, and to control where things are going. Definitely been very much the case of Ubisoft running this map, and you can see a fair bit of attention has been shown in that jungle department with them sitting together at 0-6.
Well, yes, Ubisoft's been running the map, but he's actually not that far ahead, right? Like, he's even CS, and he's got 6 assists, so he's definitely ahead gold, but Zach is still Zach. Zach's still got his Cinderhawk, he's still got his Ruby Crystal, and he's still going to be able to influence team fights if it comes down to it, but I don't imagine a world where University of Auckland want to team fight, right? I know it sounds funny because they have an Ornn, they have Zach, and they have Set, and it's like, well, don't they just want a team fight? But they've recognized, and all they need to know is that their win condition is Aurelia now. They don't have a win condition with 5 R buttons. Sure, they probably have one a bit later into the game when Vayne picks up, you know, those item power spikes. But at the moment, this is going to be Miss Fortune's bread and butter. So if they can just play to the Aurelia split push, it's going to be a very big win con for them. Kedu with the exhaust,
the final hour. Kedu just goes straight into Ubisoft and says, "You are gone." A flash taunt, good disengage into the wall, however, but he realizes that he is dead from there. The passive gets popped, a double kill on towards the mid lane. Galio is huge. The slam dunk from across the blue buff does a fair bit of damage, but what can Imogen use and utilize with this one? The taunt is just so damn OP. He's looking for a quad, he cannot find it, but he survives on literally 5 HP. And the fight takes place in the bottom lane. That will be an ace.
And as I was saying, this is why they don't want a team fight. I mean, the evidence is there, right? Like, the Galio just hits taunt after taunt. I think he got 2 rotations of taunts off in that team fight. Aurelia can't do anything. It just wasn't a fight for them to take, but University of Auckland were walking up and cheating through their jungle, trying to protect the Aurelia, trying to get to her so she didn't get collapsed on. And unfortunately for them, they were the ones that got collapsed on. Kedu used the exhaust, one-shot the Olaf, but the team fight really was over once the Galio came in and the MF was just auto-attacking freely.
And that's been the interesting thing, right, for this game, because originally I was like, well, there's going to be so many threats that are going to present to this Miss Fortune. How is she going to be able to, you know, sit around bullet time and, you know, rotate for the rest of her kit? But as it stands, they have got themselves in such a comfortable situation where they are creating a space, and the Galio is just able to find infinite value with that rotation of the taunt.
Well, it's kind of like we said, right? They needed to go even in lane at a minimum. And they didn't go even in lane. They fell behind in lane. Level 1 was terrible for them. The whole early game actually was a bit of a shambles for them, right? They even got they gave double buffs to Miss Fortune. So they kind of lost, like, all agency in all of their lanes. Yeah. And now it's just there's no threat for MF. Sure, the Aurelia's ahead, right? But if Aurelia's the only person you have to worry about, that means Galio can just taunt her, you know, when Poppy's there, Poppy can just throw up Poppy's W, which means Aurelia can't dash around in the team fight. So, you know, losing that early game really hurt them and really hurt the threat that they could put towards on the MF.
It's made it rather free for those bruisers to operate and rotate around. You can see now Galio 4, Omen of 5. Zoot review from the very get-go here with his taunts have been impeccable. We have to start looking really at what are those breakpoints now in terms of second item spikes that could allow Auckland to get back into this one. You're looking at Wit's End being built on the Aurelia. Ginsu's being worked on as well here by Kedu. About a 40 CS discrepancy between himself and Miss Fortune, and if you thought the gold lead was quite rough beforehand, it's only gotten bigger since then with 2 major BF sword items completed here.
I think the Wit's End's a little bit kappa from Aurelia, right? Like, they have multiple tanks on the lineup of University of Sydney. The Black Cleaver with the CDR especially would have been like far more beneficial for him in this scenario. It does look like Poppy's going towards the Death Dance as well, so you know the Caulfield Warhammer is in fact going to be transitioned into the Death Dance, which I actually don't mind, by the way, because he's going to be sitting in the side lane quite a bit. He's going to be trading with this Ornn. He's going to be able to lifesteal a little bit, take less damage in the side lane as well when he's 1v1ing, so I definitely see a world where it actually makes sense. And I think, I think this game really is going to swing on the fact if Vayne can get items. I think it's past the point of Aurelia carrying in team fights at the very least. Sure, if she can have access to the side lane like she does now, she's going to do okay, but even then, like, Poppy can just really sit in that side lane and hold Aurelia all day, and there's not going to be any threat on the tower.
And there it is. The death stance is complete, and can you really blame him? The fact that the guy was able to get so far ahead so early on into this game and hold his own in terms of CS as well. He can afford to go for those greedy items.
I mean, if we want a level 1 invade with Zac Ornn into Olaf Poppy, then maybe we didn't want to win that game from the start.
You just open up the shop and say, this is my time to shine, I'm going to do it on the biggest screen possible. And I want to confuse everybody. I want them to be like, what on earth is this build? He's a tanky boy, but now he's an incredibly strong one as well. Ubisoft going to open up their account by going for the third drag in this game. It is a Cloud Rift.
Yeah.
Plenty of CDR.
This drag is not that great for USYD, but they do get closer to the Elder Drake, right? Like, even if the Soul's not that great, it's still beneficial if you're in control of the game to get it as early as possible, because the Elder Drake's really going to close that game out for you. In saying that though, Olaf's someone that benefits a bunch off it. Maokai benefits a lot. Poppy even benefits quite well off it, so it's still got a lot of value in this game.
Yeah, I think Auckland will be really, really upset by the fact that their composition really thrives by having that Cloud Soul. Every single champion that they have in their arsenal would love to be able to be a little bit more nimble and have that on-demand movement speed to basically just clap as far as they can in this situation, but it's not going to be a possibility at this stage, down 3-1. Maybe they can look at trying to stem that bleeding, make the game scale out a little bit longer, get a few more items online before they look to try and contest. We are now going to see those big break points come through for that second item spike with Wit's End and Ginsu's now complete. Thomas Shen still once again so far ahead. We'll have the Executioners to really pad down on any of that Conqueror, self-sustain, or the likes of it.
Yeah, so we see University of Sydney just getting that Baron control now, topside jungle control. You'll see Olaf come out of base and they'll clear those pinks, or they should clear those pinks. And now this game just becomes like a denial of vision, right? Like, all you want to do is create fear in the University of Auckland's head, and you want them to face check. So moving in like this is just going to be, you know, vision denial. It's going to be, they're not going to get much off of it. Potentially they flank with the Maokai ult here, but more of the danger comes from University of Auckland face checking Baron than it does this play here.
All teleports are available right now, so they can be quite content in how they set things up. They can be quite patient by doing objectives like this, by sitting in brushes and waiting for somebody to face check. Don't need to force their hand too much, but now that they've noticed that Vayne has tumbled forward, they can realize that, well, maybe this is our chance to shine. Very deep flank from the back end there by Ubisoft, and surely they would have spotted him out now. Out goes Zac. They're going to have a teleport come through mid lane as well, and Kedu, wrong place, wrong time, may just get out there with double sums and the ultimate tumble too. But as a 5-man army, they walk straight towards you, Protobelt into your face, and they pop your passive across the wall and say, good night, sweet prince. Damage is done, no jungle. Now the likes of a Baron is completely free, but they're not done just yet. No Jivs, they want more. They want a double kill. They want to eliminate this bot lane harder than it already has out of this game. They're just going to walk out the base because that's what tanks do.
So this was like a really good use of University of Sydney's vision control and vision denial, right? You saw Maokai and you saw Forward and Ubisoft just get onto the Vayne. Vayne dropped the exhaust, which is the reason that she lived, right? She dropped the exhaust and the flash. But when your ADC's on 50 HP, she's as good as dead anyway, right? So you might as well just chalk that down as a kill and a one-team fight. We still see Emajun and Aurelia in the side lane taking turrets, and he's getting strong in isolation. Like, he's got almost 100 CS lead on his counterpart, but it really doesn't matter with the Baron, and the TP's so late.
That's an interesting TP right now. What can he find with it? He's going to get TP'd straight into a taunt. You hate to see it, but that is the eventuality that you are dealing with right there. A double kill was picked up. All that Vayne can find is a kill onto the support, but Vayne is now starting to turn around because members are low, and members are getting a situation presented to them. A double kill is presented, however, to the Poppy. Taunt is OP. We need to see a cleanse because, quite honestly, Jubes, if there's a cleanse there, there's a world in which he actually can just clean up house, deny the Baron buff, and turn this fight in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, in hindsight's 2020, right? Okay, we see the flash taunt from the Galio, really smurf flash taunt, and then we decide that he needs the cleanse. I mean, don't get me wrong, cleanse would have been fine this game, but I think exhaust, there's still like value in this game for it.
Yeah.
It was a well-played team fight from Vayne. It was a well-played team fight from University of Auckland, considering Aurelia just got one tapped at the start. But you know, this game's still obviously in University of Sydney's favor. They have 2 Baron buffs available. I think they're just going to push down a lane as 5 now. The thing about Baron buff is that when you have Baron buff, the threat of the enemy team split pushing, aka Aurelia's threat in the side lane now gets minimized, gets halved, or gets even just nullified. Because Aurelia's no longer going to be able to hit that tower, no longer going to get priority in that lane. And then now we're playing to the composition of University of Sydney, where they get that 5v5 that they want. They're able to run down mid, and they're going to be able to hit those towers.
And there won't be a teleport for them to work around with as well to make it a little bit easier. And I suppose that's what actually really hurt them in that situation there, is teleporting in, complete vision, making it very, very easy for Galio just to time that one up and say, well, you just deleted from the fight straight away. We are going to see...
It was such a bad TP though. Like, there could not have been a worse ward for him. He just TP'd straight onto 3 members.
That's what I mean. You're looking at a better ward, a better place, a better time to obviously then utilize the the teleport movement speed to get yourself into that fight. QSS has been achieved, however, by Kedu, so that is what I'm referring to, and that's what we're now going to see with double-blooded Rune Kings being enhanced. Down to the blacksmith, the big man on.
So Vayne actually has the cleanse you were talking about. Now Vayne has the Quicksilver Sash.
Oh, that is huge. Kedu, he's going to live. He's running as long as he can. The ranged auto will not happen right there. This is a massive fight if they can win it, given they use it at the Baron buff right now. It continues in the mid lane. Emelga's the first one to fall on down, but without the Vayne and without the Aurelia, Auckland really, really struggle. Members are low, however. If they can get a bit of lifesteal, maybe they can turn around and still contest this objective. Both junglers remain. But Ornn has just walked into the Valley of Death, and now they're going to sacrifice their lives one by one, it would seem.
Yeah.
To Junks in.
It's all one by one. The game state for them there was actually pretty decent. Like the Vayne, them getting the kill onto the Misfortune and the Galio, that's their 2 most fed members besides from the Poppy dead. But face checking is just a little bit too early.
That hurts to see.
Yeah, it was a little bit too early. They just stressed out. They say we can't lose Cloud Soul, we can't lose Cloud Soul. But at the end of the day, the Cloud Soul, while it's not good to give away, it's probably the best Drake to lose. So losing that Drake and contesting the Elder, when you have more items on your Vayne, more items on your Aurelia, it's not the end of the world. I think they just felt the pressure a little bit too much and they made an uncalculated decision.
Well, a 5k gold lead now achieved here by University of Sydney. Lanes are pushing out. And it looked like a great situation for them, able to find that solo kill on towards the incredibly fed Thomas Shen, taking down his Aurelia. But unable to stay around a little bit too long to tell the tale there. Win conditions now that I suppose would line up for them. Set yourself up for vision on towards that Baron. If that's not a possibility, I don't know if it even goes to an Elder at this stage of the game.
The thing about this game though, Skimmy, is if University of Auckland can just stop the bleeding, which they have been, right? They're trading 3 for 3, 2 for 3, but there's been no big changes in the game state, right? Like University of Auckland aren't down any more gold than they were 5 to 10 minutes ago. They potentially have an argument to say that they outscale them with the Ornn items, with the Vayne, with the Ornn in general. Like Ornn in general is one of the best scaling tanks in the game, right? So there's potential that they could stall this to the Elder Drake, win an Elder Drake fight, and actually turn this game around. I'm not comfortable in saying just yet University of Sydney have this game in the bag.
Well, I'm just curious to see, right, if they can actually reach that point where they can scale or they can store things out.
Well, your Vayne's had 3 items. Your Vayne has a QSS. Aurelia's just hit the Bork, the Death Dance.
She's got the Death Stance as well, right? So, those 2 in particular are incredibly strong, but the last few fights we've seen so many times where they show face, then they're zoned out within the span of, 5 seconds, right? So we need a situation where it all comes together like a beautifully crafted puzzle.
Yeah, I think the Black Cleaver is really missing from Aurelia's build, though, because, they don't have much magic damage. There's a lot of people building armor on the enemy team. The Black Cleaver stacking up is going to be such high value, and it even just makes Aurelia that little bit tankier.
Well, look at what we're dealing with right now, right? You got triple tabbies, you got double bramble vest, you've got executioners as well. So there's so much negating of what this comp is trying to achieve right now, but a fight will take place regardless. And Hero's entrance once again is so damn clutch. Imogen wanting to be the hero, wanting to showcase what Death Stance can do, but unutilizing or unrealizing what that power spike is. That is the shortest leap I've ever seen. Baby's first steps is what that really springs to mind as. Phase check is there though, Hex Flash may come across. And Mel is just going to jump onto 4 Ward's face. Now they're fighting at a choke spot, which makes a bullet time like this huge. But the bouncy castle comes out. Unisop on 10 health survives. He gets taken down eventually. Smite coming in clutch. Yin Yang trying to make a fight happen to try and take out Thomas Shen.
The tanks are killing the ADCs, by the way. The tanks are killing the ADCs.
Are incredibly strong. I know. It's gross at this stage of the game. Zood actually getting baited by the wall as he tried to charge into the final kill through that mid lane. Tanks survive. Tanks really are the talking point here. Now they can look to try and take down mid and hib.
Yeah, I mean, what's there to say about that team fight, really? Then they were ushered into a corridor where the bullet time came down. The bullet time half health the Vayne. I think the bullet time even popped the Vayne Phantom Dancer, and then once that happens, you know, a tank's obviously going to finish off the Vayne. So it's definitely a fight that University of Auckland took themselves, but it's not a fight that they wanted in hindsight, right? Like in the corridor, bullet time comes down, Poppy's 1v4ing the backline. It's far from optimal. In saying that, they didn't lose their inhib though, so there's always that silver lining for University of Auckland. They didn't drop that much gold as well. Like, sure, they're still down a significant amount, but it's not unrecoverable. They're gonna get this scuttle crab, so there's no face checking on the Baron. Game state is still okay. It's still winnable skimming.
I would like to have seen Imogen just go to the bot lane and just start pushing that one out and be a threat there with the teleport. We saw how effective it was last time, but has decided to opt for just a full group up, which is just going to keep favouring USYD and what they've achieved in this game so far.
I think he's a little bit stressed from the last time that he had to TP in. Remember that? I think he's having flashbacks of TPing into 3 people in melee range and just getting absolutely one-shot. I think the right play is for Aurelia to go bot, generate some side lane pressure. The thing is, if University of Sydney start Baron while Aurelia's bot lane, that's the closest you'll ever get to winning a fight. As we say that, Zach's caught.
Oh, he's burnt that flash.
Yeah.
Instantly they just jump on towards him. He's got no passive, he's got no chance. And if the Baron was free before, well, it definitely is secured now. The split push pressure that they were trying to achieve in that bottom lane completely negated. That is the plan, but Zach, wrong place, wrong time, and USYD have just been granted a free gift.
Yeah, you know, no jungler, no contest really. I think the best thing they can do right now is to just trade objectives. They want to try and get a couple turrets off this. They got the mid lane turret, which generates a little bit more pressure on the map for them, right? The waves go a little bit deeper against the University of Sydney, but in reality, they're just going to have to fight this Elder Drake versus the Baron buffed team.
That's what it's going to come down to. There's no question about it. He will be up and available in 10 seconds, and well, a minute on the Elder, so it's a rough situation. You're looking at item spikes that are definitely favouring Sydney with the Baron buff as well, with the Cloud Dragon as well. And there's a lot of buffs that they are working around with. We've had fights that have been quite close and situations that have looked kind of desirable. But as it stands for the most part, Aurelia and Vayne have just been shown the door.
Yeah.
They have just not been able to influence this game.
With current game state, I'm surprised that University of Auckland are doing so well, to be honest. Like, they've actually been pretty resilient in slowing the bleeding, getting to their item spikes and making a game of it. But this is really going to be, you know, this will be the game. This Elder Drake fight is 99% of the time always the game. So, what's important here, getting to this Elder Drake, is mid lane priority. If you don't have mid lane prio, especially with your inhibitor showing, then the USYD can just run straight down mid, take your inhibitor, and potentially take the game. So what University of Auckland are doing here is the right thing. They're going down mid, getting mid lane prio, and then they'll be able to get vision. But in saying that, ML went a little bit too early, and now
look
they're
how
getting
risky it
flanked.
is. Look how risky it is when it's trying to achieve that vision, though. The cost they pay is with that flash. Now their positioning is completely out of sync. Taunt is going to come out. Yin Yang is in so much trouble. Ornn, can you get the Ornn ult before you fall on down? Kedu, however, is on that flank
Bullet
right
time.
now. Now the bullet time comes in clutch. Imogen and Kedu are alive. Do they have a front line to work with? That is the question. The front liners are very low. They're disengaging out. Remember, this is Cloud and this is Baron. They have major, major buffs. USYD do not need to overchase it if they don't decide to. Elder is there. Elder is an option. And Poppy at 13-2 with the items in her back pocket. There's not a world in which you want to even jump into that. And the fight will continue though. It's just, there's no chance, Jubes. There's absolutely no chance. The Elder Drake gets started up, but a flank comes across. USYD a little bit confused there. Maybe overestimating how strong they are in this situation. Taunt comes out. Is it clutch enough?
Yeah, really smoothing.
Aurelia is actually making things happen right now and actually provides a fair bit of appeal for this Vayne to disengage away, but once again, double summoners have to be burned. Thomas Shen is so damn low. Guardian Angel does get procced in the very end situation. Ornn falls on down. Kedu live stealing.
This is maybe contestable. Maybe contestable.
Can the bot lane duo bring this back in a 2v3 situation? Elder for the game. That is what we're playing at here.
Yep. I think once they, if University of Sydney get this Elder, they just go straight down mid. Vayne has to play this team fight here to perfection. This skirmish to perfection.
No summoners, but does have the ultimate available right now. ML goes if you want to face check in, and ML, well, slap in the door. That's the sound it makes when you just lose your chance at contesting this one. What can Kedu do?
Okay.
Gets a fair bit of damage right now on towards Poppy. The
the
flash! He tried to flash wallbang. As you say, it did not happen. Kedu's got the 6 spider sense.
Zach's here
Can he
now.
make it happen? Zach is here, doesn't have flash, but does have the smite. Not going to be a possibility. Olaf does not lose those. Udisoft is the king of the jungle.
Okay, like, to be fair to Zach, this game is nearly impossible when you're versing a Poppy. He just can't find the way to get into the pit there. Like, it was well played from University of Sydney. They must have been communicating to do that for the smite secure. So well played from them. It's going to be the last stand, Simi. University of Sydney are going to run straight down mid with this Elder Drake, and they're just going to just put up the last stand. Can they win the 5v5 against Elder Drake? That's the question.
Can he live long enough? Because as it stands, the last few fights have been a situation where no matter if they are smurfing or not, Auckland just, their health bars get evaporated so quickly. And there's always multiple members able to disengage, 25%. Well, with Elder, that secures it. And now they can look to claim everything in this jungle, have all these lanes pushing in harmony, have all these situations to rotate between, finally take down an inhibitor, and bullet this game out to a close. 10k lead, maybe about 5k given the Ornn upgrades. But the final stance.
They're doing the right thing here, University of Sydney. They're not just like, they're not tunneling on the victory. A lot of teams, what you'll see is they'll just focus on the win, right? We need to win, we need to win. We got Elder Drake. They're getting Olaf to push top wave, and they're going to meet that wave now. So now they'll have mid inhib, they'll get top inhib, and then they'll reset and probably swing to bot inhib or get Baron when Baron comes up. But they'll have 2 inhibs of pressure, and I think it's going to be very hard for University of Auckland to deal with.
90 seconds on that Baron buff, as you highlight. If they want to play passive, that they cannot find any kills as they look to now turn their attention towards those Nexus turrets.
They may even try Intia on this wave.
They're going to try and escort this minion wave in. If they can scout out an opportunity, they definitely will go for it right now to get a bit of damage. But now the mid inhibitor minions start to come on through.
Elder Drake's almost done.
For a bit of time. Do they like to use this buff or not? They once again put damage onto this top Nexus turret. That will fall on down. Escorting in all these minions right now as they turn their attention onto the second. Auckland flirting with danger, had to find something. Exhaust is nearly up here for Vayne, who begins her trial of tribute. Can she do the damage? Can she dodge out the nature's grass? She gets locked in place, and the bullet time secures the damage. Elder, bang, 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 triple kill. Just like that, hero's entrance, because he was the hero of this game. Galio has been smurfing, and a well-deserved victory here, as you said, take down Auckland in their second game of the day.
It's just so hard for Vayne to play these team fights into the bullet time. Each time the bullet time was just perfect. It just got Vayne on the way through, or Vayne as Vayne was trying to get into the team fight. It was a very slow game from University of Sydney, right? They didn't end this game quickly. They checked the boxes, they did all the ticks. They made a few mistakes here and there getting picked, but overall it was a solid performance. They had a strong team fighting composition. They weren't too worried about lane kingdom. Like, we saw Galio fall pretty far behind in CS, as he should in that matchup when he's in the side lane. But when they came together and when they grouped, they used their R buttons to perfection. It just all came together.
It just seemed a case of, once again, we know what our win conditions are. We don't need to force our hand too much here. We're winning these fights. We don't need to make a crazy play to end this game off this one single push. And it was calm, it was cool, it was collected to get the job done at the end of the day. Yes, it wasn't the quickest victory. Yes, it was looking very much USYD favoured for the majority of, 15, 20 minutes onwards. But, Auckland gave them a run for their money. There were chances where the fight could have turned around. But I think when you have a situation where the Poppy has literal item kingdom, Death's Dance, literally everything. I mean, I could have seen a Trinity Force and be like, you know what? I'm not even mad. 15-2, I think he finished.
I wouldn't have been mad if he bought Trinity Force. Like, when I saw the Warhammer, I didn't think about the Death Dance, but the Death Dance pick from him was it worked out wonders, right? Like, he was becoming that side lane threat. We never see Poppy really become that split push threat, but well played to him. I think it was a real top lane kingpin performance.
I think this is going to be one of those performances where he's going to be quite glad that when this was recorded, the one time he died, having been 5-0, it actually wasn't on camera. So this will be a VOD that you can watch with a lot of pride. He can be like, we just snipped that one out. It never happened. You never saw it on your screen. But regardless, that's game 3 set and done. We're going to jump into a quick break. And when we return, it's game 4 of the Unisport Nationals.
When the difference
between winning and losing
is measured in milliseconds.
Everything counts.
The Alienware Legendary Battle Station.
Welcome back here to the Unisport Nationals for League of Legends as we kick on off with game number 4. My name's Skimmy. I've got Jubes on standby as we've been kicking off with all these games so far, mate. It's been a day of interesting occasions, I suppose, really. We've had Baron Steals, we've had Dragon Steals, we've seen that, 80 carries are essentially a second smite. And then we've had games that have looked like, well, you've got these win conditions, but how do you actually execute it?
Yeah.
Like, your Vayne is just getting zoned out within 2 seconds of the fight.
Well, most teams from we've seen today, bar one, have gone that like real hard engage, real R button 5v5 team compositions. And so I think that's the smart thing to do when you come to these like tournaments, because not everyone's going to be, say, as synergized as an LCS team or an OPL team or whatever it is, right? And so you want to do the easiest thing. And what's that? That's getting 5 players in the same lane and pressing the go button. And so that's what we've seen in pretty much all of our games. Yeah, we've seen some good games, we've seen some close games, we've seen some Dragon Steals from Zaps. We've seen some Levi's in the Baron Pit, if anyone knows what that means. But yeah, it's been a good day so far. I've been pretty impressed with the level of play, to be honest. There's a few people that are, again, we've seen the names from OCS, we've seen the names from OPL, we've seen some of the names from solo queue even. And I think that, yeah, I've been impressed for one about the talent that's in this tournament.
Definitely getting themselves into a commanding situation of sort of showing, if I want to make a case to go professional here, or to enter into OCS team, hey, look, this is what I can bring to the table, this is what I can do. Let's kick it off with the draft for game number 4 here, as we have for the second time today QUT, that is Queensland University of Technology, their Tigers esports team taking on the likes of Deakin University, aka the Deakin Dragons.
Deakin Dragons. I actually don't mind both logos for these teams. Some not bad looking logos, if I'm being honest with you.
Hey, chuck that on a jersey and you're good to go. That's merchandise, easy sell.
You reckon? Easy sell? Hey,
Easy sell.
hit me up with the merchandise, guys.
Yeah, hit me up. Give me codes at OPL. What are those discount codes? I don't even know. What's funny for me is as soon as those legacy shirts went on sale, company didn't have to even say anything to me. I just felt his presence. Like, if you don't buy that, like, I mean, you're not supporting me, are you? So went out there, we purchased them.
I wouldn't have done that.
Look, mate, sometimes you've got to get a little bit of merchandise to feel good. Maybe if the toilet paper runs out, we got that as a backup.
Yep, true.
All jokes aside,
So,
3 bands come out thick and fast, and Deakin on blue side.
Yeah, so the Trundle band comes through, the Renekton band, Soraka band. They are pretty standard bands, not in the global League of Legends sense, but from what we've seen against the QUT Tigers, those have been the pretty staple bands, except that this time they've banned out the Renekton and left open Yuumi, and as I say that, they snapped up the Yuumi.
First pick on a Yuumi, and I always love seeing a Yuumi because it's just either so oppressive or just so lackluster. I've seen times when comps can run like a Nautilus into it and just absolutely body you, and you think, why have you gone for this? But then there's other times where she just runs the show.
I was about to say, first pick Yuumi needs to be punished. If you don't punish a first pick Yuumi, then you deserve what happens to you, is all I'm saying.
You do.
Yep.
Absolutely, absolutely. And what are they going to respond with? So far, going to be a Varus and an Ornn. So you've got yourself a fair bit of lane kingdom there.
I'm actually loving the Ornn priority from these teams, by the way. All these teams have like really high Ornn prio, and I would argue that some of them draft better than some OPL teams, no flame intended.
There they go. Yeah. They got the Yuumi and the Olaf. They've got the dream right now. I wonder if they get the Wukong as well. I guess we just run this one back. They've got scary times.
So I do like the Varus, the Ornn, and the Graves, right? I think there's some pretty like decent picks, S tier picks, like the Graves. Now the Graves goes Phase Rush. So Phase Rush is a rune that's historically countered Olaf. Olaf hates versing champions that can optimally take Phase Rush in the jungle, right? Or in any lane for that matter. And so that Graves is a champion now that actually mega benefits of Phase Rush, and there's a build path that's really optimal for him. It's going to be a bit of a rough time for the Olaf. Now, in saying that, when you complement Olaf or Wukong with Yuumi, the healing is insane, and it's actually a team composition in itself. So like there's a contrast in compositions, and there's some bits in certain comps from the QUT that counter Deakin's composition, but when combined, Deakin's composition is actually good into QUT's comp. So I like how this plays out. I didn't really give you guys an answer because there is none, right? It's actually how the game plays out.
still quite early on, I suppose, into this one to really understand how this can be fully fleshed out. But I do like the, the necessities to take away the likes of a Nautilus and Leona. Two supports that can really shut down what Yumi's looking to try and achieve, not only with her ability to dash between targets, but to be aggressive to get her passive online with the shield, the mana back, and all the other components that Yumi can offer on the board.
I think the Senna is great.
A Senna Varus. This seems like a draft of past. This, I don't want to say it's a free lane, but up against Yumi Ezreal with everything else that Deakin have thrown their way, I feel like they have got everything they want.
You don't. So okay, the thing about Yumi, the only thing that's better than Yumi in lane is Senna and fasting Senna. So like a Senna Tarm, but Tarm farming. Senna Maokai, but Maokai farming. Because you can actually out-sustain and out-harass the Yumi, right? But when you pick a Varus and you supplement that with the Senna, it doesn't do the same thing. It doesn't have the same harassing lane, it doesn't have the same poke, it doesn't have the same sustain, right? So they're gonna, I feel like the QUT bot lane, if it plays out the way it's meant to play out, and remember, it doesn't always happen, they're gonna run into some problems that the Yumi Ezreal are gonna be able to like harass them and war of attrition them out of lane, if that makes sense. So I could see that happening. I definitely like Deakin's composition. They have an Olaf with Yumi to go in, because eventually the Yumi's just going to be attached to the Olaf. And the Olaf's just going to run in, going to get Galio ulted, Wukong's going to be flanking. And it's like I said, it's just going to be an button composition. The Ezreal's really self-sufficient in team fights, so it's going to be an easy day for Ezreal. And on the other hand, you got the Ornhorn to start fights, you got the Varus engaged to start the fights, you got the Silas that can take any of the ultimates on the enemy team. I think QUT's composition is much more, you see the champions and you kind of know how it's going to play out.
I mean, the Silas has so many options, right, to obviously decide where he wants to go with this. He's got so many abilities to flex, much like the Varus can obviously flex in that regard as well if he wants to play poke or hard engage.
Yep.
I'm just very curious to see how much punishment can actually go into this Yumi. Yes, we can talk about, what are optimal drafts, what are, big lane counters and matchups. I feel like definitely at this level, you've got to keep bringing it back to, what's comfort, what is something that they have practiced, something that they're, familiar with, what is their identity? Is this a team that likes to farm? Do they like to go very much all in on objectives? It's going to be an interesting one to sort of understand as these weeks and days go by, what sort of some of these team identities are, what we can really establish coming out of these games. But I mean, the fact that I see a Yumi with the Ezreal and all the bruises, that always just screams to me like, well, what do we do here?
Well, the Deakin composition is, I think it's one of the ones we haven't seen yet, right? Like, sure, we've seen the Galio and we've seen things like that, but like I said when we were talking about draft before, Olaf and Yumi have this like really neat interaction. Olaf like builds some tank items, goes Spirit Visage, and then the healing's amplified, and Olaf becomes this unkillable raid boss while the team around him just like pumps a lot of damage, right? So I actually like this interaction, and there's a lot of teams that are globally that play Olaf Yumi, and Olaf actually became somewhat of an S tier champion when Yumi was like attached to it. There was a point in draft where you couldn't give away Olaf Yumi, right? That kind of fell away from priority as Trundle came into the meta, because Trundle ultimate, just destroys Olaf. But now that there's no Trundle in the game, the Olaf Yumi is in the game. I'm really keen to see this Olaf Yumi take over the game. I really hope that they're able to identify that's how their comp plays out, and like the Yumi needs to detach from Ezreal, detach from Galio, and stick into the Olaf. So while we have QUT playing two teamfight compositions, two R button compositions like their last game, it's going to be cool to see Deakin play somewhat of it's still an R button teamfight composition, but it's going to be cool to see them play like a little different variant, I guess.
I mean, they got what they want. They drafted accordingly to make sure that those two crucial picks could actually find their value, and I guess the rest of it is just there to accentuate it a little bit further right now. I mean, if I look at the side of QUT, we talk about Graves wanting to be selfish and just farm away and whatnot, but you said that, when they go toe-to-toe, himself, Graves, and Olaf, it could be a little bit of a different situation. So, I mean, to add to that then, are we saying that the Graves needs to get at least a successful gank or two off to find himself in a bit of an item advantage to really try and shut down this threat that the Yumi and Olaf can present?
So the thing that these junglers need to recognize is that Olaf clears jungle quite low, right? Olaf can clear healthily, but for Olaf to clear as fast as Olaf needs to clear, Olaf should get to below 50% health, right? Because you want to utilize Olaf passive. Now, if Graves does red buff into invade and just lives in Olaf's jungle, his clear is severely compromised. And the only reason that you play Olaf is to get a tempo advantage over the enemy jungler and then start securing neutral objectives. So the onus is on Graves to be pressuring the Olaf and Olaf to have his path or tempo interrupted, right? Graves wants to play interruption, steal jungle camps. Olaf wants to just full clear into reset, into dragon control. So that's what's going to be important for this game. And I think, again, it's going to be a battle of the junglers.
I feel like that definitely has to be a big talking point, right? A
Yeah.
big focus of this game is to understanding where that tempo can go, because I feel like, top lane, we look at it and go, it's just going to be bruisers bashing away, utilizing the sustain built into their kits and, the tempo checks that they can get online there. Bot lane, for me, is going to be interesting as well, I suppose, getting to see the non-fasting center for once, right? And how that sort of comes online with, your more traditional bot lane setup, if they can actually find that double poke harass to really keep the Yuumi locked in place, when not only can she not get freely her passive online for the mana back, but it's just ran and unable to be that annoyance. And then obviously how that translates into objectives, if these bot lanes can be of much assistance to allow these junglers to get the early dragons, get the scuttles online to get themselves in a situation where they can really dictate things. So I feel there's a lot of interesting talking points here. I feel like for me, the most exciting part is going to be sort of how Sylas utilizes this sort of plethora of options, right? How he decides, okay, well, I need to get a Wukong ultimate, or I need to be able to, become a Yuumi for a second, right? Like the options available to him. I feel like he's been given a ton of candy, and hopefully this doesn't get overloaded.
Yeah, no, this Sylas definitely has very optimal ultimates. I actually think it's hilarious when you see Sylas steal a Wukong ult and Sylas starts spinning around. But the one thing for me is, like, Sylas, I think as a champion has some very hard counters in lane, and that's why you can't blind pick it. But I think if you can get Sylas as a counter pick, I think Sylas is severely, like, underrated. I think it's like close to overpowered. And I know overpowered should mean that you can blind pick it and it's still a really strong champion. But I think I'm not necessarily sure how this Sylas Galio matchup goes out, so I'm going to be interested to see the interactions. But if Sylas gets a Conqueror stacked up, Sylas is going to have a real easy time in this lane, be able to farm, be able to get 10 CS per minute, and then become a menace out of lane.
All right, let's kick it off with the fourth game of the Unisport Nationals today on day one. And we're going to see already both teams as a three-man pack look to invade the opposition's Raptor camp, showing what they can do. Early vision scanner achieved here by Forevermore on the Olaf, was able to deny that wall put in top try. So Ornn going to be a little bit more defensively situated here.
I'm really liking what these university teams are doing, in the sense that they're actually aggressive level 1 when they have the stronger level 1. I think this is a tool that more teams should use. Like, if you have the Olaf, if you have the CC level 1, why not invade? Why not try and get a lead level 1? Like, the game starts before the minions spawn. You know what I mean? So a lot of teams don't do this, and it is definitely a thing that takes work, and it's not, I wouldn't say the word nerve-wracking, but that was actually real cute. And that is also cute from Ornn. It was just really cute.
I was going to say, he's just baited them out, and then they're like, well, where did he go? Did he actually go for this one or not? And then, like, the mind games are there of him just showing that, hey, look, I'm here, there could be more.
Well, it wasn't the fact that it was like, should we do it? Should we wait? Should we go, right? The reason that Olaf didn't want to start the red buff when Ornn was there was because that it gives information, and information is power, right? So now that Graves knows that, right, in the alternate universe where Ornn didn't wait and didn't see Olaf start there, Graves doesn't go to this red buff. But now that Olaf got spotted, Graves isn't behind any jungle camps, and he gets to trade bot side jungle. And honestly, a map split isn't a bad thing for QUT here.
Yeah, the Tigers are finding a fair bit of opportunity in this one, able just to go between blue and red quite easily there.
Interesting to note too is the Varus is actually lethal tempo Varus, not lethality. So on
yeah,
here.
so we're going to see an AD carry build this time. Yeah, so we're going to see most likely the likes of Later Rune King into Ginsu's, maybe even a Hurricane. The likes of stacking up that Blight as quickly as possible for the easy explosion.
This is actually a game though where I wouldn't have mind seeing lethality Varus, because the Galio, if he gets full channel Varus poked, is going to take damage. Ezreal is going to take damage. Yuumi is never really going to be detached, but she's going to take damage. Then you have the Senna to supplement, the lack of attack damage, if you will, when she gets the passive stacked up. And so she'll be able to facilitate a lot of on-hit damage, as well as the Graves jungle. So I think you can go lethality Varus this game, and it's decent, because you have like auto attack ADC damage coming out of other roles.
It's always interesting for me because I've always found it like, you know, if people aren't going for it, even if it was, say, optimal in a situation, it could be a case of them, one, not just feeling comfortable with that kind of play style,
true.
or them feeling, hey, look, you know, if I miss this, I'm literally useless. There could have been a situation there, as we say, you know, the double poke that can come out and just bully the likes of an Ezreal, run this Yumi in terms of spamming that heal over and over again, but I have to see how much uptime he can actually get with these auto attacks, if he can get the resets for his passive to kick in with extra attack speeds.
There might
Ward
be a
goes
dive.
out. Graves is here with red buff. He's looking for the dive. Out goes the smoke screen. Double smoked in place. They went for the dive there with the mist online, but it's going to force out a teleport, and he just gets the kill. He takes down the Wukong.
Mr. Wukong has been slain, and there's been a solo kill in the mid lane.
And mid lane just dies as well.
Yeah, but I think what happened there was, I saw it on the minimap, Silas cancelled Galio TP, and to do that, I think he had to take a tower hit. He had to take a tower hit or two. Because the Silas had the chain under tower, and then Galio, I believe, CC'd Silas under tower, and Bob's your uncle. There seems to be, there's a little gank in the top lane, but I think it's really just to break the freeze. Well, actually, there was no freeze, it's slow pushing back. There's just like a little axe throw, a little bit of a how you going. Doesn't really do much.
Yep, hey, how are you? We're looking to force more aggression, and that seems to be the case, right, for these teams, is always action all over this place. So much so that they can actually juke our observers at times.
Yeah, of course.
Even they're confused. So it's like, where do we go? Because there's just so much. How do we value what is the most important engager 10? That's going to be a beautiful knock-up. And Drakari just flashes in there for one order with a pump shot. He bang, bang, and you're dead. Now looking for a second kill. Axe will not meet its mark right now, but when an Olaf gets low, you start to get a little bit worried. Wukong on the run. And the wrong side of the jungle is where he is at.
If he gets his W off, might be able to juke back and kill the Graves here.
His passive was working wonders right there. Keeping up healthy, armor, and health. Gonna disengage back over the wall.
Oh, that might have killed him. That might have killed him, going for that.
He's flexed that way. Not gonna get stunned up. Didn't decide to go into the Baron pick because he was concerned about mid lane rotations, but the slows that can come out here, it'll be a slow burner, but it will burn eventually.
And now this is really disastrous for Deakin. I don't know what they were doing topside there, what the Olaf and the Wukong's plan was. Like, Ornn was pretty much under tower. The lane was slow pushing back to the Wukong. Honestly, the Olaf could have just left the lane, and the lane state would have been completely fine. Instead, forcing the gank has pretty much ruined the jungle matchup and top lane all in one.
Well, now you got a situation where your Ornn is so incredibly fed. He's up this much gold.
Oh no, you hate to see that. You know why?
What is happening?
Dragon gives your jungler gold there, and like it's just not optimal to take it off him, especially when he's behind. And Yumi just got it.
Yumi just apparently says, look, you know, I'm going to be the win condition here.
Yeah.
I need to build my Athenes. I need to get it online as quickly as possible if we're going to stand any chance. And Olaf, you know, he's got one of those angry masks on, you know, when he's like crying underneath, but you know, trying to put a smile on the front. Oh yeah, we're doing okay, guys. We can keep going into this game, but well, regardless, Yumi says thank you very much. Who knows? Who really knows at this stage?
Well, yeah, at least mid lane stabilized, right? Silas has been solo killed, but he's managed to stabilize that. This top lane matchup, I don't imagine it's going to get any better for the Wukong, right? Once the Sunfire Cape comes through for the Ornn, it's just going to be... Ornn's going to be doing Ornn things. Bot lane's down quite a bit of farm, 13 CS, but the wave's coming back to them. They're just going to get poked under tower. Game state, QUT's favor for sure.
Ornn is maxing the breath right now, so a fair bit of damage comes his way. Good lane pressure. Will mean that they can freely rotate between these lanes. It now looks to be...
This could be a fight here, actually. Galio's level 6. Graves
it does
has ult.
indeed. It's a fight that's going to come across right there. The blue buff cannot be stolen away, but Drakari just skirts around the edge.
And this is why Phase Rush is so good into Olaf, because you just
Olaf
can't be
is
slowed
so
by
low.
undertow. Yeah.
And Tekka says, thank you very much. You started the blue, you gave us the blue, and now I can use this to even up my matchup. I'm down by roughly 20 CS, but that will help me immensely and help me get this proto belt more importantly.
In an alternate universe, in a universe where it's just normal, it should play out how it should play out, this Wukong actually wins this top lane matchup. So now that they don't have this avenue to play through, and they have the losing jungle matchup, and they've just neutralized mid lane, it is going to be an uphill battle for Deakin. The pretty much saving grace that they have is they have a stable bot lane. They're down CS because they got forced off tower, but Olaf really needs to play through this bot lane.
So I mean, given that Deakin, you know, the Song is down 2 deaths at this stage, but ahead in CS by a healthy margin, is there a world in which this is an item that brings them back into the game? Are we looking at, you know, a Blade of the Rune King be it the option, or your Tiamat for split push pressure to match?
So once Wukong gets the Blade of the Rune King and the Conqueror stacking up onto the Ornn, I think it's fine. Like the side lane matchup becomes okay. Ornn will never be able to, you know, out-split push you, bully you, and you'll be fine in the side lane. You'll probably get priority again. But it's really until he hits that power spike, he's just going to be waiting and waiting and waiting, and potentially just like sacking his waves to make plays. You know, one of these. This is like having Wukong against the duo bot lane in top lane. We can't see it yet, but yeah, Wukong here like this. This is just not an optimal state for him. Ornn benefits far more from being in this game, in this sort of game, than Wukong does. Wukong needs to be in the 1v1, wants to be farming minion waves, and wants to just be like uninterrupted, right? Ornn, he's okay being weak side, and he's not even weak side because their bot lane's just flipped and they're matching the 2v2. So this is a very good flip from QUT Tigers, and and this is really punishing Deakin, I would say, because you know the CS discrepancy that you saw, Skimmy, with the Ornn and the Wukong.
It's huge.
Yeah, well, it's not there anymore.
Look how much time they bought by the fact that they burnt, Oceanic Corruption just to interrupt his recall, force him to channel it again. Now the long walk back to lane because you got no teleport. So that CS lead that you say was there now means nothing. And you know, if you want that Wukong to be that threat to come back in, well, the Ornn is a very, very happy chap.
And so now you have Sunfire Cape versus Vamp Scepter.
Out comes the final chapter, and that might be the final chapter for this Ezreal. That's incredibly low. Center with the cannon from afar goes bang. Olaf. This is a situation that you love to see, but without a Spirit Visage, without a few clutch items on that Olaf. Not the biggest terror at this stage of the early game.
Yeah, look, that's a bit of a force. It feels like the story of the game at the moment for Deakin, just forcing a little bit too hard. QUT Tigers, you know, reading the play very well, counter ganking at like every time. Ooh, that's a nice charge. That's
the true shot barrage.
Oh, the
actually
flash.
a fair bit of damage. That's just going to force the fight right there. Gary's going to come in here with the Hero's Entrance, which actually does little to nothing. The Protobelt taunt needs you to jump on top right now. They do get 1 kill. That's a blue buff onto Galio right now. Other 2 members are quite low. Silas is on the flank, and they're going to pick them apart one by one. Now Yuumi needs somewhere to jump to, but will not be able to find it. Ezreal says, I have to disengage.
Yeah.
And what looks so good, the Tigers just turn around again.
Yeah, so like I said, it's just the... I don't know if it's nerves or what it is. Like, you got to remember, QUT Tigers have played a game already, right? So they've kind of settled into this tournament so far. And whereas Deakin, maybe they're just like missing a beat. They're feeling like they need to force just that little bit too hard to make something happen. And every time they've tried to do so, they've been punished. You know, Drakari's been on that Graves, counter-ganked every play that the Olafs look to make. Olaf's 0-3 now, 0-2 top laner. It's looking grim. On a positive note, Live a Life on the Galio is doing quite well. Potentially there's something that can happen, that potentially, you know, they can make a play through him, but they just need to slow down. I think that's the key.
They do.
That's the key. Slow down.
Deakin Dragons really forced the objective there on the top side. They burned every summoner they had. They really tried to get some kills, baited by the damage that came out from the True Shot Barrage. The execution, however, wasn't able to happen. Now, what does that mean for the Tigers? They're able to get themselves a dragon, they're able to turn this map into an ocean. Plenty of sustain now available. It'd be actually really good here for Deakin, allowing them to not feel as reliant on the Yuumi.
It's important to remember too, right? Deakin still have tools to find avenues back into the game, but they just need to make smarter decisions, right? You know, what they're doing is like they're doing the obvious thing. They're doing the thing that I guess, you know, you can see from a mile away, right? They're not setting up vision, they're not pushing waves, and they're not making play off pressure that they have. They're skipping all of their steps, and then they're trying to make something happen. I want them to do their steps, push their waves, secure vision, see where the enemy is, and then make the play.
Gonna need a few items online as well to really make this composition as strong as it was. They obviously denied so much away in the banning phase to make sure that this Yuumi and Olaf could be as uninterrupted, as strong as possible.
Well, it's been interrupted.
Need a few items. You will need a few items to make it happen. And 30 minutes into this one, it is getting bullied. The center is putting in work.
And he's
just to
also
find the pick.
he's also got a longsword in his inventory, and I think the longsword days for Olaf are long gone. I think he's really butchered his early game, and he just needs to start building tank from here.
Yeah. But regardless, action happens in the bottom lane, and that's going to be Drakari finding another kill. 3-1 and 4, big jungle difference this game so far.
Well, that's 2 games he's had a bit of a jungle difference, hasn't he? Like, he's played well in both games now. On 2 different types of champions. They banned away his Trundle, he's locked in the Graves, he's definitely got a decent jungle matchup, but he's making stuff happen, and he's going to get solo turret gold here too. The Ornn's decided, you know, I've got enough gold, I'm Ornn, your Graves, yeah, take all the gold, man, take the resources, and be my carry.
And this is the best situation, right? As you've highlighted many times in these drafts, you know, as a Graves, you want to be selfish, you want to get gold.
Yeah.
Well, you know, 30 CS lead, all those kills, and that turret plating gold before it falls on down, with the turret actually exploding too. I mean, I'm really excited to see what he actually gets back on this base.
So he looks like
just how much of an influence he means he can beat in these team fights. A fight will take place topside, however. Tekken forced to bend the flash. Gets a teleport to come out of Nightfall, but not before Deakin respond with their own teleports. And now it looks a little bit awkward as they run to the tower and say, well, I guess we disengage from here.
It's a bit of a nothing play, isn't it? Graves has opted in for the Black Cleaver. There's you know, there's multiple different Graves builds you can go. You can go Lethality Graves, you can go Storm Razor Graves. I think Storm Razor is like far from optimal. I think it's probably the worst one you can go. I think you can also go 1 Lethality item into Black Cleaver, into Death Dance and things like that. But, you know, Black Cleaver's always a safe bet, always pretty much makes you more of a frontliner. You still have relevant damage, and the Black Cleaver passive's always nice.
Well, this means he can go uninterrupted to this Rift Herald. Wukong still struggling on the components to make a Blade of the Ruin King, unable to really assist or bully out the Ornn from freely rotating and finding that pressure in the lane. Now they can look to utilize this to break open mid-wave, as that is the final adder that does survive on the map in favor of Deakin. We're still looking for their first turret, still looking for a little bit of map control very early on. 15 minutes in, down by 7k gold.
This is, I definitely think this is going to be the turret that drops in the mid lane. Once this mid lane tower goes down, it's danger everywhere on the map. So that mid lane tier 1 turret usually keeps you safe from getting picked on your jungle camps, right? Like you see Olaf on the Wraiths there. Once that mid tower goes down, you have to start catching the next minion wave at your tier 2 turret, right? So every bit of vision that you have gets more shallow, and then the threat of you dying and getting picked becomes more and more prominent. So this game only gets harder for Deakin, especially now that that mid tower's dropped.
Well, they're going to try and get as much CS as they can for free right now. A quick drive-by, which actually does emit a fair bit of damage regardless. Does keep Varus at bay. His response won't be as strong as it would have been with a different build, but regardless, he is able to hold himself in this mid turret, and life's still back up now. He has Blade of Ruin King in his pocket, and we've got Ornn on the flank, sitting pretty in the brush. Is Varus trying it to bait? It would seem that way.
Yeah, but sometimes there comes a point where baiting's just too much. You know, you've just baited so hard that you're nearly dead, so if the play does happen, it's not going to be a good one. So I think this is the instance of too much bait sometimes.
It feels like a little bit too much bait and not enough fish in this situation. Down to half, and without a heal summoner as well. Going to be very reliant on Sinner to make things happen, but out comes the final chapter. The cannon is flashed out of. Support's putting in overtime there to prevent and protect. Fair few ultimates, however, burnt before the third dragon spawns, I should say. So, now they can find a pick of their own. Maybe the Deakin Dragons can turn things around. Ornn ultimate, is it the difference maker? Unstoppable is there. Ragnarok putting in work, flashing on top of his head. Drakari does disengage away, will not fall victim to the jungle difference, will not lose that shutdown bonus. They cycle on their cooldowns. They wait to find a pick. Senna will not land that route just yet.
It's just a skill shot battle now.
I was just going to say, the poke is going to come out slow, but it will be there. Ezreal is playing very far forward as it stands right now, and Drakari says, look, I'm that far ahead, let's just start the dragon. Massive knock-up! Is Hero's Entrance enough to try and turn things around? They're so damn low! They are so damn low. Double kill is picked up everywhere, but it's looking like an ace, and that is what it will be. QUT, far too good at Ornn. Absolutely smurfing there.
That's some Kingpin Ornn gameplay, if I do say so myself. The Ornn landed a 3 or 4 man knock-up into just chain CC, into Silas cleave damage, I could keep going on into like what CC and what damage they followed up with, but It was just a really well played team fight from QUT Tigers there. You know, the alternate universe though is like they were down 6 or 7k Deakin, and how close was that team fight, right? Like we saw the Yumi Olaf come to fruition there. Unfortunately, they're just a little bit too far behind. But again, really well played team fight from Orn specifically. He actually managed to just land some clutch CC there.
Clutch CC he did indeed. It's going to be a Gallia that's not optimizing to be a tank as such. He's gone for full penetration here with the boots as well as the Oblivion Orb. So the guy wants to get in your face and make it land, make it stick, and make it last a little bit longer for the rest of his team to maybe try and turn the tide of that fight. Because as you say, very, very close given the goal difference. Fiends is there now for the Yumi. A lot more sustain to assist the likes of Olaf. That's going to be the primary target to be jumped upon, but the Olaf is still sticking stubborn. Not going to optimize towards the Spirit Visage just yet.
Well, I'm not even sure at which point you just say, okay, like my Olaf's not having a great game, I'm just going to not jump in the Olaf anymore. Normally I'd say, okay, you know, we'll switch to Wukong. But Wukong's not even playing that well either. So
No.
Yumi's kind of in this game state of, what do I do? Who do I jump in? Who do I jump in that's not going to get me killed at a certain point?
What I'd say, you know, both your bruisers are sitting at 0-4, right? And you're thinking, well, we need a situation in which I can live along and I can jump between members freely, because as it stands, even on Ezreal, yes, it's a good situation, great for laning phase, but in mid to late, naturally tends to change around, and yeah, QUT can just show up face like that, bully you out with the vision that they've been able to achieve, and just force fights.
Almost a solo kill here from the Wukong. So, like I said, as soon as he hits that bulk power spike, he actually becomes, you know, and as I say that, never mind.
Just don't talk, okay?
I'm just gonna mute my mic real quick.
It's what I always learn. It's what I always learn. You call something out, and it will not happen.
Okay.
And it sounds redundant, it sounds repetitive, but it tends to be the truth.
Okay, if he just took the HP trade as opposed to trying to go for the kill, that's fine, right? But again, he's trying to force just that little bit too much, right? You get Silas down to 200 HP, call your jungler up, or push the minion wave in and get a reset. You should be happy. That's a free reset. Instead, they just try and go for the kill, and it's just too much. And Tekka comes in with the solo kill in the side lane.
Oh, it's a 5-1 Silas right now. Incredibly strong.
When I'm feeling a little
Sonya's.
when I'm feeling a little bit cheeky and I try and sound like you know, trying to sound like Silas comes from a Mediterranean island, I say Silas.
Silas?
Yes.
It's pretty spicy.
It is actually, right? It sounds cool, huh? And there goes Silas.
I would try, but I'd probably sound like, you know, just rude, because I'd probably butcher the pronunciation and offend the whole nation.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, maybe we should just leave it as Silas. Silas is safe.
You can flex if you feel confident, but you know what?
Silas is safe. Silas is safe.
Silas is the way we're gonna
Yeah.
go. Hey, it's always interesting to me whenever I tune into streams, like hear their pronunciation, even like English streams, because like I remember when I first did this, I was like, is it Vega or Viga, Shaco, Sharko?
Yeah, well, isn't that like potatoes? Wait, no,
Potatoes, potatoes,
yeah,
aluminium,
tomatoes,
aluminum.
yeah, tomatoes, tomatoes.
It's always such a debate, right? And then you have like the arguments of like, oh, are you speaking American or are you speaking English? Well, it's English, right? So who knows?
There's actually quite a few champions you could misinterpret, right? Like, you know, Ellis famously says Aatrox instead of Aatrox.
Aatrox, yes.
Yeah.
That was
He's like
the first
the
thing that got me
Aatrox.
started on that.
Anyway, the Baron, by the way, as we're getting through pronunciation.
I mean, Baron is just happening. We're yarning away, but we're looking at a Baron being taken here very early on, 20 minutes into this one, and they're going to lock that in place, which they do. Here his entrance goes out, but the Zonius denies it all. Then a flash away, Zakira survives, lands the root, negates once again by a second stopwatch, and Graves is smurfing. He gets everything. He gets shut down, but in the end, it does not seem to matter because they get another ace and a triple kill. Drakari, this guy commands the jungle, commands the game, and just straight up making the Tigers just have so many superstars for their opposition to try and deal with.
Yeah, it's also a 12,000 gold lead now, right? I think we haven't even mentioned the gold lead for a long time. So, yeah, it's a 12,000 gold lead at, well, now it's, 12,000 at 22 minutes. So, it's looking no bueno if you're a fan of Deakin. I don't know how they're going to bounce back from this gold deficit, but I think there's going to have to be a Hail Mary play where they all stack in and bush and hope for the best. Maybe Varus, Senna, and Graves all face check and get one shot.
I mean, you know, slowly working towards what, a 20k gold difference, you know, with the Ornn upgrades as well. So it's a situation in which you don't want to ever call it too early, but you start to really wonder, okay, what item breakpoints are we looking at before there's even a possibility, right? You know, Trinity Force still needs to be there. It looks like we're going to get a Black Cleaver being itemized on this Wukong as well, which is now being actually completed here by the Olaf. So I feel like they've really been punished with this game plan, which looks so cute from the draft with what they banned away and what they've optimized towards, but they've been unable to have the power and the strength to actually make it come online to justify its high priority here.
Yeah, I agree. If you can't get through laning phase, then don't pick it, right? Lane, and honestly, their lane's not even that bad. I think really just QUT Tigers have played this game extremely well. They've had solid laning phase, like, you know, Nightfaller got some solo kills in the top lane. Their bot lane managed to poke them out and force them off a few minion waves. I think it's been an all-round solid performance from QUT Tigers. And so it's going to be interesting to see how they close this, or if they close this one out.
Well, they're working their way towards getting a Ocean Song with 3 of those in their name, then they are just an absolute terror. They can match that Yuumi sustain. They can really be a threat to try and deal with as Tekka goes in the flank. Now in a situation where he's actually going to get 1v3 collapsed upon. Ezreal comes across as well. The rest of the team has said, you're left to the Wolves. We're not helping you with that situation. He's going to flash away and use the Wukong spin to win himself.
Cool.
Buys a little bit of time, and yes, mid lane turret will fall on down, but QUT have their eyes set on a very different prize. Drakari wants to try and go in. He wants to look for more. He wants that reset on those shotgun pellets, but they're just finding value upon value with the Baron buff by transitioning from mid and then having bot wave perfectly prepped as well.
Yeah, so they're playing 3 lanes of pressure. They're 1-3-1-ing. Normally you can't 1-3-1 versus teams with hard engage, right? Like if Wukong's on the flank or they have a Jarvan or something like that, 1-3-1 can be quite dangerous. Usually 4-1's optimal. But you know, when you're this far ahead and you have an Ornn who's in a side, you have a Sylas who's in the side, sure the Sylas got a little bit cheeky and punished, then there's no real threat. They're pushing 4v5.
They're walking straight in. The Ornn will find so much value thanks to Senna. Deleted. Slapped by a wall of concrete is what that one looked like. And that again is clap on through with further damage. Item difference, gold, economy, everything going the way of the QUT Tigers. They'll get a second inhibitor for their efforts right now. Rewarded for the pressure and the damage. The Nexus is now in their sights, and that's what they're going to turn their attention towards. The first turret falls on down, but they want more blood because why not? It looks good, and it feels good to execute too. The second falls down, and just like that, our quickest game of the day, 25 minutes in, the QUT Tigers claim victory.
Yeah, well done to the QUT Tigers. That's 2-0 for them so far in this tournament. It was honestly a decent... I understand blue side Deakin's strategy. Again, I'm not saying that it's a draft that I would necessarily draft for myself, but I understand where they're coming from. I understand how they execute their win condition. Unfortunately, they weren't able to get through lane. It's really looking like QUT Tigers are a powerhouse team in this tournament. Like they have, you know, someone who's been playing particularly well in the jungle. He's played his Graves now. He's played his Trundle, and he's really just jung-gapped most of his games. To be supplemented by his stable stability in his bot lane. And I think Nightfaller hasn't got enough credit, but Nightfaller's played particularly well in both games as well, especially on Ornn. Like if you start getting solo kills on Ornn, you must be playing pretty well.
I mean, it's actually so interesting, right? Because we mentioned it during the game itself, but they have so many stars to try and shut down, so many players that have that, you know, that X factor to try and deal with. So you start to wonder, you know, what lane do I focus on? What champions do I want to try and deny away? And I'm going to be quite interested to see as these days and weeks go by, if we have a transition of banning away one tricks and into more, say, what is meta, what is S tier, and what sort of overall forms a better composition. Because right now, QUT are showing themselves as a front runner in that one. But that's game number 4. We got another game up, the final one for day 1 of the Unisport Nationals. So don't go anywhere, and we'll see you after the break.
When the difference
between winning and losing
is measured in milliseconds.
Everything counts.
The Alienware Legendary Battle Station.
dare not speak. Her light can only blind and burn. No mercy for the guilty. Bring down their lying sun. Blood so silver black
Welcome back to the Unisport Nationals for the final time today. We've had 4 games on display so far, 4 best of ones, but we have 1 final best of one. And you already highlighting that you thought this team that we have on display right now, the QUT Tigers, were strong. Well, they're going to play 3 games today right now here, Juves. They are putting on a clinic. They're getting a lot of practice and a fair bit of exposure as well.
Well, it's the thing, right? When you're winning, you just want to keep playing. So it's actually not necessarily a bad thing. I think if they lost 1 or 2 games, maybe we can be like, ooh, 3 games, they don't want to play. But if you're just clapping people, why not just play another game?
I mean, that has been really the situation so far, right? They've been getting into these games and getting the job done, quite honestly. There have been a fair few people that have impressed us. I've been a big fan of Drakari and how influential he has been from the jungle, but also Nightfaller. You know, the Ornn last game in particular, for me, was just, it was disgusting. Multiple high-impact ultimates or even just knockups that allowed the rest of the team to come together and just deliver the payload.
I think Nightfaller actually played Jace as well in my solo queue game and dropped 19 kills, and I was just AFK, like, he was winning the game, and I was just like, AFK, okay, this is fun, you know? So
I like that.
Wouldn't be surprised if he ripped out a Jace or something like that. I don't know if Jace is one of his most played, but yeah, there's that.
Before he's just like, oh, you know, I just played Jace's off role, and you're like, that's cool, man, you know, I'm just trying to highlight you here, but just rub extra salt into that wound.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just trying to give you a compliment, bro, but hey.
Hey, yeah, just basically pad your ego a little bit more. But who knows? We'll have to wait and see what they do decide to go for. He's the drafting captain, and he's the one that's leading the charge so far with these bans, which are very different to what we've seen so far. So must definitely be a target towards the University of South Australia, who are on your screen right now, fighting for the final game of day 1.
Yeah,
together with Na and Shen.
Na, Shen bans, obviously target bans. They're not champions that, you know, are necessarily known for being power picks in this meta.
Yeah.
You know, much with the same with really the Silas and the Silas, the Graves, and the MF can all be, you know, both bans because they don't like playing against them, but also we've seen now that they can just be target bans, right? Eden had a pop off on the Misfortune, Taker had a bit of a pop off on the Silas, and Graves, I don't need him to say what Graves did last game, so they were definitely watching, that's for sure.
But they realised that they can't afford to give their Graves away because it has so much influence in this game. But what are they going to lock in here as a first pick priority? They go for an Ezreal, that's a very high priority, given that the Aphelios is still up and available as well. And I mean, it's been so many patches since the Aphelios has come out, but I've still met so many people that say, I have no idea what the champion does.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I'm kind of glad they're not picking it because I actually don't know what the champions do. I don't even know what Aphelios... No, okay, I'll lie. I know what Aphelios does when his guns are on. Like, I know what green gun does, I know what white gun does, I know what red gun does, purple gun, I know what it does, but I don't know the names, and I feel like that's a problem when you're casting, right? Like, all I know is that, when chakrams are go, run. When chakrams are on, exit the building, evacuate Summoner's Rift. When he's, you know those little chakrams that spin around him?
Yeah.
That's when you change maps. You go from Summoner's Rift to play ARAMs, and then when you're on the ARAMs map, you can go back later.
That's where you just unplug your internet connection, right?
Yeah.
And you just pretend that you've just DC'd.
Yep.
You know, I think with Aphelios, he's one of those champions that you can actually be quite forgiving by not calling it maybe the exact name and just being like, you know, that's the sniper, that's the, you know, the AoE cannon, that's the shotgun, for instance, right? You know, this is the lifesteal dagger.
Yeah.
I feel like the majority of viewers understand where you're going at with that draft or with that idea, but regardless, this one's going pretty fast and quick in that reduction as well. We actually can see a repeat performance here by Akira on that center. Pretty impressive so far. Was actually able to shut down the Ezreal Yuumi very effectively, combining that with the Varus. They go for a Kindred jungle, so a potential double ADC front.
Yeah.
And with the Kassadin as well, they have a lot of scaling if they can reach that breakpoint.
So Kassadin historically has been picked into Azir as like a quote-unquote soft counter pick, right? Kassadin for sure loses lane, gets pushed in by Azir, but once you start hitting level 6, level 11 and getting those items come in, the game becomes increasingly more hard for Azir, and it gets to a point where Kassadin literally just wins you a game in a side lane or one-shots Azir in like a team fight, or you know what Kassadin does at level 16.
Of course.
So that's what they're hoping for with Tekra on this Kassadin against Azir. I do really love the Nautilus pickup, especially because there was a center first pick. I think whether center's an ADC this game, or support, or fasting center, the Nautilus is always a good pick. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do here.
Yeah, they got plenty of engagement tools and plenty of zoning as well there, obviously with the Emperor's Divide. Combine that with the depth charge and the hook on top of that, then they've got the ability to you know, really punish you if you're Not as strong with your engage as you would have liked to have seen, but we're going to see these bans come out very quickly once again. Another two targeted towards the jungle. This is a big denial in the jungle as well as that top lane solo with Warwick and Echo.
Yeah, I'm wondering about the Warwick ban. Interesting to say the least. I've done a quick little some quick research. So Warwick is definitely his most played. So you know, for whatever it's worth, whether it's a good champion or not a good champion, it's a decent ban. Decent enough ban, if that's what he's going to be playing. So a bit of a respect ban. Maybe people don't know what Warwick does, don't know the relative strength of it.
Always good when you you're not afraid to be a meta slave and just actually respect what your opponent has.
Yeah, I mean that's how like most amateur, semi-professional, professional tournaments play out, right? Semi-professional, I mean, not really OPL or like LCS or anything like that, but semi-professional tournaments and tournaments where it's the general population, if you will, or general player base, it's better to just target ban. It's better to just target ban, and if they can't play S tier champs, then they can't play S tier champs, and that's fine.
Well, I'm curious to see what ADC they actually go with now on QUT, because the Varus has been denied away from them, which was a very important synergy. They've got the Jax now, so no clear initiate on a tank, for example, but plenty of bruiser threats, plenty of people that can get in your face. Obviously, the haloed ground that can come out there from the Kindred at 6 as well could be a deciding factor for turning these fights. But I look at what UniSA have got in so far, and combining those first 3 picks now with a Kennen and potentially a Kha'Zix as well, you've got very, very good pick potential. And strong AoE connect as well.
Yeah, I hate to break it to you, Skimmy, but this jungle matchup is good for Drakari. So Kindred actually does very well into Kha'Zix because Kindred has multiple jumps on a 2-second cooldown.
Oh, absolutely.
And Kha'Zix really only has 1. So early game again, this is where you do most of your damage on Kindred.
Oh, there's the chase.
Yep. So that's Jax.
Jax ADC.
Bot lane with farming with Senna. Right. Okay. Interesting. Let me wrap my head around that real quick.
How good is it that you actually highlight at the start of this one? This guy's super surf on the Jace.
Yeah.
Actually comes out. Once again, bro, you've justified your position here, eh? I know what I'm talking about. I've got the big brain 5-head predictions of how this draft's actually going to play out.
I'm a 6-head.
6-head?
Yeah, I'm a 6-head.
I'd hate to see what that emote looks like.
Look at my forehead. When the camera comes back on me, everyone look at my forehead. I got a massive head, by the way. Oh, the camera's back on me.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
Yep. Look, my head is literally like 2 times your head size.
6 head. I like that. Maybe somebody needs to take a screenshot, squeeze it out a little bit, and then boom, you just added yourself as like a Riot Games emote. That way you've known that you've made it, right? You've just immortalized your presence in the scene.
Yeah. And so, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think anyone's an expert on how the Senna Jax lane plays out, right? No one's really seen a Senna Jax lane. But the idea behind Senna being like that champ that doesn't farm and still does a ton of damage, I'm just concerned about how the lane plays out with their lack of range. So it's going to be interesting to see if the Ezreal Nautilus can survive and punish.
I mean, it's such an all-in lane, right? I mean, I can understand in a sense that you've got double CC if the Senna can land her route, and you've got the follow-up with the counter-strike there. Yeah, that sounds great. You've got a denial of the auto-attacks, but into an Ezreal, I mean, I've seen when, once again, I bring it back to an Order did the Aurelia into the likes of a Misfortune or a Aphelios. It was like, what is the meta right now? Immobile AD carries. We can punish that. We can get on them. They can't get out without burning a flash. I mean, into an Ezreal, I worry. I'm very, very, very curious to see the execution of it, because then you start to think, okay, well, if they can't win in a bot lane, Caston's going to get pushed in. He's going to have to wait until, a level 11, as you say, and onwards, 6 at the minimum. Kindred, yeah, maybe she can win her matchup, but if the lanes are winning, then Kha'Zix's life is incredibly easy. And then maybe Jace, I'm not too sure about the Jace matchup.
This game should be played through topside. So Jace really will probably go phase rush in this matchup. And when he lands, the cannon can't just E away, right? The phase rush is going to keep Jace, is going to keep Chase. And so if they have a winning 2v2 top lane, and it's just going to blow the game open, right? They'll be able to get Rift Herald, they'll be able to counter jungle top camps. I'm looking, this lane is good for Jace because Jace just EQ pokes. The auto attack range for Kennen is quite short. And then whenever Kennen wants to trade, it's within Jace combo range, right? Like Jace can use his Q, his jump, he can just slam Kennen. And like those little trades, like that Jace wants, Kennen also wants, just Jace does them better, right? So you're only picking Kennen for the team fight, which, I mean, you need to be able to push your wave out to get to the team fight, in which Kennen can't do against Jace.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the Jace is going to have that combo, going to have a lot of mana as well, no doubt, going with the tier build and just being able to farm quite happily. But I really want to see some victory found on the upper side of the map right now, because as much as that seems like the place to go, I'm always so curious, right? I mean, this guy Eden, super Chad player on the likes of a Jinx, where he just says, look, I don't really care about using cleanse, it's there. I don't think I actually pressed it once this entire game. I take exhaust, I take damage, I laugh, right? And then the Varus, he's played again. The fact that he's just busting out bruises as an AD carry in this game into what I'd imagine is a pretty hard matchup for him in that bot side of the map. I'm curious to understand the workings of the Tigers' minds.
I don't know if this matchup is that hard, to be honest, okay, because Ezreal's not historically known as like a champion that bullies lane, right? Like there's lanes that should win, and it should, you know, if you're playing Ezreal well, you get your 2 items pretty early, and you stack up your mirror mana, and you stack up to your mirror mana, and then at 2 item power spike, you're just like really insane. There's nothing that rivals you in terms of damage. But the center Jax, like the Nautilus can't hook onto Jax because Jax is just going to pop Counter-Strike, wait out the duration of the Aftershock, and then they'll probably just win the trade, to be honest. And then they're going to out-sustain because they have the center healing. So this bot lane may not be as clear-cut as Ezreal's just going to chunk out Jax, because they go 1-for-1, right? Center has range, Ezreal has range, center has sustain, they don't have sustain. So it's like...
I suppose like you talk about sustain, right? Sustain is always going to be incredibly strong.
Yeah.
How much of this do you really think then is going to be based around really well optimized counter strikes? Because there's obviously the part of like, you know, Nautilus can land its passive, root you in place, that interrupts the entire combo. Counter strike has to find infinite value to be the difference maker here, to close that distance first of all, but just not actually get CC'd into oblivion.
So there's never going to be a kill that's an all-in my opinion. All that's going to happen is that there's going to be a hook, and Aftershock's going to proc, Ezreal's going to put some damage down, but can Jax time that with his Counter-Strike? If Jax gets Counter-Strike off, they probably don't even lose the trade, to be honest. Especially if you just keep it on and wait till Aftershock times out. So yeah.
What do you think then, with knowing how the top half of the drafts is going and the craziness of the bottom side as well? Where do you really think Kha'Zix should be showing his attention, given that he's going to have a tough time going up 1v1? Does he want to go into that top side 2v2, or does he want to look to go, say, bot side and just try and punish this wacky combo?
Well, the Kha'Zix has prio in mid lane, right? The Kha'Zix going to have, I assume the Kha'Zix is going to have prio in bot lane. I believe like they should be able to get prio unless the matchup just goes horribly wrong.
Yeah.
So Kha'Zix really has the map at free reign besides top lane. And even then, top lane's not that influential unless you're contesting like Krugs or something like that, in which case, you know, maybe you're playing around the wrong lane. So I think Kha'Zix has free reign to move around the map. The thing about this jungle matchup is, yes, Kindred wins with red buff, and there's various power spikes in which Kindred wins. But if Kha'Zix can find himself in Kindred's jungle sitting in a bush with isolation, then there's no reason Kha'Zix can't win this matchup. So it's really about Kha'Zix identifying his lanes, his pressure states, and where he can be on the map and where he can't be.
So essentially what you're saying there is he going to cause bug splats, or will he be the bug that splats? That's what we're going to go and find out. That is the way we're going to come into game number 5. Our final best of one of the day. Day 1 of the Unisport Nationals here for League of Legends. And QT Tigers, their 3rd game of the day. Plenty of action. Unfortunately, we had the University of Canterbury drop out of their game, so unable to see what they've been up to. And it's a bit of a shame as well, because that was the university that I went to back when I was in New Zealand as well. So it would have been a fair bit of trivia, and then I could have had a bit of a laugh about it, depending on how the performances went. But it's not going to happen. Let's focus ourselves on this one, and on this man in particular as well. Drakari, different champion, different game. He's been very standout as a performer as well, and looking to see if he can make the same thing happen in another matchup that really favours him.
Blue buff's an interesting start for Kindred, to be honest. I would like to see him start red and just straight invade. You know what I'd be doing if I was Kindred? I would have started my red buff, and then just straight invaded top side and just told Jace to push for prio, because Jace can get prio. But you know, he's gone for the more blue buff Gromp into red clear and probably potentially look for a gank. But as you can see, this mid lane's playing out how we said it would. You know, Azir's just getting perma prio in this lane, and probably will have perma priority until Kassadin hits level 6 and can start threatening Rift 4 top of him.
Yeah, just looking to really try and stay as sustained as possible, right? You know, with fleet footwork, with the potions as well. Just wants to sustain, get as much free XP and CS as possible.
Yep.
And then try to be somewhat of a threat coming into level 6. Otherwise, the Azir will just get out of hand. We've seen that happen so many times when a few crucial items come online, the likes of a Nash's Tooth and everything that follows from then on after. Now we're
Here we
going to
go.
start to see what we wanted, which is the invade. He just jumps straight into it, drops
he has
down the
no
wall,
jump.
forces at the flash. A flash response, that's a lot of damage. Can they get the mark? Yes, they can. Kindred online, first blood.
And this is exactly what I was saying. This is why this matchup is good for Kindred. This is why Kindred and Graves come to meta and come to fruition, is because stuff that struggles early and can't clear as quickly, they get punished in these scenarios, right? You just permanently invade, and now this matchup's really hard. Kindred's gonna base, get a red smite, have his sweeper, and it's just gonna be living in the Kha'Zix jungle.
And that's a situation where, oh mate, Kid Grandpa, what a name by the way. Is
Yeah, I was gonna
very
say,
happy.
I actually love that name.
I love that name. This is
Yeah.
always what excites me, right, when you get into these games, right? It's just a combination of just solo cuteness or just overall quirkiness. I love it. So, Kid Grandpa might need to take a few supplements to get himself back into, well, maybe a little bit more than a few vitamins to fix up those old joints.
Vitamins or vitamins?
Oh, are we going to have that conversation
No.
again? I say vitamins.
But
I
also,
feel like, is vitamins the American way?
before I go into the vitamin conversation, so like I said, Nightfaller's got priority in this matchup. He's hard winning. Kennan's in dive range, and it's probably going to happen.
It is. They're going to turn their attention straight on towards it. Going to flash out so he doesn't take that final auto, which would have done his death. Now that matchup is in a very comfortable spot, and now we can return to the real talking point.
Yeah, vitamins or vitamins? Yeah, I thought the vitamins is a real English thing, but I think it's vitamins if you're in Australia, right?
I don't know. It's actually interesting because I know when I was living in the UK, I would say it one way. Then I moved here and I slowly started to change, and like my parents are still very much of the old English way.
Oh, really?
So I don't know. I get confused all the time now. I don't even know what I'm saying half the time. My accent is absolutely fried. But regardless, that's
I
what
like your
happens.
accent because when you get excited in a team fight, I actually hear you go back to your English roots, and it actually kind of excites me because it reminds me of I feel like I'm watching an EPL game or like a Premier League game or something like that,
Look,
you know?
I mean, we're both best friends in terms of we're Chelsea fans, so I mean, that's all we need to say on that front, right? We
Yeah, that's true.
love a little bit of football, love a little bit of action. That one
Yeah.
has been shut down, but we got esports instead, so I suppose we can find some love in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, look, Jakari definitely loves Kid Grandpa's jungle. That's what we know about
does.
this game. He's
He's
definitely
kicking on.
living in it and he's loving it. And this is probably going to be a solo kill in the top lane,
Home
if
or
I'm
away
being honest.
stadium, they're going in all day long. No flash to follow up here, but does Jace have it?
Oh!
Does the gate connect? It doesn't connect. The Uber's unable to find it. Intoxicant ship. Intoxicated by the pressure of everything that's been thrown his way. Very far behind in this matchup now, and going to lose a lot of the CS unless he uses the teleport back.
This is, I'm just trying to think about this game and the current game state. This is looking real shady for the blue side here, unfortunately. I think they're saving grace. Can be this Azir. We've seen Azir just, 1v5 team fights before. It's not all doom and gloom though. Their bot lane's doing fine. Like I said, the Jack center is up CS, so I'm wondering if it's like, we haven't seen much of bot lane, so obviously there hasn't been much trading, otherwise the camera would pan down there. I think it's just been like a gentleman's agreement. We just trade farm and see who scales better into the game.
And that was going to be my next talking point, right, is where we turn our attention to when the spot lane would actually come online, and if there have actually been any attempts for them to force engages as Graves... Nautilus shows face for 1 second. It was a bit of a Graves situation, I suppose, is where I'm going with that one. But regardless, Ignite gets burnt, and Senna can just walk on out of harm's way. Very, very safe. Just hangs onto the flash and heal. We'll have that obviously natural heal as well in that kit, and they just carry on battering away.
And so you look at that trade, right, and you think, that's actually decent for Nautilus Ezreal, right? That's your first glance. But it's actually terrible. So what happens here is they hook the center, they don't get the kill. Sure, they burn Senna's health resource, if you will. She has some sustain, she has some pot, she has a biscuit. But the important thing is QUT Tigers don't use any summoners in that trade, and the Uni SA lose their Ignite. Ignite is the only kill threat they have in this lane, and they didn't get it, and now it's on cooldown.
So now we go back into a passive farming situation, or do we? Because the action is still taking place across the Rift in other areas where we would imagine it was going to be a big focus, top lane and jungle in particular. And Kid Grandpa is having a very, very tough time of trying to navigate to any area that has not already been contested or locked down by the likes of this Kindred.
See, look at this. Look at it.
Let's do
Even
it
just look
again.
at the jungle items. Look at the jungle gap items. It's just double longsword, berserk, and a dagger as well. I just don't think there's any way this Kha'Zix can play the game at the moment, especially because he's got no prio as well. So the worst thing as a jungler is when you have no priority. As I say that, there's a tower dive in the mid lane.
Looking for
Flash
it.
comes
Piglet
out.
is low. Drakaris needs
Ooh.
one auto. Tanks 2 tower shots. Both incredibly lethal. Piglet would love to have made that happen, but everybody is on red health bars. It was a risky situation, but everyone survives.
Did Kennen solo kill Jace, or did he pick his kill up from somewhere else?
No, Jace did get the kill, top side. It was
Who
a
did
solo.
Kennen kill?
That's a very good question.
Oh, he TP'd. He must have TP'd bot, right?
We must have missed
Yeah.
it again. Down
Yeah,
bot side.
no, his TP's down on cooldown. He TP'd bot. He got a kill bot. The center died.
So now it proves then that without Ignite, hey, you have a third man. That can
Yeah,
be your next
but-
Ignite. What does this mean though? Does Nightfall get punished? Jungle once again showing, oh, hello, you're just gone.
I mean, top lane is just... Top
Is it
lane
doomed?
doesn't exist anymore, by the way. Top lane,
Busted? Is it broken? Is it gone?
it's... Top lane is literally over. That's a 40 CS lead, 2 kills on Jace, full turret plates, 2 level disparity. I mean... As I say that, it's a 3 kill Jace now, and the Kha'Zix is dead. This Jace, like I said, is just going to run over the game. Like, he can either push for the tier 2, he has 2 options now, right? He can push for tier 2, like take top tower, push for tier 2, or he can just keep threatening mid and threaten tower dive on mid. He's even using his TP to get back to top lane, just because he's that confident.
I don't think we need to even say anything more on the situation, right? I feel like this performance is speaking for itself right now. They are justifying the priority.
Yeah.
That hook, point blank, unfortunately does not connect. I'm sure even Drakaris is scratching his head on that one.
I don't even know if he would kill Kindred there, to be honest. Even with Kha'Zix, I think he'll just drop the ultimate and the Jace would come over and kill them.
And they say Nautilus hook needs to be buffed.
I
I've
mean,
seen so many Riot memes of them just making it the entire lane. Even there, it doesn't connect.
yeah, I've seen that meme actually. Yeah,
Do you know
yeah,
what I
yeah.
mean?
Yeah.
Oh man.
I don't like that Herald. I think they could have saved that Herald and used it for actual turret plates. So you know how we were saying you should chip the tower down before you use the Rift Herald?
Yeah.
That top tower had no plates left, right? It's just better to drop it mid or bot, even if you're not going to take the turret, just because you're going to get more plates. Jace was going to take that tower anyway. Kindred and Jace could have taken that top lane turret, and they could have got far more gold from dropping that Herald in a lane.
I'm just trying to understand, I'm just trying to think maybe what some of the reasons are of this. Is it just to say, look, maybe this helps me in a 1v2 situation, maybe I want to freely roam. But look, I mean, let's put that aside to a second and just look at this goal difference. You mentioned it before, how much of a disadvantage it was. 3k gold between those top solo laners.
Yeah. If your Kassadin as well ever leaves lane up CS, it's pretty problematic because that means he's had a pretty decent time in the lane and eventually he's going to be able to go to the side lane and be uninterrupted and just play the game how he wants to play it. And I think this is
the solo kill.
Yeah.
Pops Yomu's, you're not protected under that tower. Nightfall is literally doing what you said he does in your solo queue games, and he's taking over the game.
I didn't say games, I said game.
Oh, game?
Yep, just game.
Oh, I see the reason.
I've had some games where he's 17 bombed, and I've had some games where he hasn't 17 bombed.
Oh,
But
I see.
This is one of the 17 bomb games.
It's looking like it. He's definitely showed up to this game right now. They are justifying it to say the absolute least. It's becoming a bit of a stomp at this stage of the game. 12 minutes in, already finding themselves with a 6k gold lead, and half of that is just found in this top lane alone.
Yeah. So, like at this point, if you're Kennen, you pretty much just want to use your ultimate somewhere else on the map, right? Like, there's nothing you can do to stabilize top lane. It's done. It doesn't even matter if you get the kill. Like, honestly, Jace could run down top lane, give the kill to Kennen, and it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't change how this game's gonna play out. So Kennen, after this wave, should just look to use his ultimate somewhere else and try and pick up the kill.
So you mentioned during the drafting phase that, there's Kennen, yeah, it's going to be a rough time in laning phase, but he's really going to be brought in there for the Maelstrom, the massive AoE ultimate that can come out in team fights here. Are we saying then he literally needs a stopwatch and a Zhonya's to be at any stage relevant just to do something here?
Look, at this point, I don't even know if the Maelstrom's going to be relevant. I think he needs to just... Look, when you're behind, you can't afford to go utility. Sometimes when you're slightly behind, the utility might save you and win you a team fight, i.e. the stopwatch. But at the moment, Kennen isn't, as we see a solo kill come through from the jungle matchup.
It just happens.
Yep.
It just happens here, there, and everywhere.
The Maelstrom isn't going to be relevant enough with a stopwatch to impact the team fight. I think he just goes straight AP and just hopes for the best.
We're going to see if that is the optimal play in the end. It's looking like it's going to be the only play at this stage of the game because they are commanding 7 kills in this top side of the draft right now.
Yeah, it's just junk top gap, isn't it?
And look, these are the 2 players that we've been highlighting as a big, big component of this success so far, and they are proving it in consistency on the big screen.
I mean, there's a...
Is that a pause here?
Yeah,
yeah,
okay.
we're going to get a pause. Looks like Piglet has just disconnected, so we'll wait to see what happened there. Yeah,
That's
I
a
like
bit of a
that,
DC.
mate. Like,
Yeah.
look, that's how you cast. Look, here we are casting a lot of a unit.
Yeah.
Assuming the university positions, right? This is how I used to study, right? Like tablet in hand. Yeah. Cool.
Hey.
Time to play games now. Do you know what I mean?
Sometimes to do your best work, you've got to get comfortable, right?
Sometimes you
If
don't.
you're not- if you're not
Sometimes when you're
comfortable-
pondering 6 head plays or like what to say,
Well,
what to justify, you got to get comfortable.
If you're trying to create Picasso, you can't do that uncomfortably, right?
I like that.
So I'm trying to create a Picasso of casting, of commentating, and if I'm like this, sitting upright, all rigid, it's not going to work out, is it?
I mean,
So-
your posture will be fantastic. You might live to have great bones and, be 80 and happy. But hey, did you do your best work? That's a big question.
No, and so I'd rather take the hit to my body. I'd rather take the skeletal damage to give a good product.
For the
than-
viewers, look at the
yeah,
sacrifice you're
for the-
making. Honestly, people don't appreciate this.
No, they don't.
The way your body's being punished to
No.
put out this high quality work.
And so, this game state is looking rough. If I'm being honest, Skinny, it's looking grim. I'm looking for positives. I'm looking to see how if blue team can come back into the game, but I don't see it.
I
haven't
see it
seen
either.
it yet.
And I mean, that was what I wanted to talk about, right? Is that the top side of their draft is won so hard that we've been barely able to really understand or see the Jax sort of like justify its pick in that duo lane. And quite honestly, it doesn't actually need to do anything. It's quite content being what it is, quite content just coming along for the ride so far and say, look, we can get into a team fight later in this game and I can just do my thing. I don't need to worry. Quite happily allowing Jace and Kindred to run this map, run this show. I can just farm away quite contently. I'm up in CS about 10 right now over the basic Beast Boy, over the big Ezreal. So what is there for me to force? We've got objectives, we're getting Dragons, we're getting Rift Heralds. I can just chill.
I mean, that's the thing, right? We'll just never know how this center Jax lane plays out in a close game. Like, I actually think that Ezreal and Nautilus have done quite well, to be honest. Like, they're only down, 9 or 8 CS when the game state is collapsing around them. It's important to remember it's really hard to win lane when 2 lanes have collapsed.
Look at the damage!
Yeah. Well, he's got double lethality, right? So we see there's 2 different types of Jace builds that you see. You can see like a mana immune Black Cleaver or a mana immune lethality item build, or you can just see straight lethality. Mana immune's when you kind of need the damage and the mana to kill like someone in a side lane, and in this game, obviously with 2 lethality items, he's just not struggling to kill anyone.
Wow, okay, Empress Divide goes out. Unlucky there. It was a nice little play. It could have been a bit of a turning point right there with the dragon, with the turret, with the turret staying around for a little bit longer, but unable to find it, burns out a flash. Senna will survive. But I mean, if Senna can land any bit of CC, someone is guaranteed to die.
Well, I'm going to say at least he tried.
Respect.
The Azir tried. And they're trying to make a play here. Unfortunately, the Nautilus flash hooks the minion, but you have to respect that they're going down fighting, right? They're trying to make plays. They're not just waiting for the game to end. They're trying to find avenues back into the game. And to be honest, that's the right play. Flashing onto the Jace there, trying to make the pick, trying to get, the 1,000 gold shutdown is the correct play. Unfortunately, they didn't find it.
There's nothing worse, I reckon, than watching games where it's just like a slow bleed, 10-15 minutes of just them slowly being pushed further and further back into their base before the game is over, and you go, you know, what did I watch? Where was that sort of like Hail Mary play? Where was that idea of comp expression? Where you're going to try and say, yes, we're behind by X amount of gold or items, but this is what we were trying to set up for, trying to really deliver and trying to sort of showcase here. Regardless, Queensland Tech, the Tigers, up by 10k gold 15 minutes into this one. A huge lead so early on, and rightly so. Flawless across the board.
And the Jace Shock Blast literally just snagged every Wraith. Every Raptor camp. Wraiths probably didn't exist when
I was just going to say,
when you were around. Yeah.
It did so much damage, they actually went back in time and took that camp too.
It took them back a few seasons when they used to be called Wraiths. They never used to be called Wraiths. I don't know if you know that.
Yeah,
I mean,
back
so
in the
Raptors,
old days,
I mean.
right?
Yep. The old days is my days when I used to jungle, so I still call them by their old name. We used to call Krugs golems as well. I don't know if you, if you knew that.
I keep calling them golems now, but I know that's wrong.
Yeah, I've adapted to calling them Krugs.
It just sounds unnatural to me, eh? But hey,
Tekker's in the base, and Azir was out of the base.
He doesn't live this one, okay. He gets that eventually. Nightfaller nearly picking up another one. The guy is 100 CS ahead. He runs this map.
This is his map. It's no longer Summoner's Rift, it's just Jace's Rift. Anywhere that
Can we get
Jace
some
goes...
QUT Tigers merchandise? That's what we need right now.
Oh.
Look at it.
Yep. I mean, there is not much to say really, is there? What do you say to that? It's just the Jace that came out of lane really far ahead. But their top jungle duo just, you know, played the map really well. They actually, well the thing is like, they played their matchups how they're meant to be played, right? Like they invaded at the right times, they played this, they were able to tower dive top lane, they chunked Kennen out when they needed to, so it's not like it was something that was given to them, but as opposed to they needed to make proactive plays, in which they did.
True Barrage comes out there trying to steal away their own red buff, but unable to make it happen right now. Very defensive ward set up here to try and get a bit of vision, but the bomb that comes out from this Jace instantly tells them we have to get the hell out of this situation. Mid-wave is going to be where they turn their attention on towards now. Kennen dropped to half as well. NECC lands, they find that one. Jax finally shows up to this fight. Very quiet game for him, but he can make something happen. Emperor's Divide and a Hail Mary attempt to try and make anything happen, but he will fall on down as well. Just too little, too late. QUT far stronger at this stage of the game. The Herald will knock down that inhibitor. Two-man stun lands. Kindred looks to look in place. Will be a 1-for-1 trade at this stage of the game. A very important shutdown, but Jace makes no matter of that. 7-0-1. He's loving life right now. This game belongs to him.
This might be the quickest game of the tournament so far.
So far, sub 20 minutes. That's what we're looking at. Doesn't matter if they play 3 games on a day in a row in any stretch of the imagination. Queensland Tech, they are the Tigers. And they destroy.
One hilarious thing I want to point out while I have it is Cassidy was 0-1-0, Jax was 0-1-3, Senna was 0-1-6. Meanwhile, Jace was 7-0-1, Kindred was 6-0-1. So it's just like a massive topside game for me.
And look how like solo kills there were, right? You know, so much of that was just like, I will win this matchup. I know what I'm doing here. I can beat it. We will command it. The rest of you guys just play your lanes. Don't do anything crazy. You don't need to force anything. You don't need to beg for a jungle gank. We don't need to do any crazy contest on any objective. I will literally have so much damage that will make this game free for us.
Nightfaller picked up the telephone, he called his bot lane, he said, look guys, don't do anything this game and we will win. I promise you, don't die, don't do anything, just CS and we'll win the game. And they reciprocated. Actually, Cassidy, aka Tekka, did not. He was 0-1-0, so he finished on negative KDA.
He had to make something happen, didn't he?
Well,
he had to jump in there and be like...
He wanted to get in on the action.
He's like, look, you guys having all this fun where you're just 1v2ing. I'm going to try and 1v3 in the base. I might not be insanely strong right now, but look, that doesn't matter. I'm Cassidy, right? And people are always scared of Cassidy. They can silence, he can dash, he can do everything. But, you know, at that stage of the game, it wasn't really a factor. Kind of concerned, though, because we never really got to see what the Jax Center comp was designed to do. Very quiet, because they didn't have to do anything. So maybe a secret pick that they've been preparing. maybe just having a little bit of fun with their opposition.
I was about to say maybe a bit of a for fun pick. Maybe they saw the top side. They saw the top side disparity, and they decided to spice the game up a little bit. Maybe give the enemy team a bit of a win condition. But maybe we'll see it later on in the tournament. Who knows?
That we will. As it stands so far from day one of these plays, then looking really much like the QT Tigers are a front runner to try and take this one out. They have been incredibly strong based on the performance we've seen so far. I suppose very lopsided in that they have been the only team that we've seen predominantly on our screen so far. But let's kick in with the results to see actually how day one planned on out. Let's see actually how things looked. So 3 games and 3 victories for them. That is the QT Tigers. We didn't have our second game of the day. RMIT, otherwise known as the Redbacks, take down a victory as well. Unfortunate for the University of Auckland, 2 games and 2 losses, so New Zealand not looking too sharp at this stage of the game. And Udisoft with the boys at the University of Sydney was able to show up as well.
Some strong performances, like we said, from the QT Tigers. University of Sydney also looking good. They're probably the 2 that will clash heads somewhere along the lines, and I think they'll be an absolute belter of a game. You know, Udisoft's like that OPL jungler versus Jakari, who's had these real smurf games in this tournament.
Yeah.
So it might be the battle of the Titans in when we see those teams play. University of Auckland, though, we definitely seen enough from them in their opening games to know that they can pull out a few victories. They probably got a little bit unlucky in some of their games.
Yeah.
So, yeah, let's have a look at the schedule, Skimmy.
Yeah, let's bring it up. Speaking of the word, doing basically the job for me. Why am I even here? That's the question I'm asking
I'm just
myself.
trying to make it easy for you.
Look, mate, you're an absolute champion. That's why we have you. Well, let's kick it off again. So it's going to be, it's going to be actually a brand new performance. We're going to have the University of Western Australia going onto the Rift to take on the University of Queensland, and it's going to be UTS. So the University of Technology in Sydney taking on RMIT. The Dragons up against UniSA. Auckland at another crack once again. They'll be taking on UniSA, so back-to-back games for them. And rounding out the day with UTS taking on Western Australia. There's going to be an all-out bloodbath here. It almost feels like pride is on the line more than anything, really. What is the best part of the country? That's what I'm really taking away from this one. Whether or not that is the narrative we want to run with, Jubes. I feel like New Zealand have just been pushed to the wayside. Canterbury's dropped out. Auckland is not living up to the Kiwi standard so far. And
I think you're
maybe
being a little bit harsh on your New Zealand.
Do I just chuck out the New Zealand passport? Is that what I do?
Well, I mean, don't you have an English don't you have an English passport as well? I don't think there's any English teams in this tournament. So
true. But so the English accent comes in during the team fight. So we're getting representation everywhere here.
Maybe XL is your team. Maybe XL in Europe is your team. LEC. Maybe they won't disappoint you yet.
You're onto it. You really are onto it.
But I'm supporting my Melbourne University team, so Melbourne's the best, and we'll see that I think come to fruition in this tournament. I hope.
I like how I'm probably going to get bullied off the show and have Spawn come in for those Melbourne matchups so that you guys can oh yeah, we love Melbourne so much. It's the best place in Australia. I love it so much. And then I'll just maybe be in the background, just like, can I shoutcast yet? But regardless, thank you everyone for joining in today of day one of the Uni Sport Nationals. Thank you very much for tuning in at this time. Obviously, this is the final game, or this is us done for the day. We will be back same place, same time tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern. So make sure you tune in and catch all the games tomorrow at 11 a.m. Same place. Right Games Os on Twitch. Thank you very much, Jubes. We'll be back tomorrow. We're signing off. Peace.
When the difference
Between winning and losing
is measured in milliseconds.
Everything counts.
The Alienware Legendary Battle Station.